Matsumiro Jiro lived a quiet, hopeless life. A 35-year-old hired employee existed in an endless cycle of exhausting overtime, crammed into a stuffy apartment. One night, returning home after another tiring day, he did not notice a truck rushing towards him until the impact sounded. When his consciousness melted into the bottomless darkness, a gentle female voice touched him and soothed him, assuring that everything would be fine. She explained, although people usually think that after death they simply disappear, his body was indeed destroyed, so now only the spirit remained. The voice suddenly opened before him and she appeared as a radiance like a divine goddess. Her figure filled the emptiness with warmth. He cautiously asked if she belonged to higher powers, and she gently confirmed it with a smile, confessing, in a past life he was so hardworking and kind that she took pity on him. She offered a new beginning like New Game Plus, but in a completely different world where he could spend time however he wished. Faced with such an unexpected opportunity, he truly stopped for the first time and began weighing options, realizing that he was drawn to a calm, measured life away from all his former struggles. Memories of past suffering overwhelmed him like a wave. A cramped room that existed only for sleep, suffocatingly crowded train cars, relentless control from the company that demanded everything from him. Before his eyes floated everyday tasteless meals swallowed in hasty, a harsh reminder of a life without joy and without a single shade of flavor. From that gloomy reality he was cut off by a dream. He imagined a world where he sat by a fire crackling in the night, catching the silence of nature. He longed for food with a soul, for the simple joy that had been taken from him for too long. With a new sense of purpose, he declared, he wants to settle where there is no excessive luxury, but there is tasty food and honest people. After that, he firmly decided to become a craftsman, one who can create things with his own hands and find satisfaction in every job done. She blossomed with a smile when she saw his choice. Sparks of approval flickered in her eyes, and she noted that meeting her was probably fate. She encouraged his aspiration, assuring him that choosing the path of a creator was a beautiful response to the gift of new life. She shines with unearthly beauty and extends to him a blade radiant, ethereal like a heavenly gift. She calls it craft gear. According to her, the artifact has two separate and extraordinarily powerful abilities. Barely touching, she praises him in a grateful tone for his gratitude and assures, everything is ready for the journey. She asks not to worry as she begins the ritual of sending him into this new world. Dazzling radiance envelops them completely. She reveals her true face, Mother Goddess, Anu. She immerses his very essence in her blessing and grants him a divine instrument, uttering a prayer that these gifts bring him strength and happiness in the next life, which he deserves. She gives one last quiet, peaceful smile, and in that moment her joy is clear. Now she can spend the last of her strength for him. He doesn't even have time to comprehend her words before the transition happens, and the next moment he finds himself reborn in a colorful new world. Standing in the middle of a dense forest, the man feels his body amazingly lighten and fill with strength. Painful fatigue from his past life seems to have vanished without a trace. Remembering the divine gift, he cautiously looks around and, as a test, calls out the name of the artifact craft gear. Next to his order, a bright bundle of energy flares in the palm. Light weaves into a smooth, practical Tula, clear confirmation that the divine gift has already passed to him. He is enchanted by how evenly and naturally the instrument fits in his palm. He feels that he can summon it and put it away with just the intention in his mind. Such ease immediately brings back memories of fairy tale heroes he once admired in childhood and raises a wave of pure wonder within him. He stands among towering ancient trees in the endless forest and pauses for a moment to look around. Although the goddess warned him, this place is not developed. The scale of wild nature turned out to be much greater than he expected. It does not resemble a rural area, but rather an untouched sea of green. Lowering his gaze to his own hands, he examines his expedition gear and weighs his current situation. His usual activity is solo camping, but the present situation offers no convenient foundation like during a pre-planned trip. All his load amounts to the fantasy clothing he wears and a single survival knife. He recalls the divine properties of his new instrument. It can change shape or find its way back to him wherever he may be. He forces himself to repeat. The first rule of survival is to stay calm, soberly assess the situation, and clearly determine exactly what resources he has at hand. Unwaveringly exhaling, he makes a decision. It is time to test the divine gift in action. Firmly gripping the survival knife, he focuses on what the craft kit can create. Suddenly, a blinding flash bursts from his palm. The instrument responds to his will with living energy. When the light flares even stronger, the explanation of the goddess Anna flows back, his memory returns. The first of the 6 gears, 2, forces the instrument. It allows embodiment in any tool that he flawlessly clearly imagines. The light fades and it becomes visible. A simple knife has turned into a sturdy, well-balanced battle axe handle. He freezes and fixes his gaze on the weapon, feeling delight at how the thought instantly became a material reality flawlessly. He turns to the giant trunk standing very close and feels a wave of excitement pierce him. In this deserted thicket, he finally gets the chance to do what he had only dreamed of in the daily routine of life, to fell a tree with his own hands. With all his might, he throws the divine axe hammer and watches as it flies, spinning in the air, and plunges deep into the trunk of a giant tree. When the tree groans piercingly and the towering giant begins to lean and fall right onto it, he freezes in fear, convinced that his journey will end before it truly begins. Almost not believing his own eyes, he sees how the tree, falling down, suddenly hangs in the air and stops, as if gravity broke and stopped time itself. This phenomenon is the power of the 2nd degree of the craft tool. It fixes things immovably in space. They say that thanks to this, miracles become possible. For example, holding a piece of wood in the air to work on it without any workbench, or joining materials perfectly without driving a single nail. The goddess explains, this power sews things into the very fabric of spacetime, and everything stops as if instantly turning to stone. She says this with a soft smile, emphasizing that the effect does not last forever. It can be released as easily as it is applied, but the one who uses the power must carefully weigh the consequences. He pauses to catch the thought of what incredible benefit such a gift hides. She quietly asks his forgiveness for the fact that these divine tools turned out to be too powerful for her. He reassures her he is fine and ready to move on. A sharp sound, and the little axe disappears from the tree, returning to its owner in a moment. As soon as he shifts his gaze to the tool lying in his hand, the boy realizes this power must be kept under the strictest control. He understands that wherever he goes, this divine device will return to him anyway. He stands alone in the dense forest and realizes, first of all, he needs to make a reliable walking stick. Looking around, he finds a suitable branch, understanding that such a thing is needed to overcome uneven terrain and comb through thickets to detect hidden threats, snakes, underbrush. With a sharp movement, he lowers the blade onto a thick wooden logand. The wood yields with unnatural ease. He freezes, examining the cut. It comes out so perfectly smooth that it almost glows, as if proof of the divine sharpness of his new weapon. As soon as he starts refining the wood, the blade cuts deeper than planned. It only takes a slight press, and it already bites in. He involuntarily flinches from the pain and immediately understands that his power must be kept under the strictest control because it far exceeds his expectations of an ordinary carving knife. In a moment, nothing remains of the barca surface is completely cleaned and polished to a smooth shine. He contemplates how his craft tools provide precision and pace that would shame any master artist and decides to squeeze even more from the tool's capabilities. In his strong grip, a complete T-shaped tracking rod is already assembled. With the force of fixation, he welded the components so tightly that they merged into a single holy monolith that does not break, as if each element were fixed directly into the fabric of space. He tries to break this bond beyond the possible, gathers thoughts into one point and forces the power to work. As soon as the effect is released, a piece of wood instantly breaks off and falls to the ground. He concludes, the fixing force truly roots an unchanging physical connection but still remains completely under his control. Lowering his gaze to the divine artifact, he freezes at its incredible power, a blade that cuts everything without exception and a force that breaks the very laws of physics. It is with these gifts that the prospect of surviving in this wild wilderness first seems real to him. Now he is fully ready for the road ahead. Without wasting a minute, he sets off into the deeper thickets, holding a clear goal. He understands time is working against him. If a person cannot last more than 3 days without water, then finding a clean spring becomes the most urgent matter. As he makes his way through the dense wilderness, his thoughts glide through the silence where there is no modern civilization. The wild thickets do indeed hide danger, but suddenly, an unusual feeling of freedom ignites inside him, something he never had in his former life, where there was only corporate routine and the clinking of weekdays. He convinces himself the goddess who cast him here would not push him into a world where he cannot survive, so it is worth keeping a bright mood inside and continuing to move forward. Suddenly, a loud hoarse growl bursts from his stomach, a rough, primal signal that instantly shatters his concentration. It is a healthy, untamed hunger he hasn't felt in years, harshly reminding him that now the search for reliable food has become as urgent as the search for water. A quick reconnaissance leads him straight to the shores of a beautiful, clear river. He sincerely marvels at how quickly he came across it and notices how clean and fresh the water looks. Since there is no urgent need to drink yet, he postpones the sip and focuses on other survival matters. He concludes, before nightfall, the most urgent task is to build a shelter. Understanding that the temperature in the forest will drop sharply, he looks for a suitable place to sleep so that the cold ground does not draw heat from his body. Then he begins reconnaissance, searching for a flat area slightly away from the riverbank to set up camp. Having chosen a place, he gathers together 3 long branches and several flexible vines. He cannot shake the thought of the old, familiar, difficult to firmly binding the tripod with a frame, because this stage in primitive construction requires the most work and the most nerves. With craft equipment, the struggle disappears. With a single mental command, he activates its power and instantly sets the main supports in place, after which he sharply pulls more branches to the frame, building strong walls for his light binary shelter. To separate himself from the wet ground, he lines the foundation with thick branches. Then he places a generous layer of dry leaves and grass on top of soft, warm bedding that keeps him elevated and protects him from the frozen soil. When the structure is already standing, he crawls inside and immediately tests it. Then he leans back and, not hiding his surprise, admires the finished shelter and the incredible practicality of the equipment. It has turned exhausting survival into a much easier task. He spreads his arms wide, and a wave of relief and satisfaction washes over him as he surveys the finished shelter. What was supposed to turn into exhausting hours of cutting and fitting curved branches was completed in moments, all thanks to his new tool. And even after continuous work, his body feels a surge of strength, not fatigue. The crackling rustle in the underbrush cuts the silence, and he jerks his head toward the source of the sound. Through the leaves, a peculiar creature emerges, a rabbit but with a single spiraled horn protruding straight from its forehead. He freezes, staring intently, unable to believe his eyes, and a doubt spins in his mind. Could this really be an ordinary rabbit? No sooner has his gaze caught sight of what he saw, the creature lunges forward at incredible speed, its size much larger than any ordinary hare. He recoils backward, eyes wide with shock, as the beast rapidly closes the distance in a blur of fur and muscle. He is already too late to realize that this is not a safe forest dweller. Without thinking, purely on instinct, he sharply thrusts the stick forward and activates the power of the craft gear. With a desperate cry, he triggers the fixation ability and pins the creature's horn firmly to the nearest tree trunk. The bunny struggles and thrashes in the trap because he has just created a sudden, immovable bond between the horn and the tree. He exhales a long, trembling breath as if air is bursting from his chest. His heart still pounds wildly in his ribs. With his rural upbringing, he knew wild animals must be treated cautiously. Humans almost never look like friends to them. And now he understood that he was saved only because he acted faster, because the equipment perfectly responded to his mental commands. When the sharpest threat recedes, he lowers his gaze to the creature convulsing and already emitting quiet, piercing whimpers. Hunger gnaws at his stomach, and for a moment a thought flashes that the goddess might have sent him food. He silently offers a moment of thanks, even though the very thought of biting into something that looks so defenseless pains him with guilt. The little animal lifts its gaze to him with huge, watery eyes, and its tiny paws twitch as it continues to emit plaintive, melodic cries. This helpless cuteness takes his breath away, and the thought of turning it into dinner increasingly weighs on him with a feeling of cold betrayal against the natural beauty surrounding him. Eventually he realizes, no matter how much his stomach grumbles, he cannot bring himself to harm the beast. He snorts to himself and insists that even when the creature whimpers pitifully, he is still capable of doing whatever is necessary to survive. But as soon as he retreats into the moonlit forest without harming the small animal, a strange silence washes over him, and he feels that perhaps in this unusual new creature he can truly find joy. He carefully examines the rabbit he caught. First, he notes the slightly unusual shape of its heart, but quickly dismisses it as a minor detail. He works without delay because he understands he must wash the carcass in the river and cool it to prevent spoilage and keep pests away. Suddenly he freezes in place, his senses sharpen, and rustling from the nearby thickets cuts the silence. He thinks that the metallic smell of blood from his prey might have attracted someone unwanted from the darkness of the forest thickets. From the darkness emerges a small, four-legged creature resembling a wolf pup, but a strange, glowing sigil flickers on its forehead. It does not retreat, standing still and intently studying him with large, curious eyes. The blonde shoulder of the small beast slightly relaxes its guard, and suddenly a thought strikes him. Where does such a touching appearance come from? He muses aloud about where its parents might be and asks himself whether this little one got lost, wandering in the boundless wild wilderness. He decides to test the dog's luck, suddenly throws a large slab of prepared meat towards him. For a moment the beast freezes in shock, but in a second it lunges forward and greedily tears the food, confirming the suspicions. While the puppy is chewing food, suddenly a bright color flashes among the dark fur. He moves closer and freezes. He sees that a small ribbon is neatly tied around his neck. The crunch of bones shatters the silence as the creature devours everything with unexpected fury, leaving nothing behind. He immediately understands. The tape indicates that this is not a wild animal, but someone's lost past. The dog sharply whines with a sharp lament and rushes back into the thicket. It throws a cry after, unable to keep up with thoughts. The pet should not be here alone, which means somewhere nearby is its owner, or something bad has already happened to him. It vanished into the thickets, and now he was left to examine his prey only to find out that the creature had strangely eaten only the rabbit's heart. His confusion was interrupted by a sudden, wildly prolonged bloody scream arc that shattered the silence in the forest. The cause of that explosion of outrage stood right in front of him, a woman with pointed ears and a bow. Her appearance was so unexpected that he could only freeze and stare, not believing his own eyes. And only then did it strike him. He was looking at a living being that breathes for the first time. She rushed towards him swiftly, and anxiety sounded in her voice as she asked if he had seen a small puppy nearby. He immediately connected her search with the marked animal he had just seen and had no idea if she was really its owner. His grip made her gaze slide down to the dead rabbit in his hands. At that moment all calm vanished from her face and she was seized by pure horror as she accused him of eating her companion. He jerked back and, driven mad by the commotion, waved his arms, trying to justify himself. It was just hunting, not a missing pet. When he clarified the situation and showed where the puppy had gone, relief washed over her face like a wave. The tension vanished instantly, beamed with joy, and gratitude was evident in how her figure literally glowed with light. She apologized incessantly for her hasty suspicion, explaining, "We must immediately return to the pursuit before the trail disappears." He nodded, showing understanding, and sincerely wished her success as she prepared to take off and rush forward. With a joyful cry of thanks, she rushed forward and disappeared, leaving him alone again in the silence of the forest glade. He exhaled long and slowly, still not believing his own eyes had really managed to meet an elf in person. When dusk fell, he turned his gaze to the harsh truth of survival. He put on clothes, threw on shelter, found water and food. But when sparks rose and danced before his eyes, he understood the most valuable allies in the darkness for him would be the warmth and light of fire. He gathers everything needed for survival: dry conifer branches, firewood, and resin-rich wood. Then, relying on his special processing skills, he transforms these materials into quality elements for a starter kit that ignites fire. When all the equipment is already ready, he takes up the bow drill technique. He twists a wooden stick, pressing it to the base until friction generates heat. And he is immediately amazed. On the first try, a small flame ignites, which he carefully blows on so that under his makeshift camping kitchen tripod a steady flame bursts forth. Then he shifts his gaze to the water and immediately understands. Without boiling, safety cannot be ensured. He cuts and peels bark from a tree, thins it, and folds it into an improvised cauldron, securing the edges with wooden pegs. He notes, as long as the material does not melt at boiling temperature, even bark can serve as a vessel for heating water. When the water boils and then cools down a bit, he carefully takes a sip from the wooden mug. The familiar taste relieves him, the drink seems safe, and this success becomes crucial for him to continue surviving in the wilderness. Having secured water for himself, he immediately shifts his gaze to the next need: food. He places a thick piece of meat on a flat stone heated by the hot fire of his campfire, and very quickly the air fills with the crisp, sizzling, and tempting smell of roasting. While the meat is cooking, he runs through options for a suitable cooking surface in his head and eventually finds a flat stone slab. Using tools, he trims it to a smooth, clean piece, and it comes out almost as easily as if it were tofu. After that, he prepares a simple wooden plate to serve the dish and brings everything to full readiness before the final result. His efforts culminate in a perfectly cooked steak from choice-back rabbit meat. The dish shines on the stone slab, a well-earned reward for ingenuity and hard work. Before sitting down to eat, he folds his hands in a gesture of gratitude. His eyes are closed as if he is waiting for this moment. He takes a deep breath and prepares to bite into the first piece of hot, juicy meat, finding a moment of rest for the first time in the harsh wild wilderness. He takes a bite and his eyes widen sharply as the flavor hits him. It turns out the dish is much better than he could have imagined. Simple preparation gives an unexpectedly deep flavor nuance. The meat is juicy and tender. Each bite reveals a rich, spicy-tasting juice. It captures a barely perceptible sweetness in the fat as if it shares a similar spirit with high-quality duck, though it has no hint of seasoning or sauce. Diving into this pleasant warmth, he lets out a deep, satisfied sigh, and his face glows with pure delight. This is truly incredibly tasty, a real reward for his work. Around him, the camp seemed frozen in silence. The fire crackled quietly and cast a warm glow on the stone slab where he was cooking, and somewhere further in the depths of the forest nature hummed evenly. Raising his eyes to the giant trees, he catches a slight smile on his lips. He cannot remember the last time ordinary food brought him such sincere joy and peace of mind. To the last crumb, he finishes the food and with a satisfied smile pats his belly. A full stomach gives him confidence. Now the supplies will last for survival for at least 3 weeks. He examines the handmade, a sturdy shelter and devices made with his own hands, and immediately understands how much his craft has tilted the balance in his favor. The survivor's rule of the 3 comes to mind. 3 hours without shelter, 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food, and on his very first day he managed all 3. A sharp bark breaks the silence, and he immediately turns to see a small, dark-furred creature intently watching him. He freezes in surprise, staring at the uninvited guest, trying to understand where it came from. It sits motionless there, too cute to remain indifferent, and has a strange mark on its forehead. Although the image of the elf he saw earlier still lingers in his memory, his gaze cannot hold it, is immediately captured by the small creature that suddenly appeared nearby. Calming the hunger of the creature with his gaze, the man reaches out and catches himself thinking how quickly the little one became attached to him. He offers a piece of meat and asks if it wants to taste it, to which the puppy responds with a sharp, joyful bark and greedily begins to eat. He smiles gently and watches as the puppy greedily finishes eating, as if promising aloud, as soon as morning comes and the world lights up again, he will help find its owner. When the night thickens, the two find peace in each other's company. The man slowly drifts into sleep, holding his new companion. Closet puppy curls up into a ball and warmly settles on his chest. Gyro recalls his second day in this strange land while snooping around in search of the wolf cub's owner. He wonders whether the elf he met came alone or if someone else is nearby, and whether these people creatures can be good. His thoughts are interrupted by a sharp jerk. The puppy's ear twitches. The little one begins to twitch nervously, scratching his leg convulsively as if sensing a looming danger far away. Suddenly, the small beast rushes into the dense thickets. He chases it, tightly gripping the rod, and tries to understand what could have provoked such a sharp reaction. Soon he catches how the air explodes with the roar of a fierce fight, and above it all, the cries of a beast cut through. When he realizes that it is the elf woman currently in the scuffle, he pushes the little dog forward, ordering it to intervene. As soon as they appear on the spot, a fierce clash erupts nearby. A huge, feathered predator attacks in bursts, sinking into the fight without any pause. The elf woman frantically draws glowing magical circles with runes, trying to shield herself from its relentless, swift dives. She finds it hard to hold her own defense. She notices how disadvantageous and unruly the beast is in behavior. Suddenly, it appears in the clearing and sharply waves its hand, diverting their attention from the duel to itself. The beast directs its rage at him and swiftly flies down from the sky. He activates his skill with sports equipment. It will break apart a second after his hammer touches the target, to immediately fix the beast in place. His strike hits flawlessly and the beast instantly freezes as if paralyzed. Its body hangs unnaturally in the air. He steps back a step, openly impressed by how effective his own power turned out to be. He stands frozen amid the forest silence. The huge avian threat has turned into a breathless heap on the forest floor. The victory gained by this strike is already near. The hammer lies on the ground while dust settles around the fallen beast. Lowering his gaze to his own hands, he can hardly believe the colossal, deadly impulse he just released, and suddenly realizes that taming such power will be much harder than he expected. The man's thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of an elf. She approaches, eyes wide with delight, and cannot comprehend how a single strike could fell a stormy griffin. She quietly greets him, her voice trembling. It trembles with both relief and sincere surprise as she thanks him for the rescue. She holds her breath and covers her gaze with shame after the interrupted bath. She probes his essence with questions, thinking aloud whether he is mortal or perhaps a divine messenger sent by the gods. He finds nothing but an awkward apology for the intrusion, averting his eyes politely, but it is clear he is embarrassed by her undressing. To ease the awkwardness, she quickly puts on a decent tunic and offers him spare clothes as a sign of boundless gratitude. She admits she did not know how she would have survived without his intervention. Then she explains, she was cornered and had no idea what to do until he appeared. Putting on the clothes she gave him, he lifts a small black puppy, explaining that his main goal is simply to return it to its owner. Then he tells how the warm shelter kept the little one all night, and how after finding this child lost in the forest, he felt obliged not to let it suffer. Returning the puppy to her arms, she explains, this poor little one had left its own family circle even before she came across it. He silently watches this tender washing and catches the thought of how lucky the animal is it was saved with such kindness, and not just once. When the immediate threat has receded and the dog returned nearby, she finally introduces herself with a calm, refined smile. Miss Tia. Her voice sounds even because she is a high elf who came from the depths of the secret forest. Having named herself, she immediately throws a question back to him, eagerly wanting to know who the man is who saved her life. She listens attentively while the young man names himself Hinamuro Sudapu. He tells that he has been wandering this forest since yesterday, gently pressing the little creature to his chest, carefully holding it in his palms. After his polite introduction, she audibly doubts whether she had been too harsh earlier, but her mood immediately brightens as soon as he surprisingly frankly says that she is beautiful. She jokingly teases him, asking if it turns out that those flawless words are his usual game, but he immediately rejects the suspicion and insists he is simply telling the truth. She shifts her gaze to the ground and sighs heavily when she sees the scattered and broken supplies. It turns out other monsters rummaged through her things while she was busy. Noticing her trouble, Sadaru offers to escort her to the nearest settlement, confident that there must be a home nearby. She abruptly throws him off balance, explaining that she has no connection to the village. She has lived here alone for 10 years now among these forests. This unsettles him, and he asks if something specific happened that led her to isolation. But she just waves it off. It's an old story from the times when she left her people long ago. A soft, thoughtful shadow passes over her face as she admits, her decision to stay in the wilderness may have been born out of stubbornness on her part. She looks through the space of the canopy, which spread all around, and explains, this land is called the Forest of the World Tree, a place once blessed by elven ancestors. Yet, despite the sacred history, a faint sadness is barely felt in her voice. Her kin no longer dwells beneath these ancient branches. She continues to explain and draws the forest as an ancient, untouched sanctuary, a place where unique flora grows and special fauna live, found nowhere else in the world. Her own mission is to uncover the hidden potential of these rare resources. This goal clearly impresses Sadaru, although she herself looks bewildered that he is truly interested in such a far-sighted plan. Suddenly, a sharp whistle of a blade breaks the calm conversation. The blade cuts through the air, and from this moment a new task begins, or a sudden threat arises. He freezes and listens intently as she tells the story of the forest, the place where deities once breathed life into the trees. She says that the disappearance of sacred treasures ignited endless conflicts, and he gradually comes to understand what they carry with them has a terrible weight. In a moment, she bursts into light laughter, and all her former sternness seems to dissolve into the air. He just glances and freezes in surprise. He does not know how to react to her sudden change and these movements. Suddenly, without any warning, she lunged forward. The saber whistled through the air and struck with deadly precision. The blow caught him off guard. From it flashed the terrifying speed of the elven warrior. Despite an impressive performance, she soon falters and falls to the ground, admitting defeat with a heavy sigh. She says she relied too much on her equipment, and he looms over her, exhaling with relief that the fight ended without injuries. As soon as she realizes that he is a true Regaliath chosen of the gods, she immediately falls into a deep, respectful bow. She profusely apologizes for her former rudeness, but he quickly stops her and asks only to be treated as an equal. While they continue making their way through the forest, she casually asks if he needs salt, and by the way, notes that she keeps a small supply in a hidden stash. He is stunned by her generosity, all the more so since a few days ago she herself was kicked out of her home under the most difficult circumstances. She moves closer, and her face warm, sincere gratitude appears in her eyes as she says that duty is above all for her. When he saved the young creature, she feels twice as indebted to him and promises to return what he needs. Looking back at what remained of her camp, she suddenly clearly realizes the bitter truth. There is no home anymore, nor supplies that would save her on the road. Yet despite this misfortune, she maintains an amazing composure. Her spirit is not broken by failure. She demonstrated such strength that the young man now feels obliged to respond with gratitude. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he decides to prepare food for them. He grips the wooden handle and gets to work, ready to use his culinary skills for the first time in this new world. Gyro picks various wild herbs from the forest floor. Looking closely, these strikingly resemble plants from his former world, particularly chervil and watercress. After gathering a handful, he carefully rinses it with clean, cool water from a nearby stream, yet the feeling of doubt does not leave him. Is it really safe to eat these herbs? He begins a thorough safety protocol, first checking the plants by skin, then touching them with his lips, and only after that taking a tiny sample. The procedure is too exhausting, but he understands well it is a necessary precaution to avoid accidentally poisoning himself in this foreign place. After a whole night of observations, feeling no bad consequences, he confidently starts cooking. The success of the experiment immediately lifts his spirits. He calls his comrades and announces that the dish is finally ready to be served. Miss Tier approaches the makeshift kitchen, drawn by the smell, and shows that while she was away, she managed to catch a rabbit. She extends the fresh meat and also a valuable pouch of rock salt, and with this gesture makes it clear that she is ready to cooperate. He accepts everything with deep gratitude. She closely watches as he takes the offering, while he meanwhile gathers his thoughts and assesses his own condition. A crushing sense of inadequacy grows within him, for he lacks the skills of a warrior or mage. He realizes that for now his contribution is limited to household chores, and begins to wonder if he will find more opportunities and resources near the human settlement. They sit next to each other while she settles near the little wolf cub and explains. After she lost everything she was going to trade for profit, her situation sharply worsened. Now without supplies, it is already difficult for her to feed both herself and this little one. She accepts his sincere apology for leaving the puppy in her care again and almost immediately cuts off his worries, saying she has grown quite attached to the little one herself. Then her gaze slides to the stove cauldron, and he explains that rabbit meat is simmering now to make a rich, aromatic base for their dish. He continues the cooking process with cold concentration. He puts rabbit bones and ribs to boil, then removes everything that rises to the surface as foam and impurities. His goal is to get a clear, rich broth, and this technique seems to captivate the elf as she silently watches his hands. He is suddenly struck by a clear thought, a shocking realization. She has never heard of tasty broth and treats it as if it were something foreign. She shakes her head, her features burning with misunderstanding, and asks what he means by dashi. He himself cannot believe it. How can such a basic culinary foundation be unknown in this world? Catching her curious glance, he suggests preparing dinner immediately for the two of them. A sincere admiration flashes in her eyes. She immediately agrees joyfully. In anticipation of a hot, professionally prepared dish, her former worries momentarily fade away. She points out that in her eyes this miracle rabbit is a rare trophy capable of pleasing even the highest nobility. Focusing, she asks him how he intends to handle such an important catch and what exactly his plans are for the meat. The elf suggests a familiar method she knows well, to remove the skin and roast it whole or boil it, quite simple, with salt and whatever herbs can be found. He listens silently while in his mind other, craftier methods race, from traditional stews to simply selecting spices and their presentation. He gently nudges her, let her play a little with the little wolf cub while he is immersed in work and does not take his eyes off her. She moves and he, left alone, thoughtfully recalls his own roots. He comes from a family famous worldwide for refined gourmets, so he cannot tolerate a mediocre dish under any circumstances. After some time, the transformation finally completes. Before them stands a steaming bowl of rabbit soup infused with fresh water dill. Nearby are strips of tenderloin, perfectly seared on a hot stone, drizzled with a juicy mustard leaf sauce. She freezes and stares into the bowl, her breath catching at how the crystal-clear broth shines. She admits that in all the years she has never come across a soup so beautiful and so pure. She takes the first spoonful and is almost overwhelmed by a wave of flavor. In a moment she realizes that this is the most delicious thing she has encountered in her entire life. He watches her reaction attentively, quietly proud, and sees. The salt fully brings out the juiciness of the meat. That is enough for him to be sure his culinary standards have taken root perfectly in the new land. He silently watches as she slowly savors the food, closes her eyes and smiles with satisfaction, then says the meat is incredibly tasty. It seems these two are lucky today, time and again they come across such fine food in the wild. They share the silence calmly and without unnecessary words, accepting the good fate that brought them together and brought such a feast after the recent trials. When they finish, she shifts her gaze to the tiny creature at their feet as if suggesting that he should come up with a name for the little beast, because their bond is growing stronger. After a few brief thoughts, he chooses Matsuk's a name that belonged to a legendary horse from his own world. The little dog whines happily, as if approving the new name, and leaps up with excitement. She is enchanted by the very sound of her name, but he immediately interrupts the conversation about the fallen storm griffin and wonders if the creature's meat can be used for something. She stops him. Although the dish is edible, the musty stench is almost unbearable, so the effort is not worth it. The conversation shifts to the trophies of their victory claws and a magic stone. He again says magic stone, almost with curiosity in the word, because he still cannot imagine that such things can live inside creatures. She explains these stones mature inside the bodies of monsters that have reached a certain level of power and are usually kept in a pouch near the heart. They are worth a fortune, but she immediately warns him do not expect to get one every time a monster falls. He lowers his gaze to the broken remains of the griffin's core and suddenly realizes, during the fight the stone was simply destroyed. In his memory he records the conclusion: from now on, one must aim precisely at the head so that such treasures remain intact. He silently watches as the elf hands the lord a piece of griffin meat and warns, some monsters show stubbornness and do not die so easily. The girl adds that even young creatures like Matsuk need to consume magical power from an early age to grow strong and healthy. Recalling those rabbit organs he later gave to the puppy, he scratches the back of his head while Miss Tia demonstrates Griffin's sharp talent. She emphasizes, these claws have their own cleansing power, so they are not just trophies. Considering their usefulness, she suggests dividing the talents between the two. When he marvels at her generosity, she explains, this is not a gesture but a practical precaution. If one of them loses their share, the other will have a reserve. She breaks it down how these talents purify stagnant water, speed up healing, and can keep meat fresh for weeks. She gently shifts her gaze to him and smiles without tension, carefully asks if he objects to her setting up her new base of operations near his. She explains that she already needs a new home and would appreciate such proximity. He considers the request and notices how strongly the wolf cub has bonded with her. Realizing that the little one will probably miss her company and recalling the support she has already given more than once, he concludes there is no reason to refuse her proposal. She adds that his presence nearby will bring her no less relief. Aloud she wonders if such arrangements happen in his native world, or if the surprise from this world still throws him off balance and offers to be a guide whenever he is overwhelmed by confusion in the face of the unknown. Laughing loudly, she declares that together they will handle all the surprises of this world and will meet the previous path with joy together. Her infectious joy overwhelms him, and for the first time he genuinely laughs from his own laughter. When she, proudly striking a pose, freezes in place, the bond between the two survivors and their little companion noticeably strengthens, and the new alliance becomes unbreakable. He admitted when he first saw her he shuddered because he had never met elves before. She laughed in response and confessed that she was also puzzled by the sudden appearance of a human in the wild wilderness, and added that she did not expect to encounter people like him at all. Her memory seized that very moment a complete shock when she screamed from the unreal, not believing her eyes, and let out a cry of surprise simply because she saw him. Even the little puppy seemed confused by her explosive reaction. She froze in place, not moving a step. Turning to the present, the man sat on the grass and held the little creature close to his chest while it stood nearby. Both were finalizing an agreement to become neighbors. The tension from their first meeting had completely disappeared, giving way to the warmth of trust that was just beginning to grow between them. She leaned forward and met him with a radiant, hopeful smile, as if asking to confirm, this new order will truly be for the better for everyone. Her eyes lit up with genuine joy at the thought that among the nearest trees she would have a companion. Watching her, he suddenly felt a wave of introspection. His life had changed too rapidly. His heart could not keep up with the sharp gust of luck. He was afraid that he might lose his step, freeze halfway, and break the course of this bright chance. But when he saw his new companion and the puppy nearby, a feeling of support appeared in his chest, something he had not felt for a long time. He looked up at her and stubbornly declared that he was the one who should express gratitude, as he considered this union a vital start to his new life. She lit up in response, solemnly welcoming Sajaru into her circle and immediately making it clear how eagerly she awaited their shared time. When they settled into the new reality, she said that the wolf cub was already eager to meet him, speaking for the creature instead of him. He lowered his gaze to the baby in his own hands and, preparing for the journey, warmly greeted his fluffy friend. Jiro stands in a forest clearing next to Miss Tia and the little dog, declaring that they have decided to establish a new base right here. Miss Tia nods in support and sets out to cast protective spells against monsters, but warns that no trees marked with ancient emblems may be touched. He smiles warmly, extending an offer. In exchange for his protection, she will receive a proper home from him as a token of gratitude. She freezes with surprise and tries to read whether he is even capable of such a terrible trial after all. Building a house is the hardest part of settling in. He only responds with a confident smile and clarifies that his divine tools make the work for two not a problem at all, so he even wants to get used to his powers faster. The elf girl gives him a soft smile as if urging, "Call her if any help is needed." He focuses and confidently stops with his gaze, then rolls up his sleeves ready to get to hard work. The work begins with the foundation, a multi-step preparation of the soil. First, he digs into the ground with a shovel and plows it, then evenly and carefully smooths the surface and finally compacts the soil into a dense, solid base ready for construction. After this, he gathers materials and moves on to precise workshopping the surrounding wood so that the tree falls in the desired direction. He rehearses the plan in his mind, first cutting the notch in the direction of the fall, then making a horizontal cut on the opposite side at the back cut to ensure the tree falls safely. Although sometimes the trees almost fell to the side that could turn into white trouble, he quickly gathers himself and finds his pace. Every swing and every cut make his movements smoother, and the pile of logs steadily grows as he masters the lumberjack craft. He continues to work with such speed and precision that Mrs. Tia almost loses her speech, bursts out in an exclamation of amazement. How does he manage it all? She allowed doubts whether he resorts to some kind of magic, but he calmly explains. From the outside it really may seem similar, but his methods are not at all like the spell she knows. She wants to join and immediately asks if she can help with anything. He offers her to carry heavy logs back to their camp and she agrees, nodding decisively and happily. The structure is launched for real. He carefully splits the log, then tightly joins the halves so strong walls grow. Then he assembles the frame, leaving a gap where the entrance to the new house should be. When the structure finally takes shape, she watches him with interest, laughing as he almost defies gravity, leaping across the beams. And for him, the clicking of materials in place sounds not like usual carpentry work, but like a glitch as if something froze somewhere in the digital world. Then he shifts his gaze to the roof, layering the bark and turning on his special equipment to reinforce the structure's strength. He tightens the material so that the sheets overlap, ensuring it stays dry inside even during the harshest downpours. As soon as the walls and roof were erected, complete darkness covered the interior and it instantly cast a bright light spell into the space, illuminating every corner of the room out of the darkness. While she examines its divine devices, she notices it has almost no natural mana of its own. Thighs happens with people from his world who rely on external tools rather than internal power. Entering inside, he cuts a hole in the wooden wall to set up a hearth. Stones and earth are laid in the masonry, builds a working stove that allows eating hot food and warming up without going out into the cold open air. To complete the exterior arrangement, he digs a shallow drainage ditch around the hut, diverting rainwater from the foundation. When the structure is already assembled, he looks it over and feels relief, for now they finally have a place they can call home. He wipes the sweat from his forehead and looks at the little house with relief. The work is progressing as it should, and the little wolf cub is vigorously shaking the dust from its black fur. Deciding it is time for a well-deserved rest, he sits down on the ground and suddenly flinches at the ringing, joyful shout of the elf girl. She approaches, shining with a smile, and confidently announces that she has already found a source of high-quality clay. One cannot help but be impressed by her swift work. If they are going to build a second structure, they will have to maintain the same lively pace. As soon as she settled nearby, he suddenly caught a random glimpse of her fair skin and it threw him off balance. He instantly looked away, felt his heart pounding wildly, and tried to maintain composure in the silence of the forest. In the bright sunlight they sit side by side and she admits, although she usually finds such work boring, working alongside him unexpectedly brings satisfaction. He listens attentively, stunned by her words, and honestly agrees in his thoughts. Though he can only provide raw materials and do simple work, it is her presence and magical help that truly make this task achievable. The air seems to change as soon as she leans closer. Her voice drops to a quiet, intimate whisper and she utters his name. He freezes implacable to find a way to respond to this unexpected closeness while thoughts race, cutting through the weight of what she did not say aloud. She breaks the tension. She sharply points at his tool, her wide-open eyes full of admiration, and exclaims that she has never seen such a wooden spatula before. He gently corrects her, clarifying that it is not a spatula but a shovel, but apparently, the difference is lost on her. They fall into a playful argument about words. She insists that it is supetnik in the sense of scoop, and he insists it is shovel. Seeing her finally burst out in genuine laughter, he catches the thought. Maybe the names of things are not so important when the main thing is the shared moment, and in the new world the difference in language between regions seems quite natural. He shifts his gaze back to the work and takes up the clay she brought. He pours it into a shallow pit and mixes it with water, sand, and dry grass. He explains that this mixture will make a strong mortarus to seal the cracks in the outer walls of the houses to keep the warmth inside and maintain dryness. He hangs the last piece of bark, making a door out of it, and announces that the days are over, the work is finished. The little hut stands built like an imprint of their labor, and Mrs. Tia laughs with joy and triumphs. She freezes and looks at everything as if she cannot believe it. Is it even possible to do such a thing in just one single day? She tremulously asks if she is really allowed to stay. He immediately reassures her. Her help earned her the right to be here. Then he points to the temporary bed, a bundle of dry grass tied with bark, and promises to make it more comfortable tomorrow. But Mrs. Tia teases him with a hint that he is too focused on the bed itself, so for a moment he remains completely confused. When night falls on the forest, she approaches the entrance to the new dwelling and calls, checking if he is still awake. From the semi-darkness inside, he gestures and invites her in with words. She steps over the threshold and catches sight of the light, remembering she left it on. But he calmly explains he's not going to bed just yet. She holds her breath and watches him get absorbed in work, mentally replaying one question: what exactly is the last task keeping him on his feet? The man intently stares at a small piece of wood, and his hands confidently follow the plan. Nearby, the dog watches mesmerized. He brushes off the work, calling it a trifle, but inside he feels an irresistible pressure complete this very commemorative creation. Her eyes widen with admiration as she recognizes the figure breaking through the thicket, an exquisitely carved goddess. She freezes, admires the work, and asks if this is really the same divine being he had met before. He admits, although he did not clearly see her face, his hands seem to act on their own, be a habitual impulse, guided by the memory of her presence. Miss Tia smiles and calls it a true creation, then assures him that the goddess will surely appreciate such a gift. He sits next to Mrs. Tia in their new shelter, and the conversation gradually shifts toward the divine. When she asks the name of the god he honors, he recalls the title goddess Anna, mother of the progenitor, but for the long-lived El, this name sounds strange and unfamiliar. Since she lived for a century, she hoped to recognize a familiar name, but still honestly admits it means nothing to her. He does not respond and continues silently stroking the sleeping wolf cub while digesting the fact that she did not recognize it. In a moment he brings himself in even deeper doubt, whether it was not because of his modesty that he was truly chosen for the goddess's final task. He wonders if someone with greater ambitions might have been a better choice, but she immediately interrupts his doubt and makes it clear. His appointment is proof of a completely different kind of strength. Holding on to his gaze, she explains, the goddess most likely valued innate kindness, not empty chasing after glory or power. Answering his doubts, she emphasizes, maintaining dignity and pride even when you are already standing on the edges, the purest strength. As soon as her words settle within him, a radiant, gentle smile of the goddess flashes in his memory. He recalls her request to find happiness and understands that digging into his own unworthiness only means devaluing her kindness. When the carving is finally finished, he listens intently as she says that the goddess must have had impeccable taste to choose someone like him. He replies quietly and cautiously, giving a brief, thoughtful agreement, and the heaviness on his heart begins to slowly lift for the first time. Placing the finished wooden icon in a place worthy of respect, he thanked her for the company throughout the long evening. They agreed to turn off the light and risk the first day in their new life peacefully came to an end. He wishes Miss Tia a good night, acknowledging her sincere gratitude for the shelter given. She gently smiles and presses the little wolf cub to her chest, and they politely converse once more before each goes to their room the first night in the new home. Bypassing the human hustle and remaining alone within sturdy wooden walls, he repeatedly contemplates the simple desire that brought him here, just to sit quietly over food in warmth and comfort. He finds it hard to hide sincere gratitude to the goddess fulfilled the request without any glitches, granting him a refuge from which his former life was separated by a seemingly insurmountable chasm. His gaze lingers on the wooden idol he carved with his own hands, a silent thanks to the deity that guided him forward. A new reserve of strength and a clear goal are born within him. He decides to spend the next few days setting up camp and making the most of this second chance, turning the boundless wasteland into a true home. The next morning he startles from surprise when an elf approaches him and throws out a sharp, bold proposal. She casually asks if he wants to join her for a swim in the nearby water sand. This request confuses him so much that he cannot come up with a response to her very frank move. Gyro slowly stirs as the first light of morning seeps through the darkness, and tired sensations return to him. He notices the soft, cozy warmth pressed against him. Suddenly he is overwhelmed by a swarm of small, agile forces, and the calm silence in the room bursts into a flurry of movements and excited sounds. After the chaotic morning trigger, he finally managed to get up, still half asleep as he greeted the morning. Miss Tia explained with a smile, it was Matsuke's sudden move that pulled him out of such a sudden awakening. Later he finds himself right at the water's edge and freezes, captivated by the flawless clarity of the stream. He realizes, the griffin's claw he left there acts as a powerful purifier, so the water becomes incredibly clean and refreshes to the bone. The man voices his intention to wash with this water as pure as from a spring, but his frivolous remark is immediately thrown off balance by an unexpected reaction. Mrs. Tia enthusiastically picks up on it. Just go and bathe together. He freezes in place, and from embarrassment his face deepens to a dark red as he whines an awkward question, unable to tell if she is completely serious or just teasing him with a joke. His shock does not confuse her. She calmly explains that some people may bathe only once a week while she does it every day. With a light, joyful wave, she nudges the conversation and insists, when the time is so right, they should set off together right now. She lays out step by step how exactly to take a bath in the wilderness and immediately emphasizes, you must always keep a guard nearby against monsters. This is a usual part of her own safety, so she didn't even doubt it until she felt she hadn't explained this protocol to him before. She assumed it was obvious anyway. Stepping over the threshold of the purified stream, she hums a quiet melody. The wave washes away all her worries. She assures him that her invitation was born from complete trust in him, but he remains tense. He holds his posture rigidly and cannot compose himself while she splashes in the water with pleasure. As soon as she finished her baptism, she loudly said that the water turned out to be incredibly refreshing. Meanwhile, he froze and stared into the distance, bitterly lamenting that the new, improved vision had only complicated everything he had not expected to face. She approaches him and lightly, with a smile, places a cheerful little cushion on his shoulder, making it clear that now it's his turn to fetch water. He freezes for a moment at her straightforwardness and ordinary, fearless touch, but she just smiles, staying in her role and ready to switch to the observation post. Noticing his hesitation about how to wipe himself, she first hands him the cloth but quickly finds a smarter way. She begins to channel mana through herself, and because of this he becomes even more confused as magical energy flickers dimly at first, then more distinctly in the air around her. A flash of light from the magic circling her clothes dry in an instant. She catches his frightened gaping with laughter. She finds it funny that even the simplest utilitarian spells can completely confuse him every time. Stepping onto the shore, she stands guard, and he finally enters the water and later dries himself with his shirt as a temporary towel, without removing his underwear. The cold pierces to the bone, but he still notices a fish in the current and manages to snatch it from the flow, thanking for the refreshing sharpness and the opportunity to help them with the media. The morning ends with a simple but relieving meal. Salted fish is fried on hot stones. When bathing passes safely and their bellies are full, they sit together in the silence of the wild nature, gathered to face whatever the new day brings. He sat opposite her while they finished their meal, and the conversation shifted to their plans for the day. When she asked what would come next, he replied that he wanted to make their home cozier, so he suggested starting with a simple wood gathering to collect materials for windows and furniture. After this, the elf enthusiastically took on hunting and training the young beast, so he abandoned the construction work. Agreeing to the arrangement, the boy turned his attention to his own projects and decided that a sturdy table and several chairs should be the first items on his list. As he intended, the puppy wolf tried with a playful jerk to pounce forward, but he gently held him back, reminding him that the little one was not yet capable of such high jumps. But later he realized for the first time, before even starting on the furniture, he would need a proper workbench. So he decided to assemble a simple cross-shaped stand, a reliable base from which his future carpentry work would begin. While he was sketching, he immediately came up with a scheme. 2 thin boards needed to be made with cutouts so that they would fit together and perfectly interlock in an X when assembled. He also considered how to cut part of the wood to make the stand lighter and more convenient for transportation without losing the structure's strength. The assembly went flawlessly, and he involuntarily marveled at how evenly the groove boards fit together, creating a sturdy base. Just as he covered the stand with a flat top, he paused for a moment to enjoy what he had just assembled, a practical portable table. When the first success was behind him, his brain was already racing ahead, from beds and doors to storage shelves throughout the cabin. He couldn't resist and began craving paper and a pen to properly sketch the complex ideas ripening in his head. By the time Miss Tia returned, he had already managed to assemble a whole set of chairs and make a proper dining table. He proudly showed off his work, feeling deep satisfaction. Finally, it was possible to sit down and eat in a more decent, humanly arranged setting. He jerked sharply in shock when a giant, fluffy creature suddenly appeared right in front of him. Miss was holding it in his arms. While he froze and stared at the impressive size of the insect, she introduced it as a silky moth and gently but firmly scolded him for his rude reaction to such a revered spirit beast. Clinging to the name, he pondered what exactly distinguishes the spirit beast. He was explained, these are not ordinary animals, but beings from the otherworldly spirit realm, semi-phantom creatures capable of manifesting in the real material space. They often appear suddenly, just like that, without warnings, as soon as they sense dignity in someone. He wondered if it was even possible to communicate with such a creature, but Mrs. Tia quickly explained, they have no human language, but their feelings and intentions are felt without any difficulty. It turned out that the snowstorm itself was drawn to the house and had already shown a completely clear desire to make it its new home. As if responding to the dispute, the creature flared up. A complex, trembling geometric sign wove itself in the air above its head, suddenly appearing and shimmering. It froze, caught by the gaze at the spectacle. Magic surged from the small beast, and it was mesmerizing. In flashes of light, the moth suddenly began to flutter, and from it poured an endless string of flawlessly white fabric. He shuddered with realization. The creature was literally weaving high-quality cloth from nothing, and with this single movement solved one of his most urgent logistical problems. The unexpected gift relieved his tension, and he honestly admitted, if he had to get the textile on his own, it would have been a real torment. With a warm smile, he solemnly invited the silky moth to their growing family and thanked her for her contribution. He reached out his hand to the fluffy guest and exchanged a restrained, polite greeting with him. The creature quietly chirped in response. Without any words, he felt a strange mutual understanding. A friendship was just beginning to form between them. But not everyone liked the new addition. Matsux hid in the shadows and watched with a sullen face as everything unfolded. Lady Tia noticed jealousy awakening in this puppy and encouraged him to try to get along with their new silkworm companion. The master gently pats him on the shoulder but immediately gets distracted as soon as the elf declares, the new fluffy companion needs its own name. The realization that the spirit beast still has no name throws the boy off balance and makes him freeze in thoughtful silence. The youth suggests the name Musubai and explains that it comes from a deity revered in weaving and silkworm breeding. It is a fitting tribute. The creature closely resembles a silkworm moth and astonishingly releases fine threads as if by a miracle. The renewed spiritual beast chirps joyfully, sitting right on his head, and thoughtfully considers how the appearance of quality fabric will sharply expand their crafting possibilities. In the air is a feeling of shared victory. Everyone is pleased that their newest pet has appeared in the family. But despite the festive echo of this unexpected luck, one dangerous detail slips from attention, and joy is immediately overshadowed by a dark shadow. The silk harvest is abundant, but behind it, unnoticed, a mysterious figure stirs like a sign. Its moments of peace will not last long. The young man comfortably settled behind the wooden table he had just built with his own hands and thoughtfully looked around at how his small dwelling had grown along with new companions. While he ate calmly, he noted that the chairs turned out surprisingly comfortable, so he could at least breathe out for a moment in this new life. Suddenly he let out a frightened scream from himself, and jumping up, rushed away in panic. His companions remained looking confused. The elf woman watched him anxiously and, jokingly asking if some illness had suddenly struck him, actually sensed how he was tensing. But in his head, one grim conclusion was already pounding. He had completely lost sight of what was critically necessary for their daily life, and it had to be done. He rushed with all his might to his workbench. His movements were frantic. With desperate concentration, he set to work with hammer and saw. When his fair-haired companion appeared beside him to help, he waved her off and stubbornly insisted he could manage alone, making her wonder what could have so sharply pushed him to this urgency. While he worked, a look of bitter repentance flashed across his face. His brow was furrowed, and his gaze was focused and stubbornly fixed on the task. He cursed his own negligence because he suddenly realized he had turned everything upside down, having first taken on the furniture without sorting out the simplest and most important thing. Some time passed, and he was already standing before the assembled wooden elements, having made sure the necessary parts were finally ready. With a confident look, he confirmed, the preparation was complete, and now only the hardest, exhausting physical effort remained to realize the plan. The frame slid into the dense thickets around their clearing. Through the thick canopy of leaves, a trembling ray of sunlight broke through. The forest itself was silent and unaware of the hum of work that had flared up very close by. In the thickets among the trees, he set to hard work digging the earth, and his shovel sank deeply into the soil, tearing out a spacious, dark pit. He kept a clear plan of the area in his head, but he focused only on the manual labor that was to correct his mistake. First, he laid a foundation of stones around the pit he had dug. When the base became solid, he assembled a small, functional hut from wooden boards and bark sheets over the spot. Time was pressing, so he chose a simple design. He prioritized immediate usefulness over durability or appearance. Hence the unpretentious shape, everything held together by straight joints without complications. In the newly built shelter, he cut a smooth, precisely measured hole in the floor. After that, he installed a cylindrical log above it. It was sanded so that the surface became perfectly smooth. Construction continued. He laid a wooden board with a hole in the center on the log, pressing it into place. To complete the main fixation, he attached a hinged lid to the structure so the device could be tightly closed when not in use. To complete the structure, he sums it up with a few necessary details: a wash basin carved from a griffin's claw, soft rags given by Masubai, and a supply of broad leaves for hygiene. With a triumphant smile, he stands before the fruit of his labor and announces the success of the entire plan. A small wooden annex already stands in place, a living proof of how ingeniously he dealt with the urgent biological need. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh and wipes the sweat from his forehead. He replays the events in his mind and catches himself thinking that everything looks foolish. Solving the toilet problem as quickly as possible was critical, but he should have prioritized it much earlier. Impatiently checking if everything will work out as it should, he steps over the threshold and closes the door. A wave of deep relief washes over him. He is warmed by the simple silence of his own enclosed space, exactly what restores the feeling of safety. He proudly leads the elf to his creation and shows from the inside how it works, demonstrating clear signs he prepared in advance. She meets his response with complete disbelief. She inquisitively asks how he managed to assemble such a luxurious structure in just one day. Her voice intertwines admiration and subtle anxiety over how much he apparently overworked himself. The conversation between him and Elle abruptly breaks off. A new guest appears in the air, gently carried by a large fluffy moth. He still cannot recover from the sudden appearance of the armored alien, but Lady Tia immediately recognizes the creature and explains, such beings are drawn to places where life thrives. He watches enchanted as the creature stubbornly starts digging the earth, and the elf explains, before him is a spirit beast known for its ability to cultivate incredibly fertile soil. He decides to name the monster and settles on Yukatam after a deity associated with bountiful harvests, and the little creature seems to agree, its face softening. He listens attentively while the elf tells him, the Yucalatum supposedly cannot wait to help with the vegetation and even wants to use the new toilet to return nutrients to the earth through compost. He accepts the help and immediately finds out. The creature lives on a simple diet: leaves, slightly salty water, wood, and occasionally a piece of fruit. He admires the wealth of the forest, but the thought of true independence weighs on his mind. Although there are plenty of wild berries and fruits, he explains to Lady Tay, to harvest steadily, they need their own allotted land where they can grow their own crops. Deciding firmly, he proclaims the start of their land restoration project and immediately names stump removal as the first and hardest obstacle. His thoughts turn to the fierce physical labor ahead. They will have to dig around the roots and pull them out by hand, without any heavy machinery assistance. Memories of past clashes with stubborn roots flare sharply in his head, and he suddenly understands why he delayed this task for so long. Usually, every step forward required endless digging and cutting an exhausting cycle he wanted to avoid at all costs. This time, he relies not only on strength. From the equipment, he pulls out a heavy chain block, and his enchanted shovel has already turned the first break of the soil into a trifle. He is confident this mechanical advantage will be decisive to break free from the forest's grip. A smiling man, having set up a sturdy tripod over an especially large stump, sharply pulls the chain. The mechanism groans heavily under tension, then the massive root system effortlessly tears from the ground and hangs helplessly in the air. He freezes, not believing his own eyes, watching how easily this trick is performed, and suddenly realizes the tool has power far beyond his expectations, so much so that it is better than the power of a heavy excavator. The tangible efficiency of the device turns the daunting task of clearing the forest into almost a trivial matter. Only a feeling of relief washes over him like a wave. He finally admits that the workshop equipment has once again turned what seemed impossible into ordinary afternoon tasks. Gaining strength, he sets about the rest of the clean-and-jigger to see the garden begin to take shape. After a short time, the hard work is behind. He finishes, then informs Mrs. Tai that this newly cleared patch of land will become the main vegetable bed. Barely turning away to start the next phase of planting, the little spirit beast Yukatam already begins gnawing tunnels in the freshly loosened soil, ready to do its part. He spreads his arms to the sides and lets out a long yawn when he finally decides to take a well-deserved break. The work with the heavy load is already done, so now his thoughts once again drift to the little armored spirit, curious about how its development is going. Having stepped outside, he fixes his gaze on the painting, unable to utter a word. The entire field is already perfectly plowed and leveled. The soil gleams dazzlingly under the sun, and the pace of work looks incredible, faster than all his expectations. He tries to understand where such skill comes from and notices a small armored creature perched on a stump, looking quite pleased with itself. Approaching closer, he asks if anything else is needed to complete the guard's preparation. He freezes, and in his eyes a quiet clarity flashes, attentively absorbs the harmony of the new surroundings. When the requirements for the division of duties become clear, the armored earthmover processes organic remains, turning them into fertilizer, while the great white moth carefully takes care of skins and fur. Every part of the earthly abundance works for the cause without excess, with clear intent. Speaking with the elf about the situation, he nods and notes that after this there was not a trace of futility, and for ordinary conditions such a thing seems completely impossible. She raises her gaze to the animals and meets them with her whole face in a barely noticeable, understanding smile, acknowledging the power of that special interaction that has now blossomed. In a forest clearing, a wolf cub, a butterfly, and an armor spirit converge, and he catches himself thinking, a gathering that almost no one will witness. Beside him are beings whose appearance most cannot even hope for, let alone for them to act together synchronously. He asks why such incredible creatures have gathered here and prompts the elf to answer. She says they are drawn by the aura of the divine that he radiates. She adds that just as the goddess finds her way to prayers at the shrine, these spirits naturally gravitate toward the sacred power he now carries within himself. He listens silently while Mrs. Tia reviews their meeting in her mind and assumes that fate brought them together. She emphasizes, being next to him is a rare and truly fortunate coincidence. Her face brightens as she replays their first meeting in her memory. He responds with a soft, sincere smile and admits, if such a fate exists at all, he accepts it without hesitation. Then he adds that he feels truly happy next to her. She is deeply impressed by this frank confession, so she becomes completely confused and lost. She freezes for a moment, her eyes widen, her cheeks flush a deep crimson, and when the weight of his words settles in her mind, her mouth belatedly finds words. For a moment she remains speechless. Shaking off her shame, she quickly regains her cheerful mood as they continue walking. He says that with so many helpers they can now aim for a truly huge dinner, and the prospect clearly brings her joy. She springs up brightly beside him. Later that same day, she confirmed her worth as a provider. She managed to bring down a huge horned magical boar. She modestly claims it was just a lucky coincidence, but the very size of the avenging beast is undeniable proof of her incredible hunting skill. When the day's tasks are done, the gaze shifts to the local town. Above the bustling entrance hangs the Travelers Guild sign, like a signboard with an order. A figure appears in a dark hood and crosses the threshold, heading straight to the reception desk to attend to official matters while conversations of other adventurers roll around. The blonde receptionist with a sharp gaze extends her hand and takes the identification card handed by the visitor. Her face remains professional, almost indifferent, as she initiates the standard document processing procedure. But as soon as she lowers her gaze to the card, her composure shatters instantly. Her eyes widen sharply in shock, a sharp breath escapes her chest, and recognizing the name or rank on the card goes far beyond the ordinary, completely freezes. She freezes in place, and the name from the card spreads like a wave through the noisy hall, like an electric shock through the crowd. Among the visitors, whispers immediately arise. Could this short, inconspicuous figure by the counter really be the legendary Ion of the Black Sea? Gazes cling to his frail appearance and sow doubts, but rumors that he is a royal mage do not subside. Because of this, everyone is consumed by one question: why would such a tall figure step into this remote outpost? He stands silently while she takes a deep drag from her cigarette and leans back against him, her gaze mixing skepticism with curiosity. She inquires what business a person of his level could have in such a secluded place. Her eyes are fixed on the identification card lying on the counter between them. She squints and freezes, waiting for an answer until he finally meets her gaze with a heavy, tired expression but with quiet yet unwavering determination. He says his path leads to the forest of the divine tree. Gyro squeezes a small crystalline block of salt with his gaze and frowns with anxiety. He immediately calculates, at their current rate of consumption, the supply will soon run out. Trembling with thoughts of escape, he turns to Mrs. Tia and asks exactly where she gets that necessary mineral. She explains, usually she collects it downstream, then adds that if they are going on a trip, they might as well replenish other needed supplies too. While the thought of the journey crystallizes, it suddenly occurs. A human settlement stretches just a little further downstream. The decision ripened instantly. That is exactly where they will head. While everyone is preparing, Mrs. Tia explains the local economy and mentions that she often visits this town to sell power goods, paints, and ink. Gyro runs the word town through his mind once more. His thoughts are already racing, and he measures what possibilities it might conceal. Just the thought of new ingredients, especially pepper, ignites a sharp fire in his eyes. The idea of expanding his culinary repertoire overwhelms him completely, and he enthusiastically declares the departure of these spices. Past hesitations have vanished without a trace completely. She voices his anxieties about the lack of merchandise for the city, and her companion just winks calmly and confidently as if to say his worries are unfounded, since they have something to show and to surprise with. When the journey has just begun, the whole company disperses. The smaller companions stay near home to guard it, while 3 travelers prepare for a several-day crossing through wild, snowy expanses where there is no easy path. She sharply raises her hand signals to stop, because her elven senses caught a disturbance to the right that an ordinary person wouldn't even notice. She says her roots allow her to effortlessly perceive hidden dangers of the forest much better than her companion. The horned rabbit leaps out of the thicket with stunning speed and lunges forward, displaying its aggressive nature without any embellishments. The sudden attack moment by moment emphasizes how close dangers lurk in the wild even when the smallest creature is before you. The fluffy spirit beast reacts instantly. It extinguishes the threat with an explosion of power which deeply impresses it. It could not have expected such an onslaught from a creature that looks so gentle, so now it finally understands in this world, appearances are truly deceptive. They continue their journey with renewed composure, and Misha continuously scouts ahead to avoid new clashes. He understands, although they manage to avoid danger now, the constant readiness for battle and the ongoing attempts to bypass every monster have exhausted their minds to the limit. She suddenly stops and her face becomes stone-like. She quietly whispers a warning to him. Her senses have already detected a threat far more dangerous than the usual forest predator, one that must be approached with utmost caution. Ahead in the twilight, a huge serpent rises. It flicks its tongues and fixes a cold gaze on them, making it clear. This is the true predator rider of this area. The path ahead is blocked by a force they have not yet encountered, a mighty opponent that looks bigger than anything they have faced before. The serpent looms over the ground, its 2 heads tear the silence, absorbing the scent of the air as it stalks its prey. Gyro, hidden behind a thick trunk, suddenly realizes the size of this monster is much greater than he had imagined. He suppresses his fear, preparing to draw the creature's attention to himself so that Lady Tia can find a moment to strike. It makes a sudden lunge, but the squad is already ready to attack. While Lady Tia presses her blade against one of the heads, Gyro releases a blinding flash of magical energy, confusing the creature and momentarily scorching its vision. This acceleration gives him a chance to land directly on target, and he joyfully exclaims as the flash pierces the monster and envelops it in light. Miss Tia does not loosen her grip. She remains in an aggressive stance, holding the attention of the second head while the magical shot fully covers the opponent. Despite the beast's strike, its jerks prove faster than Gyro had calculated. A massive tail lashes the air from side to side. He barely manages to dodge the swing that was meant to hit him and immediately realizes he must immobilize it instantly. Gyro summons a binding spell. Magical stakes drive into the thick scales. When the creature is finally pinned to the forest floor, he exhales a heavy sigh of relief. Now he is sure. The threat is finally neutralized because with his magic he has firmly anchored the giant serpent's body to the ground. But she quickly puts the brakes on him. Tia warns the defense cannot be lowered yet. She explains that even a decapitated serpent can pose a threat. Instincts still persist and do not vanish instantly. Her voice cuts with urgency as she pulls him away from the twitching remains. After that, she quickly checks how he feels. The tension on his face eases, and as soon as she notices he is unharmed, a clear, relieved smile lights up his face. She waves him closer and feels relief that they managed to survive the first clash without serious injuries. The relief lasts a moment. The severed serpent's head twitches, then with incredible speed it fuses back together. Miss Tia harshly explains the grim reality of what is happening. They must immediately smash the head because after destruction it will not regenerate a second time. She toppled, finally froze, and Placeth's giant body no longer moved. Miss Tia could not contain her excitement and sincerely praised Gyro for handling such a formidable two-headed beast without even a scratch. Gyro, however, looked more bewildered not from victory but from his own result. He froze and stared at his hands as if trying to comprehend what had just happened. He looked at that fragile victory and suddenly realized. The creature's regenerative powers made it almost invulnerable to death as long as he could keep it in place. Without that magic, he would have to cut the monster into pieces from tail to tip just to ensure it truly would not come back to life. The work was exhausting and just as dangerous. When they began to remove from the carcass everything that could bring benefit, Mrs. Tia loudly explained what exactly their loot was worth. Magical stones and the gallbladder from such a snake would fetch a very high price. Gyro suddenly realized their clash served two purposes at once, to preserve and to earn. Mrs. Tia warned him that even more dangerous enemies were lurking ahead, and Gyro accepted this calmly as they prepared to move on. The loot was already in Handan. The whole team moved further through the dense forest until they found a place to stop for the night. They acted with practiced coordination. They set up a makeshift perimeter and began to establish the camp as the shadows between the trees lengthened and the air sharply cooled. He set about arranging his own sleeping place and immediately chose a hammock. In the very heart of the wild area, such a simple bed turned out to be much more comfortable than dozing on uneven, wet ground. The hammock provided a quick and easy way to rest after an exhausting day of traveling in battle. The design turned out truly ingenious. It could be rolled into a compact bundle for the road and once unfolded between two sturdy trees, reliably raised the sleeping surfaces so they did not touch the hot coals below and did not attract night insects crawling through the thickets. Sinking onto the soft fabric woven by Musubai, he admired the incredible texture and caught a moment of true peace, but the silence was briefly broken by Ms. Tia. She was already eager to start cooking the meat they had gathered, yet he asked for just a little more time, a few extra minutes of calm before they sat down to the meal. Soon the air was filled with the smell of roasted snake meat and herbal soup. They were sharing dinner. Although the meat had a distinct, slightly wild aroma, it turned out surprisingly tasty, providing them exactly the nourishment needed for the journey still ahead. He sits motionless by the dying embers of the fire while Lady Tia praises his achievements, noting that he passes through the dangerous forest as if strolling between errands and saying that the beginning of a legendary adventure is already visible in him. Tia explains his ease by the divine protection he carries with him. No matter how much they flattered him, he still felt an inner sense of discord. Reluctantly, with a nervous smile, he admitted to himself that the life of a brave traveler did not suit his reserved nature. By the morning of the third day, the dense thickets begin to part for a while, and the elf sharply points out, very soon they will come out onto a real road. As soon as they find it, the nearest human settlement is an hour's journey away. While they continue on their way, she carefully looks around and notices. The heavy, suffocating air of the deep thickets has receded, giving way to the usual atmosphere of an ordinary forest. Mischa explains, despite the area seeming more familiar, the level of magical energy concentration still remains high, and this naturally attracts a whole bunch of different monsters and complicates life for the local people. He freezes and listens intently while she lays out the harsh laws of life on the border. To clear the land, you have to hire soldiers, because the local beasts are not stopped without armed force, and small monsters regularly go on raids and drag livestock from farms. All this disrupts the steady rhythm in his head, a combination of high fantasy with the everyday, exhausting fight against pests. She emphasizes even these smaller creatures lay a heavy burden on the peasant's shoulders. He looks for the bright side, saying that if you manage to defeat these monsters, at least you get magical stones from which you can profit. She sharply corrects him. Valuable stones are obtained only from larger monsters. And while the expensive costs of maintaining a small army of guards eat up all chances, any profit is instantly digested by need. In the end, he concludes, earning is a struggle in any world. He steps onto a beaten path, the first piece of civilization they have seen in several days. The elf is practically glowing and points ahead, toward the clearing, emphasizing that they have finally found a real road. The moth spirit, settled on his head, quiets down and he swallows air, a quiet sigh of relief. Emerging from the thicket of leaves, two stop and fix their gaze on the valley. There lies a settlement, squeezed between the slopes. The elf recognizes it at first glance. Brown walls, the very place where they were looking for a human city. Sunlight breaks through the overhanging branches and brightly illuminates the stone walls and the tightly packed roofs over their target. A guard stands by the stone arch of the city gates and raises his hand, greeting the travelers as they approach. He shows surprise and immediately emphasizes how rare it is for an elf to accompany a human all the way to the city. Lady Tia, standing next to her companion, explains with a smile that their path was woven by many circumstances. Due to city rules, the guard demands the standard entry tax, and she immediately pays it without any hesitation. As they pass each other, the man throws the young man a fleeting, overly clever and slightly sympathetic glance, and from this silent exchange, the boy is overwhelmed with complete astonishment. They cross the threshold of the fighting walls into a noisy human settlement that lives off what is gathered in the divine forest on the outskirts. She reveals here they treat her almost like one of their own, because she has known the gatekeeper since childhood and even has influence with the local lord. After these words, her companion remains confused and cannot understand why the guard still calls her a stranger. He concludes the strange look of the guard was most likely a hint at shared experience. Meanwhile, the elf's unchanging appearance makes her a constant figure for people. She stands motionless until they, aging, leave her behind. He follows Lady Tia to a huge 3-story stone building, and she calls it a trading company. She knows it well as they approach, a giant man with a thick wedge-shaped beard looms over him. He sharply asks if he has business in this shop. The enormous size immediately pins him to the ground. He feels too small and lacks confidence. Tension cracks as soon as the big man notices Lady Tia. His face immediately changes. Shock appears in his gaze at her return. He sharply asks if the young man next to her is her companion, and she responds only with a brief nod. Cackling loudly, the man gestures them forward and urges them on, as if saying, "No need to hurry, come in." And the traveler feels that after that tense meeting, an unpleasant taste of anxiety lingers in him for a long time. Inside, they are greeted by a respectable gray-haired man in a merchant's hat. He immediately apologizes for the loud, too boisterous reception. Tia says their visit was not quite planned. Circumstances changed due to recent events. The shopkeeper widens his eyes behind his glasses as he manages to comprehend what he saw, and mutters that an elf leading a human is something that hasn't happened for 2 decades. After that, the traveler is overwhelmed with confusion. He cannot understand what he just heard. Gathering his composure, the older man introduces himself, Daro, head of the trading company. To this gesture, the young man politely names himself, Hinamiro Suguru. Doraro leans closer and a mischievous spark flashes in his gaze. He whispers a question about the true nature of their relationship and hints that the truth can be extracted with special services. The youth stumbles over his words in response to the merchant's persistent inquiries. The old merchant moved ahead, clicking his tongue, his voice carrying both annoyance and resignation, and waved his hand, beckoning them inside. Lady Tia said not a word. When they stepped over the threshold into the inner sanctuary of the trading company, a wary expression froze on her face. And the merchant, muttering to himself, insisted that he had no choice and would have to move on anyway. He silently watched as the merchant wasted no time. Once they were settled in the luxuriously furnished reception room, he immediately spoke about how eager he was to finally inspect the goods they brought, although the initial tension still hung between them and the merchant still did not let go of his anxious worry. The atmosphere gradually shifted mood, and the usual working rhythm of a business deal began to be felt in the room. Relief washed over him in waves. He breathed out with relief because the deal ended without any serious incidents. His thoughts immediately drifted to the loot, a pile of cooking products, spices like chili, garlic, and saffron, as well as sugar and vinegar. But he was interrupted by a loud, friendly shout from a man with a goatee. He asked if he had already finished shopping. A giant blocked his way. He approached, introduced himself as Seneca, and leaning closer, smiled so warmly as if inquiring about his affairs. When he heard that everything went without any glitches, Seneca's curiosity sharpened, began questioning the young man whether he really lived inside the legendary forest of the sacred tree, where very few dared to venture. He said that the forest is a land of legends. Ordinary people never set foot here, and even the most powerful local lords could not reach it. It was a land where human power had no strength, shrouded in mystery and so frightening that most regarded it as forbidden territory. He continued to threaten and said further, cutting down timber there is pure hell. He claimed that with an axe one would have to chop exhaustingly for hours just to leave a barely noticeable notch in the trunk. He also emphasized that the area is teeming with monsters, so any attempt to gather resources for those unprepared is tantamount to suicide. Seneca froze and watched as the young man simply shrugged, admitting that he had cut the wood quite normally, and from this came a loud, rolling laugh. It seemed Seneca appreciated even more the calm, carefree approach of the boy to such a trick. Then he solemnly focused and warned the boy to keep watchful eyes. He explained that the materials from the sacred forest have impeccable, incomparable quality. After making sure that Gyro really sells charcoal from that very forest, he sharply lowered his voice and conveyed an icy rumor. A dangerously powerful mage recently arrived in the kingdom, and such rare resources will definitely attract unwanted attention. He leans closer, keeping his face as focused as possible, and asks the traveler the last question. What exactly does he intend to do in the dark thickets of the forest? In response, the young man reveals a simple, defenseless smile and calmly explains, his goals are by no means grandiose. He just wants to find new recipes and enjoy good food. This answer confuses the burly man, who freezes as if weighing his words and begins to wonder if he is sincerely speaking about such a modest dream. When the conversation begins to fade, the elf woman turns to the group. Her gaze repeatedly shifts between two men, for she feels the air changing. The traveler immediately calms her and explains that he merely accepted useful advice from a friendly stranger. Nearby, in the silence of the local office, the president-mayor freezes in thought, sitting motionless. His thoughts constantly return to the elf woman who appeared and to the strange man she brought with her, and the feeling does not let go. Their presence is capable of shifting the usual order. A guest with a dagger on his chin tears into the silence. He bursts into the room, and the gray-haired merchant shudders from surprise. With a loud laugh, the man immediately drops the mask. Before them is none other than Sidek Brownvalls, Viscount. He is convinced, for a nobleman with modest means, a decisive step matters more than empty, ostentatious grandeur. He sits down, and the former mood disappears from his behavior. Only a businesslike tone remains. Confirming that his intuition told him to intervene for a reason, he explains, the cause of this sudden meeting is the incredible things he just got from the elven parts. Before them lay the spoils of the deal, a giant, shimmering forest serpent skin and select magical stones emitting a faint inner glow. The merchant freezes, unable to believe his eyes, and quickly concludes, these materials are so insanely expensive that even the wealthiest nobles might not make ends meet or offer a fair price. Not knowing what noise he had raised, the traveler expresses gratitude and immediately says that he plans to stay in the city for a long time. Nearby, the merchant silently wipes sweat. He is overwhelmed by a logistical nightmare because he has to manage such rare goods as saffron and refined sugar. He stepped back from the trade president, leaving behind complete shock. Even the Viscount does not hide his admiration for this act. The young traveler confidently conducts business. He made a deal that experienced merchants would envy, and now the nobleman stands and involuntarily looks in amazement at such unexpected straightforwardness. Because of this deal, the elderly merchant is left in complete despair. He bitterly laments how he was forced to give up all the goods and then driven into debt. He is overwhelmed by the feeling that he was outplayed to the last step by just an ordinary boy, and his professional pride is bursting at the seams. Hearing about the merchant's trouble, the Viscount sharply reminds him of the true weight of their situation. He recalls an old, century-old contract with the elves, through which the traveler somehow has already managed to pass. Nearby, the elf woman throws a sly, all-knowing smile. Her presence only confirms that his strange presence also has an influence on this. While the conversation continues, he reflects on how amazing it is. The young man was able to equal an elf and in a single lunch break ruin the merchant's finances. He shifts his gaze to the elf and notices, even her usually detached manner seems to have lost its former coldness next to the traveler. The nobleman's gaze slides from the numbers to the largest scales of the deal, and he involuntarily realizes, the one who can so easily transport stones of such a level cannot be an ordinary merchant. He cannot get the thought out of his head that this traveler might be stronger than an entire military division. Despite all this hidden potential, the young man himself looks completely ordinary. His friendly smile seems to cover what he is really capable of. He is much more than the ordinary traveler he appears to be. His charm confuses those around him, and at the same time, behind it hides truly terrible power. The way he casually admitted that he goes to the sacred forest every day for wood as if it were a routine leaves the trade president in complete confusion. Now he is clearly sweating and begins to ask himself, was there even a human in front of him at all? Finally, the two men get some relief. The traveler headed toward the forest and did not have time to stir up new trouble. They recall rumors about a powerful mage capable of drinking a cargo that a whole ship could carry, and feel only one thing: this sudden storm has already passed. As soon as she disappears from sight, Viscount Kadek cannot calm himself for a long time. He is twisted by anxiety over the mysterious mage known as Ayano from the Black Sea, who appeared so suddenly in the capital. While he watches her with his eyes, a question involuntarily stirs in his mind, pricking and not letting go like a splinter. Why does the master of the dark arts need to be deep in the forest? Nearby, the air seems to become lighter. The president of the merchants loudly and disheveledly declares that he is not going to die yet, even if he has to work like a lifeless, obedient servant. He drives away his subordinates with a ringing, heartfelt laugh, but the real tension from their recent discoveries still does not let go. Meanwhile, the elf woman prepares for her own departure. Her face brightens as she confirms plans to return home. She says that at the end she has to gather rock salt before heading back through the forest. She listens silently while he frankly apologizes for not being able to see her off, but she just waves it off. A confident smile flashes on her face and she assures him her sharp eyes will definitely manage to find and extract the salt she needs. Then they exchange wishes for each other, and each asks the other to take care in the unpredictable wild spaces. The burden of the heavy backpack presses on his shoulders, so he looks away from the other and focuses on the fluffy spirit beast, admitting the load turned out to be heavier than he expected. He asks for directions on where exactly to go in the location he wants to visit before they eventually return to their base. When the travelers depart, the mysterious sorceress lingers in the shadows. A barely noticeable, confident smile trembles on her lips. Her appearance remains a silent mystery, true intentions hidden in the dark folds of her hood. The craft gear technology has a special fastening function. It securely holds objects in time and space, preventing any physical influence from moving them. This unconditional immutability guarantees, until the ability is manually removed, the object will remain in the same place forever. Years will not affect it. He freezes for a moment and runs through in his mind the shelter he built with this incredible strength until he suddenly realizes he himself did not notice he left the structure standing right in the middle of the wild desert. While he and Musubai move on, he explains to her why they need to return to the base together with Mischa to properly dismantle the structure, and he adds that now it looks even more impressive than when he first assembled it. Meanwhile, she sat down by the small fire. Her stomach betrayed her with a rumble as she recalled those tasty, warm dishes he once cooked, longing with all her soul for the comfort of his kitchen. 2 days passed before the traveler and his spiritual companion reached the site of their first base. As he looks back at the familiar clearing, a wave of nostalgia washes over him, but he quickly gathers his thoughts and gets down to business, preparing to remove the magical fixation spell from the shelters. Suddenly, the spirit beast twitches and begins to tremble restlessly, persistently tugging at his sleeve, and this fills him with sharp fear. He stops and fixes his gaze on the shelter gate, feeling more clearly with each moment that inside hangs an unnaturally deep, oppressive darkness. He watches closely as the small creature trembles with fear and tries to understand what exactly might be hiding in this abyss, something that makes the spirit of the forest react with its body, directly and painfully. Questions dissolve in the answer. From the shadow, a giant, distorted bear bursts out like a whirlwind, and its eyes flare with a predatory, wild hunger. Its claws stretch, turning into long, deadly, jagged blades. It feels a prickly, merciless killing will wash over it like a wave from the beast. And it immediately understands, before it is not an ordinary predator. In this creature sits a much darker, more malevolent force. The beast lunges forward with terrifying speed, its claws like blades ready to slice Gyro's body. But just as it is about to strike, a pale hand emerges from the darkness of the hiding place, uttering a forbidden shadow control spell. Through this sharp, intrusive action, the creature immediately falls into a trap. Writhing, ink-dead tentacles rise from the ground. Gyro remains standing, frozen in shock, while the predator is restrained. From the darkness between the shadows comes a low, mocking laugh. She emerges from the darkness, her gaze shines, intertwining sorrow and victory. Calling herself Ayano of the Black Sea, the royal sorceress stands on the captured beast, and all attention around quietly fades from her figure. The last sharp surge of magical energy and the shadows press the bear into a deadly void, cutting out its very life. Only a dim cloud remains, dissipating. Gyro freezes breathless from this burst of power, and Ayano momentarily loses himself in the aftermath of her spell. At that moment, magic shows its price. It is covered all over with a thick black coating, dripping from hair and face in heavy drops. Gyro recoils with disgust, and Musubai flutters anxiously nearby, dryly noting that throwing craft items so carelessly means splashing dirt and causing trouble. When the siege finally settles, he shifts his gaze to the remains of the creature and freezes at the utterly incredible sight. What was supposed to be a terrifying monster turns out to be an empty shell, and among the debris he finds a pair of underwear, which completely blows his mind. When the storm subsides and the mysterious mage disappears, he cautiously approaches the shelter that no longer buzzes. He calls into the forest, trying to find out if any people are lurking somewhere in the shadows, but only silence answers him. But his figurine suddenly crumbles just as Musubai manages to get tangled in a pile of sticky black mud. Gyro shudders and cries out in fear, because the shadows turned out to be much more material and stubborn than he had time to assume. She twitches and flutters wildly as the mage rushes through the air and flips in the phallic chaotic whirlwind, cuts the clash so sharply and dirty that the man below just freezes, mouth agape in shock. He fixed his gaze on the girl, while thoughts whirled in his head as soon as he recognized the distinctive uniform with the naval style of the Skula, painfully familiar sight from his former life. But in his fantastic world, she looked completely alien. The man freezes, drinking in the gaze, and in the sticky silence he is unable to move, while the precarious position of the young woman reveals her restrained modesty. And then he is overwhelmed by an uncomfortable realization: she really was the owner of the clothes found earlier. She trembles violently, her cheeks burning from exhaustion and humiliation, and she, choking on her words, anxiously begs forgiveness for how her companion behaved and for all the mess they made. The man smiles warmly and gently to ease her tension and introduces himself as Sudru Hinamuro, then delicately asks her to say her name to somehow recreate a sense of normalcy amid this chaos. Maginya freezes for a moment. She partially hides behind the debris of the construct, desperately trying to find her own voice, while the weight of what is happening seems to press her firmly to the ground. The young woman finally raises her gaze, tears stand in her eyes, and in a barely audible whisper, she says her name, Chagusa Yona. She apologizes incessantly and very sincerely, but deep inside she already feels her thoughts spiraling into a black abyss of shame, and increasingly harsh and terrifying ways to escape this painful humiliation of the encounter surface in her mind. With a heavy heart, she confirms his suspicions and admits, yes, she really is a Japanese high school student. Gyro freezes in shock, and even more so he is struck by her sharp burst of energy. She insists that he meant her nickname Asobase, not her official name. Her sharp outburst makes her involuntarily curl up in shame and hide her face in her hands. He tries to calm her, whispering that he will do nothing to harm her, and asks her simply to pull herself together. To break the icy distance, he reveals his own secret, confessing that he too is a native of Japan who ended up in this strange world. Hearing this, her state instantly changes. She briskly stands up and her eyes widen sharply, combining shock with deep relief. She immediately understands that they share the same origin, and her voice and posture now sound strangely familiar. She notes that he is probably completely new to this world, unlike her. She leans closer, her face growing increasingly serious as she says, she has really managed to survive in this world for 4 years already. Then she warns him that natives from her world are extremely rare, making their meeting even more incredible. He is confused by the timeline. How is she still wearing a school uniform if 4 years have already passed? He grasps at the thought that it can only be a costume, since logically she should have graduated long ago. But she just shrugs and honestly admits she has no memory of ever studying or graduating at all. She opens up with a sharp gesture, takes a confident stance, and explains, the laws of this world are different. Aging noticeably slows down and physical changes happen daily. She proudly declares that both in body and soul she remains a high school student. She does not stop at her boastful wave. She takes on the role of a cheater-level mage in power, level, and fame, and even calls herself a legendary rank adventurer. He silently studies her with a scrutinizing gaze, trying to reconcile her fame with the fact that not long ago she was hiding in his shelter. Her bravado falters as soon as she looks away, and in her eyes one can read thoughts about the legendary world tree forest and the monster they just encountered. She admits she could not have imagined encountering a beast of such scale because her specialty dark magic relies on sudden strikes, and against creatures with such powerful senses and the ability to anticipate attacks, they do not work. She begins to tremble, tears stream down her face as she repeatedly replays all the hardships of these 3 years in her mind. Memories suddenly overwhelm her all at once, and her restrained, composed mask cracks as if shattered by a blow. That emotional breakdown pushed her into a choppy, torn narrative. She poured out confessions about her torments, complained about her own reclusiveness, and insisted that she was dragged into palace intrigues and forced to listen to unwanted proposals. In response, he could only awkwardly apologize, confused by how many accusations she threw out at once. Continuing her story, she reveals exactly what their first meeting looked like with most awkward details. When she was doing the laundry, a monster attacked her, and she had to escape straight to a safe tent oven without underwear. The memory hurts deeply, and this wound only intensifies her current state of tension and despair. While she studies the device in his palm, she is shocked. The words unravel. Even her strong tentacles, resembling those of an octopus, would not withstand his strength. He immediately interrupts sharply, explaining that it is not a weapon but an ordinary tool for his work. Although she insists that she has a high rank among adventurers, she admits her cheat ability and incredible affinity for dark magic gets out of control, and she finds it hard to keep it in check. She acknowledges that without the shelter he gave her, she would hardly have survived the forest threats. Suddenly changing her tone, she firmly declares that she will not leave. She promises to stay and calls this place her new refuge. She openly admits that she did not come here by chance. Her true goal was to dismantle and destroy the fallen beast. Her despair in searching for any safe shelter is felt in every word. At first she clings to the decision, but it crumbles into tears in an instant. Clutching the support, she sobs as if she has finally found a place where she no longer has to fear monsters. Her frantic grip reveals the fear and pain rooted in a life spent in the wild. When he asks about her own equipment, she lowers her gaze and admits with a heavy sigh, her tent was eaten by a monster just 2 days after her arrival. She shrinks back as if she herself is to blame, and shyly adds that since then she has been wandering in the forest, completely defenseless. She bursts into a new emotional outburst, laughing through tears and endlessly pitying herself, clutching at her hopelessness. Her food supplies have run out, and her stomach aches after surviving by luring nourishment from the local flora, and she admits that for a moment she thought the end is near. D0 looks at her, his gaze mixed with compassion and anxiety, while Musubai flickers nearby, reflecting the mage's despair right before their eyes. Realization pins her for a moment. Her gaze dims and softens as she looks closely at the shelter. The idea of simply abandoning it after finding refuge here no longer fits in her mind. She clearly understands she cannot just take and leave the only warmth she has found in this cruel forest. Noticing her hesitation, he quickly finds a way out and extends an invitation to join his camp. She seems thrown off balance, her eyes widen sharply in surprise, and in a moment she agrees enthusiastically. When she says yes, her voice trembles. It carries both relief and fatigue that has not yet faded as she consents and follows him. In a moment the group moves on to leave the temporary shelter site. Having finished inspecting the structure, he is the first to move forward, and she stays very close. Feeling relief, she gazes down the road, happy at the thought of the real base, and cheerfully calls out to where their home awaits. As they make their way through the dense forest, he interrupts the conversation and touches on her abilities. He asks if the technician, Thousand Shadows, whom she mentioned, truly belongs to dark magic. She confirms his suspicion and explains that her own type of witchcraft indeed stems from the dark arts. She proceeds to clarify her own status, declares that she is an adventuress of rank A, and adds that dark magic has a much wider application than most people imagine. Although her appearance is ragged and exhausted, a professional pride still shines through in her voice when she lists what her skill is capable of. Hearing these words, he begins to piece together the previous warnings. In his mind, it surfaces how Sedex spoke of a dangerous and overly powerful mage from the capital. Rumors said he was nearby. And now he cannot suppress the thought, could the woman walking beside him be the very person he was ordered to avoid? But as soon as he looks back, the doubts vanish as quickly as they appeared. She is bent in half, shaking from a severe cough and barely keeping pace, looking not like a legendary sorceress but like a defenseless victim of the forest. So the dangerous witch Sidek warned about is someone else. Eventually Musubai caught her, carried her through the air, holding her above the ground in makeshift swings. While they flew on their way, Gyro trudged below, step by step, with a heavy pack on his shoulders, watching her closely. He thought to himself that she would probably look very good in a vest with black and yellow padding. Gyro returns and is immediately pulled off his spot by an energetic wolf puppy. He chuckles, noticing how much it has grown, while enduring a flurry of gentle licks. Under the weight of the puppy, he struggles to stay on his feet and suddenly shouts aloud. Turning his gaze to the little armored spirit, he sincerely thanks it for guarding him during his absence, receiving in response a silent, clear nod full of duty. Next to her, a young mage watches the events intently, her eyes wide open and shining, smiling as if her heart has melted at the sight of the fluffy companions. She is kindly accepted into the company and immediately told that she will stay with them for a long time, to which the mage bursts with joy. The idea of being surrounded by such soft creatures is enough for her to simply rejoice sincerely. Suddenly, she is confused by a puppy rushing towards her like a whirlwind. It jumps out with excessive zeal and presses her to the ground in the same friendly manner it showed to its owner. Gyro pulls it back, continuously apologizing for this abrupt display of affection, and explains, the little one is simply overwhelmed with joy. As soon as they enter deeper into the clearing, she suddenly freezes as if rooted to the ground. Her jaw drops in shock when real structures emerge before her in the very heart of the forbidden forest. She can hardly believe what she sees. She bursts out crying, unable to contain her amazement, for in this forest near the World Tree, buildings exist, and she had thought this place was an unvisited realm of death. She listens intently as they explain why this story cannot be true. Clearing this land and defeating its magical beast is a feat supposedly only gods can achieve. And when she realizes that her companion has already accomplished what even the gods consider impossible, a dry, knowing smile flashes across her face. Her amazement only grows as she steps inside and sees a set of finely crafted wooden furniture. Even a simple table with chairs looks like an incredible breakthrough of civilization amid the wild thicket to her, and when she is handed a warm cup of tea, she almost loses the power of speech. She can hardly believe her own ears when he says, tea is a local blend made by the elf Tia. In shock, she is overcome by panicked questioning as soon as she notices modern conveniences, including a Western-style toilet. Calmly, he points to a small utility annex, confirming her suspicions. Suddenly overwhelmed by the fallen luxurious miracle in the midst of a deadly trap, she bursts into tears from pure triumph and proclaims that this is an outright victory. He watches her emotional outburst through a barely amused smile. Her constant surprises truly entertain him, yet he must warn Hariel paper is not used here, but leaves. When the little spirit Yukatama slips out of the darkness of shadow, she is suddenly overwhelmed by an important memory. And with a gleam in her eye, she declares that she has a paper with her. She plunges her hand into the dark depths of her own shadow and pulls out a stack of papers as if materializing it out of thin air. He is openly impressed. He understands how incredibly useful such an ability can be for a traveler. Despite his approval, she only exhales quietly, and in this sigh lies the truth. This power was not always a mercy. It plunges him into a bitter memory how she was accused of smuggling as soon as someone saw her carrying precious gems of great value. The rumor turned into a complete misunderstanding, leaving her penniless and openly hostile with the local lord. He silently absorbs her sobbing. She complains about the crushing weight of the world's bureaucratic systems where every operation is meticulously checked by guilds. The more tangled and oppressive these social barriers seem, the more she feels physically crush-edge sinks hunched over in despair. He assesses her situation and understands. Famous travelers could overcome these obstacles, but they are independent performers without any official support. Meanwhile, she looks up at him and buries her fatigue in a smile, acknowledging the harsh truth of their freelancer status. Awareness settles firmly. Without connections and without official status, even the most talented constantly get into trouble. He is already beginning to understand that for a peaceful life and to use his power, he may have to create at least some form of legitimate authority in order to. He abruptly changes the subject, says that an elf lives nearby and will return in about 3 days. He adds that, considering they are both women, Ayano might feel more at ease if the elf accompanies her to the village. But the young girl does not respond, she only remains silent, and uncertainty clouds her face. He stands silently watching as she suddenly breaks into sobs and laments her refusal to return to her former life. She puts together everything she has experienced, recalling how she fled the palace, only to be met by the guild as a dangerous nuisance. Meanwhile, she has not a single coin left in her own name, and choking with despair, she raises her voice in a desperate plea to escape from here. She painfully turns inside out his own past as a reminder, and a wave of memory instantly pulls him into that world of cold screens and endless work, which once seemed to him the norm. Then he stubbornly believed everyone suffers just like he does. Without hesitation, he submitted to social lies as if that were the true meaning of adult life. He exhausted himself to the bone but received no rewardingly unfair, cruel treatment and an ever-growing sense of loneliness. Even when he changed jobs and made a desperate attempt to break free and start anew, he was once again caught in the loop of people-pleasing. Eventually, he completely lost faith in both management and colleagues. He returns to the present time and fixes his gaze on the girl who is sobbing and suddenly realizes what befell her was many times harsher than anything he had ever experienced, and at a very young age. She does not calm down. She chokes on her tears, and memories of her trauma, as if breaking out, overwhelm her in a wave. The girl convulsively wipes her tears, and her entire delicate figure trembles with the force of grief. He notices how tears continuously stream down her cheeks while his voice trembles, and she admits, lately she no longer even tastes food. The simple act of eating turns into a painful duty. Seeing her despair, he sharply and confidently makes a decision and tells her, if everything has become so bitter, she should just stay here. She is suddenly paralyzed when he repeats the same offer. His voice is steady. He promises to build her a small house on their plot, her own. The idea throws her off balance. Her eyes widen sharply in disbelief, and a barely audible breath of shock escapes her lips because she cannot process this sudden kindness. He calms her when she hesitantly asks if he is really sure about this. In her eyes, hope battles doubt. He says she can help with the crops and do everything she can to earn a place where she belongs, and from her face, along with relief, a deep gratitude emerges. She began suggesting ways to please him, up to the point where she was willing to become a support for his feet or a chair just to prove her worth. Jiro, confused by her excessive submissiveness, immediately rejected the idea and asked her to think of something more usual. She was overwhelmed by a feeling of worthlessness to the bone. She cried and lamented that her short stature doomed her to uselessness even next to the simplest hanger. He gently intervened and suggested they discard the thought that she must completely turn into a piece of furniture. To encourage her, he showered praise on her incredible magical abilities and emphasized that she herself stopped the shadow beast and mastered the art of concealment. He admitted, her skill in folding things in the shadows is an achievement beyond his own capabilities. He said that since he himself has no magic, many tasks lie ahead for which he greatly hopes for her help. When he noticed a spark of new purpose in her gaze, he mentally noted, she is surprisingly sincere and too easily affected by strong emotions. Tears of gratitude flowed continuously down her face. She vowed she would do everything required of her, and her voice trembled with joy because she was finally called upon. Later, as they quietly sipped tea, he said that very soon another resident would visit them again to teach her the forest's rules. She voiced her guess, could it be the dark elf? And she sighed with relief because the thought that she would not have to stand under the harsh sunlight gave her a respite. Suddenly the room was flooded with dazzling golden light as Miss Tia returned. Her figure as a tall elf almost glowed. From the merciless brightness of the light and Misha's joyful greeting, the newcomer froze, shielding her eyes with her hands in shock. Relieved of tension, he asked if she would agree to help prepare dinner. Deeply impressed by such a simple request for help, she fixed her gaze on him as if he were a deity and warmly promised all her support. She watches with interest as Jiro shows a shiny new pot, his face glowing with thoughts of how they will cook dinner. Inside the campfire quietly bubbles a simple but so fragrant soup made from river fish, watercress, and wild herbs, a true camping cuisine that immediately brings tears to her eyes. She is enveloped by both warmth and aroma. She confesses that she hasn't tasted a real hot meal for 4 long years, and he, gently steering the conversation, offers to tell his own story during the meal. The humble dish turned out to be a true revelation for Heron. Like the meager food she was forced to swallow even in the royal palace, where at the table they often served tasteless fish overcooked to shapelessness, or charred black meat and poultry. During the meal, she is overwhelmed by a memory. Even the simplest fruits were once considered an unattainable luxury. And those things occurred so rarely that people fought with desperate fury for the tiny portions they managed to get. Noticing her hunger, he offers her a second portion and encourages the young mage to eat to her fill while he prepares more from the luxurious dishes for the next serving. She savors every bite, pauses, carefully blows on the hot broth, and slowly chews the tender fish end. From this, complete, unadulterated happiness blooms on her face. Seeing this, he responds with a satisfied smile. When the meal comes to an end, he shows a sturdy A-shaped tent that he made himself and apologizes that it is temporary, but invites her to spend the night in a safe place. This structure impresses with its thoughtfulness. It rests on two sturdy branch supports and on a special fabric from musubai, which is tightly secured at the corners to provide reliable shelter. He apologizes for the lack of a proper bed, explaining that they ran out of time, but adds, "Musubai still wove a warm fur blanket for her." She beams with gratitude and assures him that the shelter he provided is more than enough. She will not be cold at all. Continuing his survival lesson, he explains, cold rises from the ground while heat presses from above. That is why he insists for sleeping at night, you need to place mattresses or boards as insulation to prevent heat from escaping and to keep yourself warm. He is gnawed by curiosity, how exactly she managed to survive in such harsh conditions before they met. He demands an answer and she confesses she resorted to dark magic, raising a thick black mist to hide, then curling up into a ball and snuggling under the skin she managed to get. His chest involuntarily tightens with sympathy because he understands. This desperate price probably fell on the shoulders of her very young boss. Deciding it was time to rest, he suggests she go to sleep for the night and calmly assures her that he has already set careful spells so no monsters will reach their camp. They exchange quiet goodnight wishes as he prepares to move to his place. As he barely moves away, holding the little wolf cub to his chest, she calls after him quietly, but just as clearly so that the words dissolve into the evening air. Turning his gaze, he revels in her face, illuminated by a soft glow as she sincerely thanks him for the tinting, the nourishing meal, and all the manifestations of care he has given her. He responds with a warm smile and tells her that he is the one who should be thankful for everything, for what she taught him about seeds and how this strange, new world works. She blushes at the praise. For a moment her face softens, but a shadow of hesitation flickers in her eyes. Catching her sharp change in mood, he freezes and listens attentively as she begins to speak cautiously, as if afraid that the next words might hurt him. He immediately encourages her to be frank, says there is nothing to fear, and asks her simply to say everything that is on her mind. He presses the little wolf cub to his chest and gently holds it in his hands, patiently waiting while the girl opposite fusses in her cloak. Her cheeks burn with embarrassment as she finally finds her voice and for the second time begins to babble a question. What is his name? Seeing her confusion, he gives her a gentle smile, but this only adds fuel to her anxiety. She begins to apologize incessantly, fearing that she might have remembered something incorrectly or accidentally offended him. When he says she should call him Sudru without any formalities, she becomes even more flustered and, choking up, exclaims his name, adding a term of highest respect which makes him freeze for a moment and remain somewhat puzzled. Joking on the strength of the moment, she feels tears welling up in her eyes and immediately tries to brush them away, saying it is just a normal bodily reaction. Through interrupted sobs, she says that too much time has passed since she last spoke to someone. Her throat is dry and irritated. Watching how hard it is for her to maintain composure, he cannot help but admire her endurance. He sees hidden strength beneath her delicate appearance. Exhaustion from the day lived and a sudden surge of emotions knock her off her feet. She slowly sinks into a deep, peaceful sleep, tightly wrapped in blankets. Her breathing evens out. Finally, she finds rest. Silence puts a full stop to the long journey, adding another tired soul to their small, unusual traveling company. He yawned widely as the morning light, breaking through the trees, fell on him, rubbing his eyelids to wipe away sleep. Quite some time had passed since the little wolf cub had woken him from his doze. Habit took over. He half sleepily called out to his companion, but silence immediately returned his thoughts, reminding him that Lady Tia had still not returned. A bright smile and gentle morning greeting flashed in his mind and immediately faded, painfully contrasting with the silence of the camp. It seemed to him as if he already hears her voice calling his name. A ghostly warmth emphasized the current cold, making it even sharper. Fixing his gaze on the dense, motionless forest, he still forced himself to admit, the silence presses like a stone. Her absence turned the boundless wilderness into a place far lonelier than it had seemed just a few days ago. Suddenly, the morning silence was broken by a cacophony of groans and frightened cries. He jerked, his heart pounding wildly. Nearby from the tent came a loud, drawn-out yawn, immediately followed by hurried apologies for oversleeping. He warmly greeted the woman who looked slightly disheveled, trying to ease the awkward tension of the moment. Next to him, a small black puppy was briskly hopping, as if amused by her sleepy, confused state. The woman squinted and blinked erratically, trying to piece together what was happening around her. She quickly ran her hand through her hair, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and solemnly introduced herself. So much time had passed since she last exchanged morning courtesies that these gestures and words slipped out of habit, which is why he suggested a bit of light morning stretching to wake them both up. While he consulted a thin manual, she awkwardly but sincerely began performing a series of stretches. He quietly chuckled and noted, this was not quite the formal radio exercise routine he remembered from home, but a simple warm-up was a good way to start their day together. He continues the morning routine and sets the pace, leading ahead with rhythmic stretches of the daily exercise. Beside him, the young sorceress adjusts and repeats his steps, but her movements are a bit clumsy. She is trying to replicate poses that are not yet familiar. Having finished the exercises, he turns to her and asks a purely practical question. Does she have any clothes besides her current uniform? The phrase throws her off. She opens her eyes wide, catching surprise and confusion in his gaze as the meaning sinks in. The gentle spirit beast Musubai suddenly finds a solution. Overnight, he arranged a new set of clothes from what was at hand. Admiring the delicate work of his skilled hands, he suddenly feels a humiliating truth. Until this moment, she had no underwear, and this thought unsettles him, causing him to silently and fearfully mumble apologies for his oversight. She tightly presses the new clothes to her chest, as if trying to hold back her excitement. Her face flushes a deep crimson blush as the realization of what happened finally settles like a heavy burden. He instantly tries to ease the tension, assuring her that all such small practical matters are a normal part of life on the road, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. To take care of her hygiene, he hands her a small rounded object wrapped in cloth, a repurposed claw of a storm griffin. He explains that it only needs to be moistened with water, and this substitute cleans just as well as soap. She accepts the offering and, quietly embarrassed, thanks him with a single word. He leads her to a remote corner of the river where the current flows gently. He extends his hand toward the water and encourages her to take the moment to wash up. Then he says that he himself arranged several stones to slow the flow, so it is safe and secluded here for bathing. When she begins to undress, he immediately feels the full truth of the moment and sharply looks away. His own face flushes with shame. She freezes for a moment, as if doubting whether this is even permissible, and he tries to maintain composure, reminding himself that such things are part of maintaining health during adventures. Keeping a proper distance, he quietly runs through their long journey through the dense forest in his mind and admits, the dirt and sharp smell of the wild could no longer be ignored. He understands that they need a proper wash not only for comfort but also so that predators lurking in the shadows cannot easily track their scent. He keeps a decent distance and does not approach. He stands with his back to her as the sound of splashing water fills the air. He thoughtfully considers why this step is necessary. It is not just about hygiene. This way they can make the best possible impression on Lady Tia. In the river, the young woman suddenly feels a wave of relief. The cool water washes away the road dirt and the heaviness of the journey. She suddenly sinks deeper into the water, overwhelmed by a wave of painful discomfort. Suddenly, she confronts herself. When she begins to become clean, the realization comes of how dirty she was before, and she wants to disappear into the very depths of the stream. As soon as she appears, he takes up meticulous care. His hands remain steady while he runs a comb through her still damp hair. He says he intended to do it earlier, but was primarily thinking about her physical recovery. Carefully examining her for parasites, he admits with a barely noticeable gentle smile. Once he was forced to bathe in elf water too, so it turns out they found themselves in similar trouble. He continues speaking. His voice sounds light but to the point. Without unnecessary detours, he explains that he simply did not want her to endure the humiliating stench. Looking ahead, he suggests they establish more civilized living conditions together, and these words momentarily throw her off balance, leaving her unable to respond. She remains silent for a long time, her gaze slowly shifting to the thicket of the trembling forest belt as she contemplates what exactly surrounds them. The World Tree Forest holds a single trap. One wrong step and death is already near, and this very thought weighs on her heart even when it seems the danger has receded. Beyond a small clearing, the ancient forest rises silently and majestically, an immovable wall of darkness, covered with thick fog with a ghostly haze that hides from sight all the dangers lurking in the shadows. He shifts his gaze to the practical needs of the camp and decides, today's work must be limited to felling trees and clearing the land. When a new companion who lives with him in the wild appears nearby, building proper shelter becomes his main task. She approaches him now fully dressed in sturdy new clothes issued to her and offers help before the heavy task ahead. He doubts whether she can endure such exhausting physical labor, but she replies calmly and confidently, she will do her part, and that is enough. She explains her mastery of dark magic relies on controlling invisible forces, so telekinesis comes especially easily to her. To demonstrate, she lifts a wooden table and chair into the air with a single motion. Since she can make any objects weightless, she readily volunteers for the heaviest work and immediately begins to help. Gyro, impressed by her demonstration, gratefully accepts the support, instantly realizing how much easier everything will go with her magic. In a moment, the work truly begins. She effortlessly lifts a giant log that normally would not be moved by several men. She hums a clear melody as if completely indifferent to the colossal weight she holds in the air. While she carries all the heavy work, Gyro takes on the finer details. He saws the wood into even boards and removes the rough bark. As soon as another finished board falls off, it is immediately caught and drawn into the dark, twisted vortex of her shadow storage. This seamless combination of magic and manual labor resolves their main bottleneck. Even when skilled equipment simplified wood processing, transportation, and storage became a real headache. Her special abilities effectively remove this obstacle. He is literally driven by their incredible progress. He shouts encouragement and urges them on, demanding they maintain this furious pace. She gradually feels the first fatigue, the initial zeal fades, and in her eyes flashes a confused surprise, wide-eyed at his relentless pressure. Seeing the mountain of materials they had gathered, he understands. It's time to wrap up the search and start building, and suggests heading back to where their future home is supposed to stand. Secret magic ultimately takes its toll. Her body can't endure it. She curls up in half and gasps convulsively for air. It becomes clear no matter how much weight she removes from objects, their true mass still consumes her internal energy, so the work must be stopped immediately and without delay. She focuses her attention on every word while Gyro breaks down the mechanics of their task step by step. He shows a simple diagram. Lifting an object may not take much strength, but to push or throw it, energy is needed. After that, Gyro orders her to bring the next batch of wood for construction. She strains, frequent, ragged breaths burst from her chest as she tries to maneuver the heavy beams. Gyro sees, even when her magic reduces the weight, the movement of mass through space always exhausts. It's a physical blow that cannot be completely avoided. The young mage is taken aback when he suddenly bursts out with sincere words of thanks for her tireless efforts. Her face twists with surprise and shyness. The usual stone-like restraint cracks as she processes this unexpected compliment. She blinks sharply when he asks a down-to-earth question, clarifying what is easier for her, to twist the wood with her shadowy tendrils or to move them manually. She hadn't considered this and now lets out a quiet breath scream, realization washing over her with heavy, frightening clarity. Her dark, tentacle-like tendrils quickly become the main tool. They wrap around the wooden frame, twisting to hold the beams in place. While Gyro levels the outer walls and skeletal structure, her magic takes on the hardest work, the task without which the foundation cannot be assembled. Under Gyro's guidance, they control the shadow limbs with incredible precision, compressing the roof and protecting the inner walls, leaving no gaps. He freezes in admiration at how quickly the work progresses, as her ability to control materials with just a thought has turned exhausting multi-day labor into a matter of hours. He steps back with her to assess the work. A sturdy, fully assembled wooden cabin now stands where there was once only a clearing. They both freeze in awe before the completed structure, and only then does the feeling of their victory truly reach them. The man freezes in shock as soon as she exclaims about the magic involved in her steps. He immediately reminds her that she is the one with supernatural abilities, but even he finds it miraculous how quickly they are advancing. She stands before the already completed structure, and from the strain her breath becomes ragged. Gyro sincerely thanks her, not hiding his amazement. Her dark magic works so harmoniously and powerfully, like a real mechanism assembling the wooden frame. Even the little wolf pup seems frozen in admiration, although Yono admits, after long hours of work, her back is a bit stiff. Looking up at the wooden walls, she can hardly believe her eyes. The small cabin, which was recently considered just a pile of logs, now stands before her as a solid, real structure. He incessantly showers her with compliments, emphasizing that such a sturdy home cannot be built alone. Seeking support, she asks if her efforts truly paid off, and her gaze rests on him in hope of confirmation. His words confirm her work, and a warm, sincere smile lights up her face. Noticing that her mood has noticeably evened out, he moves on to check her well-being and asks about her body. She replies that the previous discomfort has completely disappeared. When evening falls on the earth, a rich aroma of hearty soup boiling in the cauldron spreads in the air. Inside are generous pieces of meat and vegetables, a fair reward for their work. They huddled close to each other by the campfire and unhurriedly ate. He says that due to the lack of hunting opportunities, they now serve bear meat, which had scared them the day before, and this surprises him. She admits that she had kept a small supply of spices and extra ingredients with her all along. Having eaten enough, she leans back. The heavy aftertaste of adventure finally fades, the tension eases. Meanwhile, he runs through thoughts about their companion, Ms. Tia, who is supposed to return the next day. He quietly watches her, and in his gaze lives a calm hope. There is nothing to worry about. He is confident. Lady Tia will meet their new ally sincerely and without hesitation, and only on this thought does he allow himself a moment of silence. He stands next to Ayano, and his face is frozen with an expression, surprise intertwined with concern that has not yet let go. The burden of their recent struggle hangs in the air like an invisible weight. It is a silent proof that neither could have predicted how quickly everything would spiral and turn into such an unexpected development. He almost imagines her reaction, and it is far from the calm acceptance he expected. Miss Tia freezes in a fighting stance. Her gaze narrows, determination and stubbornness flare up as she crosses blades. The air fills with electricity from the threat of instant violence, very muscle tense, every movement ready to immediately turn into a strike. Ayano sharply stretches out his hands and shouts a call, launching the manipulation technique, Thousand Shadows. From the very depths of the stream bursts a dark, wavy shadow, closed into the likeness of a tentacle. It strikes the water's surface and entangles it, intercepting the pressure. She watches as the shadowy hand jerks back and hurls a large fish covered in cuts into the air. While the creature takes off, she freezes in focus, but anxiety is already growing in her gaze. Her forehead glistens with drops of sweat from the strain of her magic. Her eyes widen sharply as the fish plunges down rapidly, and she frantically flails her hands, trying to snatch the prey with chaotic movements. Calm shatters instantly when she realizes the slippery fish is flying straight into her face. Partner Gyro interrogates her, asking why she can't just catch it with her hands. Gasping from the background, she snaps back, catching something so slippery and wildly bucking is impossible. He silently watches as she finally reaches the catch, but her face remains gloomy. She says she wanted to be of some help at least today, and he recalls that for several days after the bath she has been regularly catching fish quietly to somehow assist. She freezes and listens as he quietly advises not to push herself if the exercise turns out too difficult, and seems to observe her struggle visually. Then she looks down at the fish in her hands, and her thoughts drift away until she hesitantly asks if they should grill this catch for me. He freezes in shock as she suddenly lets out a loud, energetic shout and fires a strong kick. The fish flies straight onto the campfire. He lets out a scream of fear and pleadingly orders her to wait, but the fish is already rushing into the flames, and it all turns into a chaotic attempt to cook something. He sighs heavily and lowers his gaze to the charred remains of the fish that Ayano tried to cook. Calmly, almost cautiously, he explains, her intentions were right, but there are better ways to prepare the dish, and he emphasizes that the internal organs were not even removed. Ayano slouches, her shoulders drop, and a mix of embarrassment and disappointment crosses her face. She finally realizes exactly where she went wrong. A sharp voice suddenly cuts through the air and orders them to stop immediately. Mrs. Tia stands still, her eyes wide open with anxiety, and her hand points to where the shadow magic, the very same that Yono still unconsciously continues to releases. To the elf, this sight-twisting dark tentacles grabbing raw fish meat looks frankly disgusting and creepy. Wasting not a second, she draws the blade. Steel clinks as the blade leaves the sheath. In a sharp tone, she demands immediately stop the magic. Gyro freezes, stunned and silent, completely bewildered by the sudden intensity and the harsh force with which his companion reacts. She takes another step closer, and her gaze locks onto him as she checks if he has fallen under someone's dark spell. Her suspicion is felt without words as she demands to know how long they have been together and if he is still sane. He tries to interrupt her but realizes a huge misunderstanding is about to unfold, and she immediately picks up only what she considers a threat. Her face softens and genuine pain and anxiety flare up on it as she stares intently at him. Quietly, almost in a whisper, she asks if he really befriended a practitioner of dark arts during the time they were apart. Her concern hangs in the air, revealing how strong her protective instincts are. He waves his hands as if shooing away the problem, and nervous sweat breaks out on his forehead while he tries to ease the situation. He assures her, yes, they really have become friends, but there is no danger, she just needs to calm down. Yet he stubbornly insists that he is fine, and his flustered excuses hardly ease the tension at all. Not yielding an inch, she lunges forward and closes the distance so sharply that their faces hover just a few centimeters apart. He jerks back, his heart pounding wildly, while she begins to study him intently and mercilessly with her Gaysian insistence bordering on intrusion. This sudden closeness overwhelms him completely. He freezes in place, unable to move. She stares directly into his pupils, her eyes ceaselessly searching for any hint of deceit or magical interference. The surrounding world seems to fade and recede into the background, leaving only this quietly piercing gaze with which she tries to discern the truth about his soul. She is overwhelmed by a wave of emotions. Tears stream down her cheek like rivers as she tightly holds a large fish writhing and seemingly oozing sticky slime. Nearby stands Jiro awkwardly apologizing for this oddity, while the creature's disgusting sliminess immediately causes her clear revulsion. After the first blow, she recovers and gathers her thoughts to inquire about the nature of his abilities. Jiro admits he was told he became a Manga. This news astonishes her. She looks closely and notices he is nothing like those she had encountered with dark arts. She breaks it down. To raise dark magic, a deeply rooted faith is usually needed, or it awakens in those who still harbor fierce anger and darkness within their own souls in the whirl of chaos. Jiro listens without looking away and replays what he heard. True faith is born where from the deepest heart a person believes in what has no form. He tries to explain his position, supporting it with concepts from his world, and recalls a weekly publication that Mrs. Tia cannot understand at all. Despite the obvious chasm between cultures, she temporarily sets aside her own incomprehension and accepts his explanation as it is. The tension finally eases. He warmly welcomes her home and greets her as if no boundary ever existed. She lifts her gaze and her face lights up with a sincere, radiant smile as she says his name. What they experienced together has noticeably brought their relationship closer. But her curiosity quickly returns. She leans in and gets so close to him that it becomes uncomfortable, and she makes a remark about a strange feeling she sensed. He can only respond with a tense confirmation, feeling the pressure of a watchful, overly watchful gaze on him. Next to her, a young girl in a school uniform is struggling with all her might to hold a large creature that incessantly wriggles and breaks free, making a wet slapping sound. She calls for help, not knowing how to handle the slippery creature as it is about to slip right out of her arms. Noticing the newcomer, she greets her joyfully and immediately understands. This girl is another person from Suijur, from his own world. Her smile shines and she says her name, extending acquaintance to the stranger and inviting her into the strange reality unfolding right now. She shines with delight and showers the newcomer with compliments about her charm and unique clothing. The same girl looks as if this burst of elvish positivity painfully strikes her body. She covers her eyes with her hand, as if from dazzling sunlight, and wonders if everyone in this world is really this energetic. She leads them to the newly built hut and proudly shows off the craftsmanship of the wooden floor. Jiro examines the thick boards, scrutinizing their thermal insulation properties, while she meanwhile celebrates the moment of opening the new home, happy that now they have a proper place to gather. Inside, the furniture is designed for maximum efficiency. The bed folds up and locks in a fixed position right by the wall. Jiro shows the mechanism and demonstrates how in seconds the space transforms to adapt to different needs throughout the day. Similarly, a table is fixed to the wall. It can be pushed aside and hidden when not needed. She holds her breath at the ingenuity and suddenly realizes how much more spacious the room becomes without permanent objects that constantly clutter the floor and leave the space flexible for any kind of life. As soon as they step deeper into the room, she suddenly stops and lowers her gaze, her eyebrows furrow in confusion. She asks why both of them should take off their shoes if their boots are neatly left by the door, although there is no official mudroom here. He explains it was an involuntary reaction to the stone step by the entrancia habit cultivated from their native world. The schoolgirl does the same, leaves her loafers behind, and the elf for a moment feels like a stranger in their shared, unspoken customs. Next, he breaks down the very idea of a traditional floor in the entrance area. Even if he did not design the house according to such rules, the habit of keeping the home clean remains his own principle, which he carried from his experience living in Japan. Suddenly her face lights up with insight. She pieces all the details together and sees the picture. She asks if such strange behavior is a trait of their homeland, Nippon. He only nods, confirming she guessed correctly, so the cultural gap between them disappears. Together with the others, he stood outside the newly built hut and listened as Mrs. Tia enthusiastically talked about the speed of construction. The roof was already in place. This trick was accomplished thanks to the strength of the silk they used to lift the heavy beams. Mrs. Tia noted the work was progressing quickly, but little Matsuk had already become very bored and longed for someone's attention. While he watched the others, his thoughts involuntarily returned to Iona. At first, he was gnawed by guilt. He was piecing together in his mind whether she perceived the construction of this little house as another exhausting task or perhaps as the usual result of her own work. But the barely noticeable, genuine smile on her face changed his gaze. He suddenly realized, perhaps during creation, she found quiet satisfaction, joy from having created something he did not expect from her at all. Entering the kitchen area, he began preparing food, and Miss Tia, suppressing her curiosity, peeked over his shoulder. He explained that he was simply using what was at hand, specifically mentioning the oil, the very one Ian generously gave him from her own supplies. She stared at him with wide-open eyes while he continued arranging everything on the shelves. He admitted he had almost abandoned the idea of cooking with a large amount of oil because its weight and volume made such a luxurious product a heavy burden for transport to wild places. But Iona's contribution changed everything. When she asked if he really waited for her return before starting dinner, he answered with a dry, direct confirmation without unnecessary words. His sincerity confused her and left her speechless for a moment. And her surprise instantly faded. Impatient anticipation immediately took its place, and she loudly declared that she was wildly looking forward to the upcoming banquet feast. Turning to Ano, she sharply asked why that mage needed such large supplies of oil. Ano, barely averting her gaze, admitted she had no skill in cooking, so the oil simply remained in her hands, to Misha's laughter and disbelief. When everything for the dish was prepared, he lifted the heavy cauldron assembled, focused on what he had to do. From what was already in the cauldron, he cooked something familiar and at the same time special, a dish based on potato starch, the taste of home he longed for to bridge the gap between their worlds. He starts by showing from scratch the entire complex process of making potato starch using tubers they collected earlier, then explains, first you need to grate the starchy potatoes into a fine mash, then wrap that mass in clean cloth and squeeze it well to extract the liquid. He repeatedly rinses the pulp with water, allowing the starch to settle at the bottom. When the water becomes cloudy and sediment appears, he carefully drains the excess liquid so that the valuable powder at the bottom remains intact and undisturbed. To complete the preparation, the elf lets a light breeze dry the remaining white sediment. After this, pure starch remains ready for use. After that, he turns his attention to the meat itself and explains, the secret is to soak it in a brine made of water, salt, and sugar, then after cooking it will remain tender and juicy. He also emphasizes that by adding spices or herbs to the mixture, one can further enhance the flavor and aroma of the finished dish. While his companions freeze in admiring silence, he goes through the final step by step. He coats the marinated meat with freshly prepared starch and places it into a deep fryer with oil given by Ano. In the cramped hut, the anticipation only grows, and very soon the promise of a hot, juicy dish becomes reality. A mound of golden brown tatsudo age rises from the ground, and as soon as it appears, its spicy aroma fills the surrounding space. The girls swoon with pure joy as soon as they see it. He takes a bite, and on his lips crackles the perfect crust, then a wave of hot, rich juice bursts from inside. Well-cooked food gives this simple, genuine pleasure from which one feels truly calm and satisfied inside. Everyone gathers in a circle to sit down for the feast. A light, festive mood prevails in the air. The elf woman expresses gratitude to the mage for bringing the vital oil, and the mage quietly reflects. It has already been 3 long years since he last tasted fried food, that very comfort. He fixes his gaze on the task, holds his hands steady while gripping a specialized knife. He grumbles discontentedly about equipment and craft and makes precise cuts. The blade flashes a sharp gleam under the light as he prepares the next stage of their meal. After that, he shows the finished work: golden brown pieces of fried meat skewered on thin wooden sticks. Ano's eyes widen sharply in pure shock when she sees the carriage served in such an unexpected form, while Lady Tia watches silently with curious anticipation as the spicy aroma spreads in the air. She is overwhelmed by the ingenuity of these skewers, so she jokingly declares him a deity of culinary art. In response, he can only smile awkwardly and tries to explain that it is simply a convenient way to eat, and Ms. Tia is already impatiently asking if she will be allowed to taste a piece herself. She takes a bite, and the flavor immediately explodes within her so much that her eyes fill with tears. Her cheeks redden as she enjoys the meat with perfect seasoning. In excitement, she tries to understand how this relates to the idea of chopsticks, but he gently stops her and clarifies, these things are not quite the same. They continue eating with pleasure, and for a moment the tension of the entire journey recedes before the joy of a hearty meal. Lady Tia watches Ayano closely, and a warm, satisfied smile plays on her face, sincerely rejoices that they can finally be together peacefully and understand each other so well. Ayano stops right at the shore and hesitates, unwilling to immerse her head in the icy water. Seeing her struggle, Suaru involuntarily recalls from his past life a specific tool that could greatly ease this task: a wooden barrel. A little later, as soon as the tool was assembled, Miss Tia joins Ayano for a real wash. She lifts the ready bucket high and excitedly watches how the wood perfectly holds the water without a single leak, and shouts praise for Sugu's craftsmanship. He begins the story with a fundamental idea, explaining to Ayano how an ordinary-looking container hides a truly complex structure: side bars, a base plate, and hoop ties. To make everything come out evenly, he needs precise geometry. He measures and counts the angles needed for a perfect decagon until each of the 10 wooden parts fits together at an angle of 72 degrees. He continues the lesson and shows, although mathematics is necessary, it is the shaping of the tree cutting the planks so that the top is wider than the bottom that creates the signature flared shape of the bucket. Thanks to his special craft skills, he carefully adjusts the arrangement of the wooden slats, aligning them to the millimeter until the elements click perfectly into placiso, much so that Ayano freezes and watches in silent admiration. As soon as the poles are set in place, they are tightly tied with rope to securely fix the shape while the craftsmen saw off the uneven edges at the top and bottom, leveling the surface all under the watchful, curious eyes of the young wolf cub. The final touch is to level the walls inside and outside, remove protrusions where the planks join, so that the bucket becomes one solid, perfectly smoothed and ready for use. Subaru carefully finishes making the wooden tub. He shows how he carved the inner groove so the base fits perfectly flat, then tightens everything with birch bark strips. After that, he proudly presents the finished vessel to Ayano, who confirms it is ready to use. He silently watches them, and a barely noticeable smile stirs on his lips as he realizes, beside the people, his passion for creation has flared up again and new ideas emerge in his mind. Nearby, 2 women plunge into a clear stream and enjoy a refreshing bath, testing a new bucket, while he meanwhile contemplates what other useful tools he can make next to ease their lives. While she rinses herself, Ayano sharply notices what she is wearing. The wet fabric of her cloak made of moth silk has become dangerously transparent, clinging to her skin and making her feel completely exposed. Ayano blushes with shame even more, while her companion nods in agreement and notes how incredibly light and thin the material turned out to be. She hurriedly tries to cover herself. The elf warns her to stay alert. If too much noise is made during bathing, dangerous monsters might react, while Ayano's attention momentarily scatters to a fish rushing by. Suddenly, the water bursts with splashes. An invisible force pulls Ayano under the surface, and her desperate cry for help echoes through the trees, while Subaru immediately activates his specialized crafting platform. He names the culprit an evil slug, an almost invisible predator hiding in the clear water and making a sudden attack on its prey. In mere moments, he assesses the threat as the creature begins dragging the struggling girl deeper into the dark depths. He silently watches as Ayano coughs up the remaining water, her body still trembling after the ordeal. Lady Tia stands nearby and reminds them, vigilance is mandatory, as such an attack should not have happened under normal circumstances. Ayano, barely catching her breath, can only awkwardly apologize for her lapse in alertness. Suddenly his gaze breaks away from the recovering mage and stops at a dull gleam flickering among the cracked ground. Kneeling down, he reaches his hand down, discovers a small glowing object in the earth, and unable to restrain himself, asks aloud what it could be. Before him is a perfectly round, semi-transparent spherical object. It catches the light like a polished precious stone. At first he takes it for an ordinary glass bead, frowns, and cannot understand why such a thing suddenly appeared here. Miss Tia leans closer to explain. This sphere is actually a cell torn from the evil slug. She explains that smooth, seemingly frozen cells are often sought precisely for their texture, and they also provide a stable income for novice adventurers who track weaker variants. She raises a pair of these balls before him and confidently assures, as long as the central core has been cut out, they are completely safe. Hearing this, he concludes that in this forest slugs possess incredible power since they managed to leave behind such significant remains. The conversation suddenly becomes more serious when she warns, slugs with a core literally hunt and eat live prey to weave it into their own mass. She emphasizes the threat posed when these creatures begin to gather in large numbers. She once again reveals the terrible biology of these creatures and stresses. If they are not destroyed separately, they will merge together, devour each other, and assemble into a single huge body with several cores. With a grim expression, he suddenly realizes that the only way to withstand such a threat is to destroy all the cores, annihilating them one by one in rapid succession. While in the background Ayano is still wringing out her wet hair, he looks again at the small cell and notices it remains astonishingly fresh. The realization that other such creatures might be hiding nearby ready to merge and grow adds another, more dangerous layer of tension to their journey. He walked alongside his comrades and immersed himself in thoughts about the strange, wondrous creatures that inhabited this world. Miss Tia sharply turned to Ayano and sternly reminded her, during their time in the river, dark magic is strictly forbidden. The young sorceress silently acknowledged this rule with lowered eyes. Suddenly, the gaze of the entire company was drawn to Yukatami. It began to tremble and ripple in waves. Their astonishment knew no bounds. The spirit of the armadillo split in half, mirroring the division of the slugs they had just fought. Miss Tia sharply exhaled, watching enchantedly as two identical figures of the spirit emerged into the light. He looked with a smile and caught with his eyes how joyfully, as if at home, the spirits held onto each other. Miss Tia glowed with happiness and remarked with pleasure, "The increase in the number of spirit beasts always brings only good news." The two Akatami chirped to each other as if exchanging polite, ceremonial greetings. Rejoicing at the new arrival, she extended her hand to one of the spirits and carefully tied a small decorative bow around its neck. Stepping back a step, she fixed her gaze on her work and decided that this decoration suited the creature perfectly. When the spirits calmed down, she addressed the rest of the pack, the wolf pup and the moth as well. She clearly stated, "As soon as the final preparations are complete, they will set out on the hunt," and her voice once again carried the tone of a composed leader. As soon as they moved, Iona slid her gaze unemotionally over the decorated spirit-singing creature and whispered a remark about Misha's young lady hobby. The elven ears twitched at the words. She blushed with embarrassment, trying to brush it off as if what was said had no significance. She sharply went on the defensive, stumbling over her words and insisting that she took the ribbon only because it happened to be at hand, and she did not want to throw it away. Ayano did not believe her at all and persistently questioned why an adventurer would even carry decorative ribbons. In a confused state, she involuntarily blurted out a mention of magazines and how in her youth she tried to copy some styles. Ayano stared at her with empty eyes, completely not understanding the word, so the elf immediately regretted her sharp burst of nostalgia. She heavily dropped her shoulders and leaned on her legs, pleadingly extending a request to Ayano to hide her shameful secret from the others. The awareness of her strange passion pressed on her every second, so she begged for silence and did not even suspect that she was being closely watched from the dark shadows. Suddenly her ears twitched at a barely audible sound. She froze in place and signaled for silence, feeling that she was no longer alone nearby. While she stood frozen, Shigeru emerged from the tree line and next to him a short black pop sounded. It was clear he had been here for some time, and from the realization that she was exposed, the fire of shame thickened on her face with a dark crimson hue. He stepped forward, smiled embarrassedly, and admitted he intended to intervene if their quarrel escalated, but in the end, he just got stuck listening and swallowed the entire conversational tangle. His confession struck her with even more shame. She froze speechless, trembling, and realized that he had heard every word of her secret. When he called her name, she sharply raised her eyes. In her gaze, anxiety and hope intertwined, because she wondered what decision he would make. He further confessed, at first he himself also considered the ribbon a bit too valuable. His sincerity seemed to wash away the chasm between them, acknowledging the awkwardness of what was happening in a soft, attentive tone. Looking back at his own past, he told how love for camping seemed inappropriate for a man of his position in a demanding company. Despite this, he still held on to it because the activity gave him joy, and he encouraged her to accept her own hobbies, even if they seemed strange from the outside, emphasizing that the main thing is what she truly likes. With a warm, sincere look, he ended the conversation and told her that he was truly convinced. Cute things suit her incredibly well. The laconic praise hung in the air, a soft and unobtrusive support that seemed to erase the last shame still lingering in her heart. As soon as he poured out a moment of genuine closeness, his eyes suddenly widened sharply from shock and embarrassment. She felt how the words struck deep inside, her cheeks flared with a bloody red blush. Her delicate pendant lying on her chest catches the reflection of light, a silent witness to the sharp change in the atmosphere between them. She suddenly breaks down under the pressure of her own emotions. Her voice breaks and rises in embarrassed denial. She makes him understand that as a divine being, he must not allow himself such steps toward a girl and categorically states that it is strictly forbidden. After that, she grabs the small black wolf cub and sharply walks away, wasting no time. And he remains behind and can only sigh heavily, swallowing the bitter realization. Talking to a woman is incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, she leaves the scene, closing her eyes and freezing in exhausted thought. Yona replays the last meetings in her head. After that story with the slime, she was already fully scolded this time by the elf. She is gnawed by fear whether her brother's anger will flare up because she left her post before the end. While she continues to make her way through the forest on this lonely path, her thoughts turn to practical camp matters. She regrets not taking the armadillo spirit with her to help with the tasks, and she considers how to securely fortify the dining area so that the rain does not spoil everything. In a moment, she is again among the group. He is already laying out plans for the next stage of their arrangement. He thinks aloud that they desperately need an outdoor barbecue area with a roof or a separate place for a fire, and to her surprise, he voices a rather specific desire, to pour a concrete floor so that the space lasts here for a long time. Under his commanding plan, she suddenly sinks to the ground, makes a restrained bow of repentance, and extends to him a handful of wild grass, as if bringing peace. With desperation in her voice, she will beg him not to send her away because of her early departure. Then he flails his hands anxiously and hurries to assure her he is not angry and has no intention of driving her out. Then he clarifies his previous thought and explains. The conversation about shoes they had earlier suddenly reminded him of a traditional building material sandwich sushi. With a confident smile, he sums up that they already have almost all the ingredients needed to assemble this homemade structure. He details the complex process of making traditional concrete, naming the essential ingredients: red clay, gravel, and slaked lime. When slaked lime is not available, he suggests burning seashells as a substitute and adds that even eggshells can be used. The young woman listens, swallowing a mixture of curiosity and distrust, and asks if it is really possible to do this at all. While they examine the materials, she suggests searching bird nests to collect the necessary shells. He hesitates and gestures her aside, explaining, there is a natural risk with wild eggs because you can never tell if they are fresh or about to hatch. Just the thought of cracking an egg and catching a half-developed chick inside or an unclear, sticky mush makes her tremble. Consumed by the terrible image in her head, she breaks into bitter tears and vows never to eat eggs again. He immediately rushes with sincere apologies as soon as he realizes his technical explanation turned out to be nothing like what it was supposed to be for her. When the wave of emotional turmoil subsides, they shift their gaze to the sturdy wooden pavilion. He explains, traditional concrete will be used to pave the floor of this open dining area, so the space will shelter them from the whims of the weather while still allowing them to enjoy the surrounding nature. He takes a sip of the refreshing drink and immediately states that this building is their closest goal. She watches him closely, sensing how much thought and care he puts into these seemingly small details. A warm and sincere smile spreads across his face as he emphasizes, the place where a person eats is just as important as the food itself. He is convinced that without the right atmosphere, a dish can seem as disgusting as dry sand on the teeth. He adds that these efforts are needed not only for their benefit. Chagyusa will undoubtedly also appreciate a proper place to eat. She casts a glance at him, her former confusion disappears, giving way to a calm, agreeable mood. She pauses for a moment and her gaze slides aside as she admits, the plan seemed right, but doubt still does not let go. He senses her uncertainty and gestures toward the small, carefully carved wooden structure standing nearby, explaining that at first he wanted to build a simple sanctuary house for the deity's statue. But during the work, the idea grew. The workshop step by step turned into something like a tiny dwelling. A small building with a sign Daladivka stands as a testament to his wandering, restless attention. He admits he initially intended to use it as practice to craft a proper roof, but later distractions pulled him away, and he abandoned the work halfway, so the structure still remains in this charmingly awkward, unfinished state. The quiet conversation is interrupted by the appearance of an elf. She suddenly jumps forward, her eyes widening with delight, exclaiming excitedly about the tiny house and smilingly asking what the two of them were secretly working on. She immediately plunges into imaginary scenes of their new life and eagerly asks which room she will live in and where her companion will sleep. Mag remains standing, silently resigning himself while the elf's enthusiasm tears the distance between fantasy and the reality of the tiny model. The elf's frantic fuss makes the mage calmly say that she would be quite happy to live in the Attica phrase that only gives her friend a push toward a new realization. Meanwhile, the elf drives her excitement to a feverish peak as she just spins the thought of their shared life in her head. When the rest of the company catches up, the mood in the camp changes. All eyes turn to what needs to be done for camping. A man aloud says that they managed to get a big catch and asks everyone to help carry it to the riverbank to prepare it. At these words, the camp comes alive and everyone rushes to work. While others step back to take on the hardest work, he lingers for a moment behind, intently gazing at the calm landscape, catching the moment when the sun begins to tilt towards sunset. His thoughts have already shifted forward to the evening, preparing food for the exhausted comrades. He catches a quiet, ethereal voice greeting him as if from home and addressing him with an unexpected title, Lord of Regalia. Startled by the unexpected greeting, he sharply turns around, searching for the source of the voice. His gaze immediately falls on the miniature dollhouse he just finished, from whose tiny windows flickers a shimmering magical light, and he immediately demands who is hiding inside. When the light intensifies to the limit, a figure emerges from the swirling, sparkling mirages. Speaking of something very small but incredible, he freezes in stunned silence, and the air gets stuck in his chest as two sharp, mystical eyes pierce his gaze during the phantom apparition. The transformation is coming to an end, and before him stands a slender figure, delicate, semi-transparent wings and dark attire adorned with intricate edging. She stands opposite, composed and calm, holding a posture almost regal, and is called without unnecessary words Safari. Miss Tia sharply inhales air. Her hands involuntarily rise to her face, which freezes in pure shocked incomprehension as she recognizes the tiny winged figure. She exclaims that it is a fairy, her voice trembling with delight as she asks how long it has been since such a creature last appeared to mortals. She continues to study the phantom creature and, addressing her companions, explains, "These spirits have wings like gusts of wind and move so silently that no sound is heard." She lingers her gaze on this fairy and notes that she looks extraordinarily high-ranking. When Sudru asks if they are acquainted, she clarifies. She recognizes only the species but is seeing a representative of this type so closely for the first time. Still, she warns him dealing with fairies is extremely difficult, so most often it is better to let them act independently. They talk as they walk, and the elf admits, fairies can be annoying, but by nature they are not evil. Sometimes they have even been seen helping with household chores. Suuru listens attentively, trying to reconcile what he heard with the strange creature they just met in front of them. Then he shifts his gaze to the little spirit and sincerely thanks her for the help and for allowing them to use the house, politely addressing her and asking the name of their mysterious new companion. She floats lightly in the air, holds a calm expression on her face, and introduces herself, Cineraria, the beautiful fairy. Slightly tilting her head, she speaks to him, "Big brother," and this sudden, completely unexpected closeness confuses him. The shot abruptly cuts off their acquaintance. Shiguso approaches suddenly, pressing the meat she just divided to her chest, and immediately asks where it should be placed. Without any pause, the fairy changes tone, becoming fierce, lunges at the mage, and in a fit of strange, cruel hysteria calls her "little old woman." A sharp blow throws the mage to the ground. She scatters and is left completely unprotected. Above her body hovers Cineraria, solemnly declaring that the appearance of the regalia unmistakably attracts the race of darkness, so as an elite fairy she must destroy the threat right now. He notices how the danger spirals up and suddenly jumps forward to stop everything in place. He shouts for the fairy to stop and insists that Shigusa is absolutely safe. With all his might, he tries to reason with the spirit, suspecting that her attack is the result of a tragic mistake, because of which she misunderstood the true nature of the mages. He carefully lays his palm on the trembling girl's shoulder and tries to calm her down while she chokes on sobs. Shigusa, gripped by horror, shakily confuses words and begins babbling apologies, assuring that she is not the monster the fairy makes her out to be. Turning his gaze away from the girl who was sobbing, he encounters the Faithair looks pierce through him, tense and wary. Cineraria speaks with cold medical concern, asking if nightmares torment him, but he only shakes his head sharply, rejecting the very thought. The goddess maintains a calm expression and watches the exchange with a quiet, confident smile, and he does not move for a moment. Their words emphasize that his spirit is not even touched by the presence of the fairy. She marvels at such composure, calls it unprecedented, and decides to raise her assessment of his character. Then he sharply turns to the fairy and orders her to apologize to Chigusa for the unprovoked attack. Scenario hesitated but still admitted. The High Fairy must obey the orders of her Master Evan when dealing with those she considers darkness. He freezes with his gaze as she begins to utter forced words of apology, but at that very second the fairy suddenly stiffens. Her eyes open wide, and in her silent insight everything falls into place. The young mage cowers, shrinking in fear, and when he notices her sudden pause, one question spins in his mind. Maybe she feels fear too. She sharply rejects these words and visibly shakes as she insists. A high-ranking fairy knows no fear. Despite obvious confusion, Sai urges the two to find a way so they can coexist peacefully. She watches as the young mage seeks shelter hiding behind his own back, trembling and not daring to look the fairy straight in the face. The goddess only watches from the side, her heart aching for the fragile state of the girl. When the clash momentarily subsides, the company moves again through the dense forest, accompanied by a stubborn, distinctive new ally. Cineraria scrutinizes the furniture, cutting off every detail with her gaze. The sofa works but has no real artistic value. She demands to redo everything so that neoclassical motifs appear in the design. This is what should please her impeccable taste. Continuing her analysis, she states, the legs and frame must work to provide calm, and insists on the mandatory presence of an air mat. She emphasizes that animal furs or fabrics alone are not enough. They cannot provide the necessary cushioning. Nearby, Suijuru remains silently pressed and watches her sudden meticulousness to the point of silent irritation. He sharply shifts the conversation to practical matters and admits with sincere surprise that he learned. In the divine forest, there are trees from which rubber sap can be harvested. Then he adds it is only necessary to combine this with the silk that Musubai gave, and they will be able to make a fabric that does not let air through. She unfolds the conversation about what surrounds them, explains that this forest is a structure created back in the age of divinity. Then she shows how they purposefully extract the best resources from it, but at the same time maintain strict control over the ecological balance with the land. Suddenly she leans closer, a mischievous spark flashes in her eyes, and she asks if he felt a wave of admiration when he saw such a small but unquestionably higher being. He immediately rejects this sharply and without hesitation, and her provocative remark does not affect him at all. Shrugging her shoulders, she accepts his indifference and steps back further, hinting that someone like her, a higher fairy, it is time to go and collect rubber. She asked him to give her something sharp so that the work would go quickly. With a sharp movement, she pulls out a thin, shiny blade and calls it Master Regalia. She lingers on it with her gaze, admires the weapon, and notes that it is truly an extraordinary masterpiece. Before setting off, she casually orders him to prepare the bed for herself as well, saying it will definitely be needed later. When she flies into the sky, he remains standing in place, confused by her strange request and how unpredictable his new companion has become. She rejects Suijuru's offer to help carry the collected sap, confidently assuring him that these concerns are completely unnecessary. After all, she can handle it with her own abilities. Suijuru still doubts, but the fairy does not hesitate. Her faith in herself is boundless as she prepares to show her strength. Suddenly, without any warning, she sharply takes off and grabs Ayano by the back right under the cloak, sharply tossing the mage into the air with a strong jerk. Ayano slips off the ground, so she can only let out a confused scream while Sudru freezes, eyes wide open, watching the crazy scene of Rostra as. Having risen just above the forest edge, Ayano stops her gaze on the fairy, her incredible strength. She suddenly realizes the small stature of the spirit hides true power. The sensation of flight takes her breath away, both captivating and frightening, because the little creature pulls her upward with ease as if weight has no meaning. The flight lasts a short time, but the fairy, as if to spite, sharply announces that she is releasing her passenger. Ayano's eyes widen in shock. Panic bursts out as soon as the support disappears and she falls to the ground, breaking into a desperate scream. Fortunately, Sairu is already ready. She firmly grabs Ayano and embraces her, cushioning the fall. Nearby, the fairy softly lands. She boldly admires her rescue, teases with words, and asks if such urgency is due to the desire to quickly fulfill the bed she requested earlier. Ayano blushes with embarrassment, fusses, and clings to her savior. Gyro stands before his own creation, a tiny Shinto shrine, assembled with pedantic precision in the traditional manner. He slowly contemplates how much work had to be invested, especially after the fairy foolishly interfered with his work yesterday. Despite all the setbacks, he is satisfied with the result and does not even suspect that Ayano is watching his dedication from a short distance. His head is barely touched by soft feathers. Cineraria rushes down with gusty wing beats to confirm her agreement. He immediately understands this gesture as approval and responds with warm words of thanks, while Masubai watches them with quiet, focused curiosity. While they admire the form, Ayano throws out the thought that this ensemble lacks a bit of color to truly do justice to this space. She suggests making small flower pots and immediately adds, "The fairy loves flowers, so she will be the perfect partner for such work." The little moth spirit Musubai also wants to join, fluttering her wings, showing sincere interest. Jiro notices this desire to help and wonders what role she can play in their little project. They set about decorating the shrine with decorative banners, and the ordinary altar immediately takes on a tone of solemnity. The hung fabric changes the entire space. This place no longer looks like an ordinary structure but becomes a true center of worship under the open sky. While they work, Ayano turns to him and curiously asks, what exactly does he pray for when he stands before the goddess? His answer catches her by surprise and he freezes for a moment, immersed in the silence of his own thoughts. He smiles gently and explains, most of his prayers have already been answered one way or another. For him, prayer is not about begging for more but about sincerely thanking for the life he now leads. Realizing this, he admits, the wishes he voiced during his rebirth are being fulfilled step by step. Nearby are companions and in his chest grows a sense of purpose. Looking ahead, he feels deep peace as if the future has finally become his own. He freezes with a sharp tool in his hands and repeatedly replays in his mind how unexpectedly abundant his new life is. Nearby are loyal comrades, and around are neighbors who always support at the right moment. He suddenly clearly sees that he is capable of much more than he once assumed and feels deep gratitude for the support in everything from daily household chores to hunting. This feeling of complete satisfaction embodies the modest but exquisite shrine he built with his own hands, a quiet homage to the deity who gave him this second chance. He steps back a step, calmly content the structure is finally finished and serves its purpose. While he admires his own work with enthusiasm, the little fairy flutters nearby and deliberately teases him, reminding him that now he has the opportunity to fulfill others' wishes. She jokingly criticizes him, saying he nurtured too indulgent earthly dreams about the goddess, but he is still confused. The accusation finds no ground in him, and he stubbornly insists that he did nothing of the sort. She further evaluates their company. The needs of the dark mage are read without mistakes, but the elf's desires turn out to be surprisingly simply a shelter for safety and good food. She emphasizes that he already gives her exactly what she longs for, thereby creating a home where she can finally exhale and feel peace. He freezes and listens carefully while she explains. Although the handrails consider him a burden or a minor nuisance, there is a way to be accepted after all. These words bring him a painful question who he really is in their eyes and how they perceive his presence in their own lives. The conversation leads to the deeper aspirations of the elf woman. She wants to learn to control the power of forest creatures and direct it for the benefit of others. He recalls how she had already spoken about this before and suddenly sees clearly. Her desire is not about personal comfort. She strives to transform the spirits and monsters of the divine tree into something useful for the world. The fairy explains the revival of the divine tree forest is a matter suited only to her kind, a responsibility of incredible weight. They say that only an elf has the connection capable of restoring life to these ancient thickets. She summarizes the speech, openly showing the elf's steadfastness. While wars continue between neighboring states, she has sworn never to use the forest's power for violence. She has already publicly declared her intention to protect this peace. And she stands firm, holding to her pacifist position, even as chaos increasingly escalates around them. She continues to explain, and her voice does not tremble as she confirms the grim truth about what is happening. At the mention of war, Jiro's eyes widen sharply in shock in this silence and calm. It sounds alien and grating. He begins to piece everything together as states clash and shed blood for control. At the same time, the goal is set to preserve resources peacefully, and this bitterly contrasts with the slaughter continuing elsewhere. Because of her refusal to enter violence, she bitterly states, influential figures of the world have turned away from the elven maiden. Without any support and without allies, the restoration turned into a burden that no single soul can bear alone. While she speaks, he cautiously weighs the thought that someone might feign sincere commitment, but she immediately dismisses this version. You don't work with an elf with words alone. A signed oath carries its weight. You can't lightly brush it off or ignore it. The burden of this duty hangs in the air as he runs through the consequences of such a vow in his mind. If they encounter something extraordinarily powerful in the forest and are forbidden to use it in confrontation, they will effectively be disarmed. She solemnly nods, confirming that Jiro's assessment is impeccably accurate. When he reflects, the meaning of this land reveals itself. The coal earnings born here can melt iron, so the forest becomes a resource no less valuable than ordinary coal. It is precisely because of such colossal benefit that most hesitate to make a promise that would bind their hands and reduce control over this vital asset. Despite the immense value of the forest, she shifts her gaze to it and admits, only it from another world truly understands the elf's plight. Her piercing gaze clings to him, and she asks what exactly he, as a stranger, plans to do with the future of this forest. While she waits for an answer, the gazes of his comrades fix on him, but Cyro does not lose his composure and remains remarkably calm. He straightforwardly and without unnecessary words admits he has no grand designs or hidden plans regarding the fate of the forest. He closes his eyes for a moment. The question settles on him like a heavy burden. It never occurred to him how exactly Divine Tree Forest should be used or how it could be milked. He looks back at his past and admits he is tired of living without taste, without colors and feelings. Looking at his comrades gathered around the table, he speaks simply. He wants to have time and peace to create tasty things and truly enjoy them. That is exactly how, he explains, he wants to live now. He does not look away from his open palms and freezes in thought. What he can skillfully make with his own hands, what crops to grow on the land, what to build with his own strength. These tangible steps return to him the joy of existence, the warmth that has long disappeared from his heart. With restrained, unwavering certainty, he realizes this is his path. When he voices these thoughts, a little fairy hovering nearby finally feels. She can understand the kinship he feels toward Misha's goals. She admits that she herself catches herself wanting to support him. She thoughtfully weighs the nature of this connection. To an outside observer, each such small step may seem empty. But when her actions begin to benefit others, the power and weight of these efforts sharply change and they turn into something much greater. The spirit butterfly flutters its wings near the stone structures while the conversation continues. It says that if you give joy to another person, then the work invested in the cause will truly have value and be protected. He directs his gaze to the horizon and suddenly realizes what he holds most dear must gain value in the eyes of others as well. When he catches this deep desire, a sincere wish is born in him to support Miss Tia in her own dreams. And he hopes that perhaps, by fulfilling this, he can leave behind a memory that someone will carry with them as something truly special. He thoughtfully weighs the long journey of the elf woman and tries to understand how many years she spent alone deep in the forest, chasing an ideal that no one else can understand. While he is lost in his own thoughts, Cenaria addresses him as master, repeating that in this world his heart is extremely rare. He responds with a tone of slight doubt and asks if she really thinks so. She sharply leans forward, fixes him with a heavy gaze, and commands, "Enough talk, focus on the task." She is especially interested in how the flower pots are progressing. The man recoils in response. He works because he likes it, so she should not behave as if he is a subordinate. Only by the next day, the small sanctuary completely changed. Now it was covered with bright floral splendor. The fairy calls it, acknowledging that their task is finally completed. She gazes at the decorated shrine and gives it a soft, exquisite smile, vowing to protect this place, the one they cared for together. He looks at her intently, and a calm expression slowly settles on his face as he quietly utters words of gratitude for the little happiness they have already found. In the very thicket of the wild, lush forest, survival presses on the shoulders with a heavy burden. To live in this pristine beauty, one must keep everything ready because nature throws new challenges every time. Currently, the main water source is a nearby river, but this dependence carries great risks. As soon as heavy rains cover the area, the road there becomes dangerous, and after them the water remains muddy and unsuitable for several days. Standing right in front of their dwelling, he turns to his companion and lays out the logistical problems their current situation creates. He explains, although theoretically they could build tanks to collect rainwater, continuous maintenance and daily efforts to keep such a system in order only drag them into new fatigue. But now, having obtained rubber, another possibility has opened up. A sharp, fierce gleam of determination flashes in his eyes. He freezes in pose and solemnly proclaims a new goal: they will dig a well. She listens attentively as he asks her to help with the project. Her gaze shifts from curious inquisitiveness to clear understanding. After a few seconds of thought, she nods. A well is indeed the most practical solution for their needs. A warm smile slides across her lips as she admits, although this place is a bit farther from her home, she truly likes the very idea. He clarifies his vision and says he wants to build a structure equipped with a manual pump with a manual to make drawing water even easier. As they make their way together along the forest path, he again and insistently confirms his intention to build a manual pump. Slightly, as if embarrassed, he smiles and admits, in his memories, it looks like a rather old-fashioned thing. He begins by explaining the basic principles of their project and says that the pump works on the same mechanism as a syringe. Ayano absorbs every word attentively while he shows how pressure will push the water. With a firm nod of determination, he runs through the internal details in his mind and highlights the cylinder and piston as two key parts that will drive the mechanism's operation. Having made the plan, he raises the finished cylinder with the same meticulous technique he used when making his previous wooden buckets. He points to the bottom plate where a large hole is cut in the center, intended for intake. Turning his gaze to the next detail, he carefully carves a block of wood so that it forms a perfect cylinder, then sands the surface until it becomes completely smooth. When the form is brought to perfection, he wraps the wood with a strip of soft leather, extending it slightly above the upper edge to create a tight seal. He shows how this leather lining will allow the piston to slide smoothly while simultaneously keeping the vacuum pressed against the cylinder walls. To complete the work, he drills a perfectly precise hole in the very center of the piston. To keep the flow under control, he takes out a small rubber plate and cuts it so that at the right moment it completely covers the freshly drilled hole. Finally, he tears out a square of copper gasket from the city, bends one edge at a barely noticeable angle, and tightly attaches it to the rubber plate to assemble the working valve. He carefully places the copper plate over the opening so that the rubber sheet is fixed only where it does not cover the metal. This precise arrangement turns the rubber into a valve that blocks the entrance as soon as pressure is applied from above. He continues to explain and shows how the mechanism works like a check valve. When water presses from below, the rubber flap jumps up, allowing flow, and any pressure from above forces it to close sharply tightly, like a lid that prevents water from going back. Having secured the valve, he lifts the already assembled piston assembly and notes, the heaviest part of the internal mechanism is finally completed. The next step is to connect the piston with the long rod, which will become the lever link of the handle. As soon as this assembly is inserted into the wooden cylinder, the main mechanical heart unit of the pump is practically ready. Stepping outside to their temporary workshop, he starts the inspection stage, pours a very small amount of water into the upper part of the cylinder to start the system. He grips the handle and gives strong, even rhythmic movements, and this immediately brings true joy to him and his companion. A steady stream of water bursts from the spout, and a quick inspection confirms there are no leaks from the sides or bottom. The ready hand pump is already in place, firmly secured on a wooden base and prepared for permanent installation. Reviewing his notes, he informs the group, the next task is to assemble the lower valve unit, for which larger amounts of wood and rubber components will be needed. He begins by explaining why a second valve is needed separate from the piston so that water is steadily sucked in and expelled as required. Ayano listens attentively while he shows the exact spot where to mount the ball valve so that the assembled system works to the end. Starting work, he fits a thick wooden board of the required size under the pump and cuts a round hole precisely in its very center. Having formed the hole, he applies an exact shaped cut on its inner edge and presses a rubber layer at an angle to create a hermetic seal. Simultaneously, a trapezoidal frame is installed underneath, secured with reliable rods. Next, he takes a stone, grinding it into a conical shape that exactly matches the dimensions of the beveled hole, then inserts a straight wooden rod into its center. When the components are already assembled, he passes a pin through the hole in the board and attaches a large flat stone disc to the protruding end to form a stopper. This assembled structure, called a ball valve, allows the stone to move strictly vertically within the guide rod. The lower disc prevents it from rising too high so it does not jump out of place. Ayano freezes and watches the mechanism in awe, realizing how complex it is. When the last part fits into place with a slit, he freezes and stares motionlessly at the assembled mechanism in brief silence, and Ayano immediately asks if everything is all right. He lowers his gaze to the already assembled pump and, almost losing his voice, admits, although doubts still gnawed at him, the device is finally ready and working. With his companion, he finally takes a well-deserved pause while he himself reflects. It seems the goddess's blessing guides his hands in this strange, new world, so even difficult tasks become unexpectedly natural, as if suggested from within. Sitting nearby, Ayano quietly smacks his lips on a piece of jerky and asks if the next step will require exhausting digging. He hesitates for a moment and replies with a hint that before they part, they need to make one more important preparation. He explains why the well system requires both a riser pipe and a casing pipe. He returns to her and asks for help precisely at this stage. In response, she quietly and stubbornly nods, confirming her agreement. Everything starts with him taking a long, sturdy wooden pole of the required thickness. Then he explains to her how to tightly wrap sheets of bark along the entire length of the wood to form the outer shell. When the wrapping is securely fixed, he shows that pulling the central removable element leaves behind a perfectly hollow tube, so a real working water pipe is made from natural materials. These pipes are not just wood. During the magical repair, the ritual stops the flow of time inside the bark, so it does not rot even with constant water flow and retains strength capable of withstanding incredible pressure. Soon she masters the technique, holding the finished pipe and showing it with a gaze softly glowing with quiet satisfaction, proud of her share in the project. He thanks her and immediately starts counting their progress. For the required depth of 8 meters, according to his calculations, they still need about 4 sections. He freezes, staring into the depth of the well, and emphasizes, it was the geological survey by Ukadma that indicated exactly where the water would lie. Everything hung by a thread was the very limit of what a manual pump could handle. Focusing on the materials, he inspects the pipe while Yono asks if holes need to be drilled in it. He explains, for the casing pipe, which is installed at the very bottom, holes on the sides do need to be made. This design allows groundwater to seep through the perforations, filling the interior, and then the manual pump raises it to the surface. When the stack of prepared pipes is finally assembled and ready, the physical work can truly begin. He raises the shovel and throws a determined grin, proclaiming the official start of the excavation, and I respond to this without any echosonly with a lively, joyful exclamation. At first, they scrape off the top layer, dig a shallow pit to lay a solid foundation for what is yet to happen in the work. He outlines the next steps. After the initial estimates and a little digging, they will drive the casing pipe into the ground like a stake and then take a drill to reach about 1 meter deep. Returning to his partner, he asks her to help. She reacts instantly and calls upon the magic of shadow control. Dark, ethereal strands emerge from her cloak, already ready to draw supernatural power to accomplish the task. Squinting slightly, she explains with a smile, the tension in this mode really does increase her power. Nearby, dark, ghostly shadows tightly wrap around the pipe, acting as magical support. Gyro, watching everything, cannot help but voice a doubt whether the spells she utters provide real benefit or if it is just a performance. He absorbs her words in thought, nodding to himself as he realizes, if these abilities are gifts from the goddess, then such mystical logic can indeed work. Taking a step forward, he tells her he is ready to start driving the pipe into the ground and asks for her continued support. Focusing to the utmost, he again resorts to his unique ability crafting equipment. A flash, and with a sharp metallic clang, a heavy, specialized hammer appears in his hand, ready for work. Holding the heavy tool, he confesses to her guiltily. He often catches himself loudly naming his own actions aloud, as it has become a habit he picked up. Iona silently watches him, her curiosity ignited by this sudden frankness. She bursts with joy, her face clears, and her smile becomes sincere as she exclaims that in this they are exactly alike. Gyro feels a faint pang of conscience. He thinks he might be unintentionally pressuring the girl who should just be enjoying her young life. He again focuses on the hammer and notes to himself. As soon as he forms a clear image in his mind and assigns it a name, the divine tool seems to respond to his intent. It lies perfectly balanced in his hands as if the tool itself wants to support him. He raises the hammer high and brings it down with all his might. The strike rings out as the casing pipe is driven into the ground. Finally, the first step of the physical work they were supposed to start is underway. When the outer casing is securely fixed, he moves on to the next stage of the operation. The plan is to insert the drill into the pipe and start rotation. This way it will bite deeper into the ground until it reaches the water beneath. He imagines the standard, exhausting procedure of drilling a well, a process that usually forces one to repeatedly pull the drill up to clean the soil already extracted and then drive it back into the hole. To speed things up, she used the shadow control technique, making it spin into a vortex that instantly swallowed the loosened soil as soon as it was lifted by the shovel, thereby sharply reducing the time. Seeing how quickly and flawlessly her magic works, he lets out a sincere cry of admiration. The dark energy easily clears the way for their work. He is filled with genuine gratitude and admits, even with divine tools, enduring the work of removing sand and mud would be exhausting. She only averts her gaze, reducing her participation to a minor detail, and at that moment he feels a wave of renewed strength urging him to move forward. Together they get into the rhythm, building the pipe section piece by piece and repeatedly running the rotary drilling and cleaning until they descend deeper into the ground. Suddenly, the empty clinking of metal drowns out the clear rhythmic splash, and it immediately draws both their attention. To confirm the result, he prepares the final lifting pipe, wrapping its end with a cloth filter so the water remains clear and does not carry sediment. They fill the casing section to the brim and freeze, not averting their gaze. The water level rapidly falls. It is drawn by the pressure of the underground spring, and then it becomes clear. They have managed to reach the aquifer with. When the hardest part is behind, he prepares the hand pump for installation, and she stands nearby, exhaustion and restrained quiet satisfaction with the progress mixing on her face. He starts by pouring priming water into the pump to create the necessary vacuum. Firmly gripping the handle, he initiates rhythmic movements. In a moment, a thin stream bursts from the spout. As the pump picks up work, the weak trickle immediately grows into a powerful flow. He and his companion watch in awe as clear water gushes out in a continuous stream, confirming that their plan has been successfully completed. He encourages her to dare to try. He hands the handle to the young mage. She takes the helm and lets out a joyful shout, laughing as the water roars outward with its own force. She stares motionless at the stream, and in her eyes, wide open with wonder, shines the simple miracle that has just surfaced. While she is still immersed in the moment, he is already making plans for the next steps. Exactly how to control the outflow and craft an appropriate basin that will blend with the surroundings. Just then, a familiar voice calls him. The elven traveler approaches and freezes in amazement upon seeing that the well is already working. He warmly welcomes her back and at the same time emphasizes that their rapid progress was made possible thanks to the invaluable help of the mage. After taking a sip of water and making sure it was surprisingly cold, the elf shifts his gaze to the mage and asks directly, "How exactly did it affect her?" The girl fidgets, not knowing how to explain her unconventional methods. When she persistently presses for answers, he silently watches their exchange, his barely noticeable smile revealing calm and satisfaction at this very moment, while in the distance a puppy sheep, a little wolf cub, plays and twirls. From the side, he silently watches how the burden of daily labor finally breaks the young mage. Ano sits sprawled on the wet ground. Her body twitches from exhaustion, and quiet, steady sobs escape from her chest. Miss Tia, as always, maintains optimism. She leans in with a bright smile, extends a supportive hand, and promises to bring more towels to clean everything up faster. She asks if Ano can hold on just a little longer while she steps away to gather what is needed. She remains in place. Tears flow like a river down her flushed face until the crushing weight of her own efforts catches up with her. When Miss Tia asks if she can even stand, the sorceress can only think about how hard she has pushed herself. Her legs grow heavy, fill with lead, and stubbornly refuse to obey. Pride in completing the once-begun cycle fades for a moment under the pressure of merciless physical and emotional exhaustion from the magic she unleashed to build the well. The group huddles together in the silence of the forest clearing. Gyro introduces the concept from his past world off-grid cabin, and this word sparks his companion's curiosity to the limit. He breaks down this idea into details. It is about a way of life where complete self-sufficiency prevails. The concept involves building a house far from civilization that operates without any reliance on external utilities or infrastructure. Listening carefully, Ayano catches every word and compares it with what she has seen before. She recalls coming across a video about bushcraft online and immediately understands. Their current situation is very similar to the scenes she once observed in off-grid survivalists. She continues to observe and notes. Although the topic may seem boring to some, videos featuring women performing these survival skills almost always gathered noticeably more views. Leaning forward and staring at him with a piercing gaze, she asks if he means exactly those videos where seductive previews deceive viewers. Gyro's calm Shadowshi's ear twitches from nervous tension. Miss Tia picks up the mockery and bluntly hints. He probably watched those videos not for the techniques but for the women. He can only look away silently, with sweat on his forehead, admitting his guilt without any defense. He feels the weight of their disapproving looks on him while Ayano stares at him, holding her face without any emotion. He weakly tries to excuse himself, assuring that he was just quickly flipping through the text, but his obvious discomfort reveals otherwise. Exhausted, he tries to break free from the oppression of shame. He suddenly turns around and again fixes his gaze on the technical details. He voices that he wants to build an A-shaped cabin as a shelter. He plans to use the knowledge he preserved from his past life to create a place for peaceful and comfortable rest. A clear plan emerges in the head. A simple triangular hut, the roof covered so as to divide the space into a storage area and a separate dining zone, a separately arranged corner for relaxation. Returning to his companions, he explains, to assemble something of this scale, serious work will be needed, almost certainly several days. Miss Tia listens attentively, keeping her face completely neutral while assessing the scope of the future project. Despite his own determination, a doubt slips through for a moment. He measures in thought whether the time for such a project is really the best use of his skills, when he could make something more practical. He voices his reservations and feels a small but tangible responsibility fall on his shoulders before the whole group. His phrase hangs in the air, and the elf and the mage involuntarily become fixed in silence, attentive, focused, without any distraction. Miss Tia breaks the silence with a soft smile and tells him that, although she appreciates his concern for their needs, he should more often put his own desires and feelings first. She emphasizes if he truly wants to create this, he does not need their permission. Let him build whatever brings him pleasure. Her support momentarily throws him off balance. He freezes, and a sudden understanding flashes in his eyes. Liano cuts him off with a sharp tone, assuring that with her current sleeping conditions she is completely satisfied and needs nothing more. She says this quietly with a barely noticeable hope in her smile. As long as there is work to be done, she will never be driven away. He nods and supports her with a decisive, confident gesture, acknowledging these words. He listens quietly while the elf shines with delight. Her eyes sparkle as she reminds that since they obtain the power of the regalia, they must get everything out of it and allow themselves to enjoy. Move. Feeling their support, he sincerely thanks both his companions, and the tension from previous doubts recedes as they sit together in the silence of the room. Soon he gets to work. Quills rustle over parchment, and he meticulously draws plans for the new building, a room for a high-ranking fairy. Yet the fairy herself, Cineraria, suddenly appears with a sharp, commanding look and issues a stern warning. If her demands are not met, she will flood the district with cedar sawdust. Her face changes from majestic to frightening, formidable. The sharp onslaught throws Ayano into trembling from shock, while the fairy does not move. Kili demonstrates her position. She will retreat with an ultimatum only when they fulfill her plan for a new home. She leans sharply closer, locking eyes, and clearly states, "This is not just a shelter, but a little house for rest and a bedroom which must meet her demands down to the smallest detail." And at these words, the others can only awkwardly falter under the pressure of her overly authoritative presence. Under the pressure of her demands, she insists, much larger windows must be installed so she can properly look at the surrounding landscape. But he immediately points out an inconvenient obstacle: there is no glass at all, so nothing can be done. He is suddenly struck by a flash of an idea, instantly realizes that when ordinary glass cannot be obtained, his own abilities will allow him to craft transparent plates from simple wood and water. He freezes with admiration as Musubi's fluffy spirit beast produces a specialized dissolving fluid. Zenaria explains the purpose of this substance, while Mistia stands nearby with wide eyes, bursting with excitement, clearly impressed by the capabilities of this insect. Turning to the fairy, he asks if such a stunt is within their power for their current project. She adopts a slightly condescending tone and replies that it is indeed a task for a wonderful fairy, but she is ready to take it on. He bows his head, uttering a very respectful request, and acknowledges her skill. In the thicket of forest greenery, the process begins. A high-ranking fairy activates her special gift to control matter at the microscopic level. Thanks to this power, materials appear that under other conditions no one could have made or forged. She trembles with surprise when she shows the result, a sheet of cellulose nanofiber film material. To him, it looks like an advanced material, a technological marvel that seems to have come to life through magic. The secret lies in the very structure of the trees around them. Cellulose fibers are tightly bonded together. When these fibers are refined to a thickness of 1/10,000th the width of a human hair, the legendary CNF is born. Ano carefully studies the shimmering substance, and it immediately becomes clear what it really is. It seems incredibly light but withstands impact as firmly and hermetically as steel cannot. This special paper and its properties rivals advanced polymers, ceramics, and even metals. And most importantly, its fibers are smaller than the wavelength of visible light, so the material remains completely transparent. He closes his eyes for a moment. Pleasure runs across his features as soon as he realizes, now they will be able to make windows. She immediately picks up his guess with a confident smile, as if guaranteeing that everything will be done flawlessly exactly as he intended. After this, she waves her hand towards the planned plot and says that for the bedroom, the best height is one like hers. Even if they have to live there together, she still considers this arrangement acceptable, confirming an important breakthrough in their construction matters. She remains silent while Gyro probes what her intentions boil down to. Supposedly, once they establish effective control, everything will work in their favor. He suddenly catches her mood and notes her complete lack of objections sounds almost like an admission she was precisely thinking that. This quarrel makes Iona let out a deep sigh, revealing her irritation at the antics, and Gyro lets out a startled cry, suddenly realizes how difficult the next task will be, or how unnoticed time has disappeared. When the tension subsides, he gathers everyone together and announces, since the necessary materials have been collected, it is time to move on to the real construction. Ayano and Masubai catch his intention ready to put the plan into action. Jiro begins to explain the simple but effective A-frame construction. He breaks it down into layers: a stone base, a wooden floor frame, and a special film that retains heat and acts as a shield against weather conditions. Work next to Yono continues. He is in charge of the physical part, lifting the structure up, while they carefully fit the already connected wooden beams, laying them on the floor so that with one move they can build both the walls and the roof. When the main frame is already standing, against the background of the forest emerges the silhouette of a triangular tent. It watches closely. Their new home is finally taking shape. Then he suggests arranging the attic for extra space and cutting a window so the sun can enter inside. Ayano immediately lights up. She likes the very idea of a cozy, dark nook, and the thought of a snug hideaway makes her eyes sparkle. She suggests a bypass, whether it is possible to use the power of the regalia and immediately settle the entire structure as soon as the doors and windows are closed. By applying protective film and binding everything with magic at every connection point, she is convinced that this will achieve a complete waterproofing effect. He immediately voices alarm and points to the danger of such perfect sealing. If the regalia hermetically seal the cabin so that no air remains inside, they will suffocate and will only realize it when the leaves look too confused. They stop at a more careful plan, neatly laying protective film and wooden boards in layers, and only then applying a finishing layer of dark paint to the outer surface. Finally, the project came to an end. In the clearing stands a sturdy black hut, as if dug in the very heart of the forest. He and his companions celebrate the completion of the new shelter. He stands in front of the newly built hut and turns to his companions, asking them to express their honest impressions of the work. Miss Tia carefully examines the structure and, after looking closely, says it looks like the work of a true master, which brings reassurance to the whole team after their hard efforts. While she continues her assessment, the elf notices how different materials harmoniously respond to the magical energy of the forests. A barely perceptible but pleasant atmosphere lingers in the air. Her technical thinking throws him off balance. He never even imagined that someone could analyze the magical resonance of the hut so deeply. But this extensive praise is immediately cut by a sharper reproach from Cineraria. She accuses the elf woman of arrogance, emphasizing it with her tone of delivery. Lady Tia merely shrugged, brushing it off with wordshare gaze shaped by her origin, so she does not worry about how others might perceive her frankness. After this, she noticeably brightens up and insists, when something truly impressive happens, the first burst of emotion must come out immediately. In her opinion, if you delay in search of perfect words, the moment loses its power and fades away. She insists that the very first impulse is the most honest and most accurately conveys the experience. The torn, passionate flash of Tia only adds fuel to the fire. The fairy teases her even more in response, then says that this habit of blowing emotions up to theatricality is an old trait of elves. Miss Tia snorts in annoyance, irritated by how easily the fairy jokingly brushed off her sincere, truly valuable aesthetic admiration. Despite quarrels between them, the hut itself stands as a living proof of their efforts. Its minimalist construction and high quality already outline exquisite beauty. The black exterior cladding does not hide among the forest. Instead, it sharply emphasizes the geometric contrast against the wild, organic, chaotic thickets around. Turning to him, Cineraria cast a calming thought. The magical light reflecting off the natural wooden interior would spread a warm, welcoming glow. She asked the master not to worry, inside it would be truly cozy and comfortable. He smiles, feeling relief that his idea for the house was so warmly received by various friends. While others continue to chat lively in a light, carefree tone, he sinks into deep satisfaction. This is the place shelter they built together. He thanks everyone for their hard work and acknowledges that their efforts truly paid off. Ms. Tia, slightly embarrassed, insists that she was just a pebble on the path, while Ayano still silently stays behind. He leads them into the sleeping area. The fairy is already rushing ahead, and her gaze flashes when she notices the large bed. He immediately confirms this is exactly what was requested, a double inflatable mattress that provides enough space for resting. She strikes a pose, loudly declares that the room is suitable for communication, and gives it a solid 70 points for how accurately it embodies the builder's intent. After that, all she can do is watch her, but with a weary smile because she sets too high standards. She watches intently as he returns to the elf and throws out a phrase about how he tried to read the creator's heart when putting everything together. These words suddenly confuse Miss Tia. She lets out a piercing, frightened scream and suddenly realizes how much thought was put into every design detail. After this, he shows exactly how the furniture can function in different roles and explains. The bed frame actually consists of two separate parts. When he folds the legs, these elements turn into a pair of long benches. This way, the small area works as efficiently as possible. He continues the tour near the large window and shows them a special black film. With a brief gesture, he explains how it can be lowered to completely cover the room from the inside and ensure privacy at any moment when needed. He adds that this option was specifically requested to be implemented. It is necessary to control sunlight. Miss Chai immediately lights up with a grateful smile. Ayano, however, seems to withdraw a little, as if overwhelmed by the amount of these details. Finally, he leads them out onto a spacious wooden terrace and shows that the large window opens directly to the outside. While the group freezes in delight, they shout, not believing how flawlessly the cozy interior transitions into the fresh forest air. She silently absorbs the impressions as if she has already achieved her goal, and when Miss sees her reaction, his face lights up with pure joy. From how she blossomed with excitement, the efforts truly make sense, although Scenaria teases. The elf and the master look perhaps the most satisfied, and this might put Gyro in a slightly awkward position. Returning to the others, he declares that now they can finally breathe out a little utopia in their lives. Ayano tilts her head crookedly. She does not recognize this word. From above, a barely audible, ghostly ethereal voice confirms that his words reach and that he is truly being listened to. They begin to assess what they have gotten into. There is plenty of water here and a place to sleep. Such a reserve allows for a trip to the village for necessities or even to count on a sudden profit from a big hunt, especially since Dziro knows that the local merchants keep their word and do not let people down. He calculates the options for their new home. If they can make things that have value, they will need to bring them to market. The very thought of giving something that will bring joy to others reveals a confident smile on his face. Realizing this, she enthusiastically offers help. Hope for a peaceful life flashes in her eyes. She imagines the silence in which they will occasionally sell handmade items to afford small pleasures, her long-held dream which she kept secret. Before the gaze fixes on a new direction, the two exchange a brief, meaningful realization, a silent mutual agreement. Then the camera focuses on the team gathered on the sun-drenched deck. When the cabin is finally completed, everyone gets to work but maintains the usual relaxed pace, allowing this new refuge to breathe tranquility. Far from the quiet cabin, the merchant Doro and the burly sailor guard on the deck are intently discussing more urgent matters. They still have not found the buyer for the rare two-headed dragon liver, an extremely valuable item that the deck sailor wants to sell as soon as possible. The conversation shifts to the royal court. There, one prince is wasting away from a poisoned wound received in battle. They agree to quietly leak a rumor about their own treatment to the royal merchants so that the news reaches the king himself and brings them a powerful patron. He continues his tirade, waving his hands sharply, and stubbornly insists that his warehouse is already overflowing with these paintings. He demands that his companion take everything upon himself and deliver them to the estate, ordering them to be kept safe, because he fears the worst consequences if something happens to the collection while it is under his supervision. In response, the giant raises the portrait but receives a sharp order to throw out this junk. However, he does not give in, insisting that his own storages are the cleanest and tidiest of all, and adds that his son specifically asked to leave the item there. The merchant snorts and waves his hand at responsibility as if it means nothing. Meanwhile, he notes that he has already managed the provisions that will last them more than a year, especially now that he has gathered a surplus of spices and medicines. His companion watches him closely, a mix of anxiety and involuntary irony in his gaze, wondering how he will manage when their benefactor actually returns, but the older man cuts him off. saying the debt can be repaid anytime. While they walk, the younger man mentally runs through the inevitability that their friend will return again, especially if the local population grows or the threat from monsters intensifies like a wave. He throws out a half-rhetorical question, pondering how they should act when the path leads not to a confrontation, but to bring even more goods for sale. After this, he makes a stunning statement. If his own artistic efforts sell for a high enough price, he might retire and sleep through an entire decade. He swears that next time he will create even more, no matter the cost, and the elderly merchant remains standing completely exhausted and speechless, stunned by the sheer audacity of this promise. Meanwhile, in a quiet hut, the tired traveler sits, helplessly collapsed on the floor, high strength exhausted, while his companions gather around. Despite the exhaustion, he still thinks about another visit to the city in the coming days, but a small spirit immediately sharply, anxiously tugs at him. Enough, let him lie down and rest. The fairy Cineraria stands, holding a posture of majestic importance. Her wings shimmer as she addresses her master. Steadfast and solemn, she requests to begin the banquet, her face remaining stern despite the festive nature of her proposal. He glances at the large wooden barrel where a tiny spirit has settled. When he asks if the spirits are inside, she does not arguingly nods briefly and businesslike, confirming his guess. Her tiny figure is lost against the backdrop of the giant barrel. She leans forward and her gaze sharpens as she voices the real reason for this meeting. It is about diplomacy. She seeks official reconciliation with the one she calls the JK of Darkness. She is convinced a social bridge must be built. Continuing her lecture, she sighs and complains. People should naturally respect the high fairies and hold them in great esteem, yet somewhere deep down there is still dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. She insists that the recent frictions and emotional outbursts are merely echoes of shame gone astray, which manifested in the wrong place. She reveals her plan to use the banquet as a tactical field. By loosening the interlocutor's restraint with alcohol, they will be able to restore their broken relationship faster. After all, drinking has more than once served as a catalyst for an honest conversation. He shifts his gaze to the heavy, bulging sack lying nearby. His curiosity is sparked solely by its size. He dares to ask what else she brought with her for this cleverly devised plan. She takes out a pair of dark sunglasses and with a sweeping gesture moves them onto her face, as if demonstrating her own confidence, uttering haughty words. Supposedly, as an elite fairy, she has serious influence and connections in the botanical world, so the contents of the bag, it turns out, appeared thanks precisely to these contacts. He freezes, stunned, watching as she begins rummaging through the overly large bag. Her sudden movement and quirky behavior confuse him as he tries to figure out what botanical surprises are about to appear. He freezes in place and looks incredulously into the center of the sack. Small white grains are pouring out from there. The substance he sees is familiar and takes his breath away. His eyes widen, and recognition overwhelms him immediately. The man barely forms words. He twitches from shock, stammers, while the fairy intently gazes at him through her dark lenses. She snorts with a barely noticeable, confident smile, and confidently notes that a master like him surely sees the true value of what she brought. The discovery knocks him off his feet, clutches his head, unable to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, she straightens up, holds a confident pose, and lays out the conditions for the upcoming banquet feast. Her demand is simple: to spend one night in complete luxury. In return, she will receive food and drink, and he will have the treasure she brings. A wave of joy bursts out of him. His cheeks burn with sincere gratitude as he realizes that Ryseth's support of his former life is finally within reach. He thanks without ceasing, and she calmly accepts his praise, gently suggesting that worshipping such a wonderful fairy is a perfectly reasonable response. Excited, the man insists with words. He suggests carving a statue in her honor and impatiently asks what material she prefers for the monument, stone or wood. She responds with a gaze devoid of any emotion, looking back indifferently and flatly, as if checking whether he has completely lost his mind. While he continues admiring the precious grains and even smiles with delight, she watches him closely. Her voice becomes softer. She asks him to say if he wants anything else and offers her additional help. He pauses, and his focused expression becomes more serious as he stops at just one demand. He asks her not to make such generous offers blindly in the future, as if fearing what responsibility and debt it might place on him. She brushes off his concerns, explaining that, against the backdrop of the divine artifacts he already possesses, a little rice is a trifle. She reminds him that this forest and its resources are effectively at his disposal, so there is no need to fuss over a single location. She does not cease trying to convince, Supposedly, if he really wanted this, he would just have to leave this forest and leave behind the modest life he built here. She paints a captivating picture of triumph before her eyes. She tells how effortlessly he can storm into the greatest kingdom in the world and take its throne for himself. In her vision, mountains of gold and the state's most precious treasures lie before him. They are surrendered by those he has already conquered. She gazes intently at him again, sitting astride the wooden barrel. She dismisses his current modest life as trivial, and insists that a man of his stature should not seek pleasure in the meager gifts of a forest nook when the whole world can already be his. He listens, and her words drive the silence, which suddenly becomes deafening when she names the true price of his existence. She cuts him off. He himself is the spirit who forged the divine artifacts capable of fundamentally changing the world. When she comes closer, he is given a choice. Her voice flows with a sweet promise of complete power and demands an answer whether he will finally accept his fate. In her imagination, he becomes a conqueror and a living god. He rules everything and surrenders to any desire without limits. He momentarily holds back the weight of her words. They hang in the air, but his thoughts are already drifting to the simple joys he has managed to feel. Suddenly it becomes clear to him. If he turned into such a tyrant, he would destroy that sincere thread that holds him and Mrs. Tia together, and she would no longer look at him with the same warmth and wonder. He rubs his temple and catches himself feeling a pure absurdity of the scale she proposes. Calmly and directly he tells her, this conversation has grown too lush, completely not to his taste. He values the simple joy of the bowl of rice before him far more than any global empire. She looks at him intently, and in her gaze there is nothing to read, only restrained silence. Finally, she accepts his answer as truly interesting and addresses him, my lord. She remains sitting on the barrel, watching him intently with a barely noticeable, sly confidence. Then she concludes, the care from a high-ranking fairy like herself should be much more delicious for him than any bowl of grain. She lays out a selection of things before him and explains. She took all this from the storeroom belonging to her acquaintance. Then she insists on her own, if he really wants to return something, let him just pay for the drinks later. Gyro stands and stares at her as if struggling between confusion and suspicion. He immediately questions her actions and directly asks if she stole the goods. Standing close, she looms over him, looking somewhat offended by the accusation, while he still does not believe her frivolous explanation. Having realized that genuine gratitude from several people follows him, he decides to make a gift for them as a proper thank you. She watches him. For a person of such stature, this gesture seems trivial, like a grain of rice, yet he stubbornly holds to his own, and on his face is a modest, restrained, warm smile. Because of this decision, he decides to arrange a small meeting. He reasons that since they are not quite ordinary people, a brief invitation will suffice, and he confidently expects that the banquet will be gladly accepted. In a moment the celebration flares up fully. Miss Tia pulls Ayano into loud, strong embraces. Both have cheeks burning with joy and the effects of drinking, and their laughter echoes as they celebrate the reunion and the feast before them. When the party erupts into chaos at its peak, he averts his gaze from the clamor and focuses on the small companions. Matsukaze and Musubai playfully twirling in the grass, their relentless mischief only amplifying the hum and festive liveliness of the gathering. With a warm gaze, he watches his friends and explains to the fairy. He just wanted to celebrate that he can gather with everyone again. The fairy still holds some distrust toward his modest words, but Lady Tia, overhearing the conversation, reveals a sincere, bright smile and supports him. The boy's sincerity seems incredibly sweet to her. The night drags on, but the mood remains high. Miss Tia solemnly declares that the food and drinks are the best she has ever encountered. He steps back a step and calmly observes, with quiet satisfaction, noting how even the mightiest creatures can find simple joy in a shared meal. He silently watches as she greedily finishes the rice. Her cheeks burn and sweat glistens on her skin. It is as if this simple grain is pulling her inch, endlessly whispers its name again and again, as if holding a holy relic she hasn't seen in ages. Confronted with her in such a state, he can only stand and watch, clenching from severe pain. There is no soundingly silent repentance before Cineraria, for right now he is unable to find any words for Ayano. He clearly feels how heavily her reaction weighs on her. 4 long years have passed since she last felt this familiar relief. While the team split into squads, Ayano and Yukitoma focused on their task as the squad for searching mushrooms and Mold carefully combing through the local vegetation. She notes that their gathering skills are improving. They managed to find several truly high-quality specimens that will definitely be needed on their journey. Nearby, as part of the team catching river shrimp, Ms. Tia proudly lifts a huge specimen she just pulled from the water. Sujuru freezes and looks through shock, commenting on the colossal size of the creaturate looks much larger than any shrimp he has seen in his world. She asks if such catches happen often and where he got it from. Then he explains, in Japan, people are known by their reputation to eagerly eat almost everything that lives in water. He honestly admits that he wouldn't mind trying at least a piece of this giant specimen, as the culinary curiosity of his people is boundless. He further explains the misunderstanding. He says that although they do have a strict diet, in his homeland there are no real merfolks or mermen. Miss Tia listens attentively, and her face changed contemplates the idea of a world without such magical creatures. She leans closer, a sly spark flashing in her eyes. She asks if his refusal of the common folk means that, suddenly encountering a mermaid, he would agree to eat her. The question is sharp and blunt, throws him off balance while she teases him, spreading ideas about the extremes his cultural appetite is capable of. She locked eyes with him, wide open eyes slid into horror, and the silence between them stretched as if her own question was heavy inside. He remained calm, a face without any clues, which only intensified her sudden realization about the dreadful joke she had just blurted out. He sharply releases the tension with a wave of his hand, assuring her that it was all just a playful prank and he would never actually do anything like that. A wave of relief washes over her, and she bursts out laughing, glad that his culinary ideas did not cross the line of the unthinkable. He fixes his gaze on how she playfully splashes in the water, but inside him a memory overwhelms him. The dark legend of Yao Baikuni, a woman who gained immortality by eating the flesh of a mermaid. He decides it is better to keep this very tale silent so as not to add another reason for misunderstandings. She watches as Mrs. Tia gets to work and laughs as soon as she realizes the mixture of potato starch has unexpectedly thickened and become sticky. While she continues working, Chugusa keeps his attention on his bay nearby. He steadily turns a stone mill, skillfully made by Sudaru, to grind the wheat they bought in the city into fine flour. While she grinds the grain, he takes on the finest work, confidently wielding a kitchen knife and expertly processing the gathered ingredients. He takes a pause and tries the river shrimp they caught. Even after simple boiling with a pinch of salt, they are amazingly rich and pleasantly satisfy the taste. The smell of his cooking instantly spreads around and attracts Matsux's gaze. He jumps up nearby with an impatient expression, and the host immediately hands the greedy cat a small piece. The little creature devours the treat with frank pleasure, then snorts and warns, "This will be the last piece, the rest must be left for food." After the puppy darts away, he returns again to his preparations at the table right on the street, confidently noting that everything is going as it should. Keeping his gaze on him, Miss Tia leans closer with a sly smile and asks to taste some herself. He immediately agrees and offers her a piece of juicy shrimp. She shines with genuine joy, her eyes sparkle as she savors the dish. She exclaims irritably, happily, and calls her companions because her voice trembles with delight over the delicious food they are now sharing. Nearby, the royal mage approaches the cook and asks a strange question. He supposedly heard that food can be obtained by imitating a young wolf cub. She shyly but sincerely asks if she should also squat down and get on all fours. He quickly and firmly cuts off. Such behavior is not needed at all, and he remains calm, though the request sounds absurd. A warm, festive atmosphere holds the three of them together. They gather around the table and raise their full mugs, making a cheerful toast. On the table are already laid out the fruits of their efforts, a generous banquet that promises to be as pleasant as the path that brought them together. This beer is a true masterpiece by itself. A lush foam rises in the glass and a fruity aroma spreads. Its clean, refreshing taste has a barely noticeable acidity, and all this skillfully highlights the deep, juicy, and spicy notes of the meat. Next to the drinks lies a bare meat steak served on a rough wooden plate. The meat itself was fried right on the wood. It soaked the board with a deep, smoky flavor that emphasizes the natural strength of the meat and its wild taste. Taking another bite, the elf woman freezes in surprise. A unique flavor flashes one after another, and the smoky scent of wood elevates the dish to a completely different level, far beyond any ordinary grilled meat she had ever tasted. She still cannot shake the thought that the combination of forest aroma and tender meat truly goes beyond the usual. Another dish is added to the common table, fried fillet, coated in a mixture of potato starch and wheat flour. It turns out truly golden crispy on the outside and tender inside. It is prepared carefully to be the perfect complement to their drinks. He bites off a piece of the roasted meat she prepared and realizes the crispy juiciness makes the beer go down even easier. but as soon as the sharp saltiness hits his tongue, his face changes and he immediately points out the overly generous seasoning. In response, the embarrassed cook quickly exclaims an apology. He silently watches as the elven woman takes a big bite. Food muffles her voice, but she still warns not to spoil her lineage with overly luxurious delicacies. She stubbornly insists she can handle it, though fatigue weighs on her. After that, she emphasizes that the dish is incredibly tasty and asks him to keep the host under control. Next to her, the young sorceress chokes on the flavors. Tears stream down her cheeks as she bites into various tempuras and river shrimp. Struggling between muffled sobs, she says that 4 long years have passed since she last tasted rice. The familiar taste and texture overwhelm her with a wave of memories, and she eats with desperate, utterly uncontrollable intensity. He notices her emotional reaction and, recalling her words about how food in this world is usually terrible, wonders how she managed to endure such fear for so long. The flawless goddess quietly intervenes and speaks with a barely noticeable envy. She wishes that she herself would one day prepare such a dish just as he had to see that look of joy. A tiny fairy hovers very close and casts her gaze on the culinary state of this world. She declares that the vast majority of inhabitants lack true cooking skills and is fully determined to prove to the elves that even those as talented as she can be outdone by human hands in the kitchen. While the conversation continues, the little wolf cub and the armored spirit beast calmly eat their portion in a cozy corner of the camp. They live simply, enjoying the rare treat brought to them by the company. In a moment, nothing remains from the feast except empty bowls and stained plates. Bare remnants of meat and seafood testify to how hungry the group was. Once full dishes have already been cleared away, leaving only the sharp smell of herbs and smoke. When night falls on the earth, the crackling of the campfire pushes away all other sounds and becomes the main one. The orange flame flickers and dances against the backdrop of dense darkness around. The echoes of the feast have already died down, now only the calm, steady crackling of burning logs remains. They sit outside together under the cool night stillness beyond the cabin. The fire warms them with heat that cuts through the cold, and the silence is no longer so sapphate is broken by interrupted quiet. He holds the pause to begin speaking. A new thought comes to him as the day rolls toward its end. He sits with his comrades, and the conversation gradually drifts toward what magic really is. Miss Tia throws in a remark about the typical dark magic user. Supposedly, such people often break mentally, either devouring others or drowning in their own delusions and visions. But Senarea cannot find peace. How does he manage to control such power if he has no religious faith at all? Miss Tia just shrugs and shifts everything to her own. It is her special cheat, a strange peculiarity of reality that defies explanation. Bringing the conversation to his past life, he admits that one guilt still pains him. The manga he was reading, he never managed to finish it, was cut off when he died. At this confession, interest sparks in Ayano. She is already clearly tipsy, leans closer and gives a silly smile, as if she can't wait to find out which manga it is and what plot unfolded in it. She pushes him further. Her voice drags as if tipsy, and she measures him with a question. Is he hinting at forbidden knowledge, or maybe telling a story for those who love the shadow? Miss Tio watches the scene, her curiosity reflected in the silent gaze with which she watches the two of them. She watches as he nods in acknowledgement, as if, in a certain sense, it really can be considered forbidden. Senaria immediately intervenes and points out that his 1,000 chances are just imitations of techniques from that very story. She warns, such things are outright taboo, but despite the warning, he decides that it's time to tell us this legend. When he almost begins to speak, a sharp focus flashes on her face. She stares intently at him, as if trying to find out whether the story he is about to tell is really limited to just the manga or if there is something deeper and much more important hidden in his words. The morning of an ordinary Monday unfolded without surprises. On the way to school, she suddenly slipped and rolled down the stairs of the station. Consciousness flowed into a warm haze. She covered her eyes, but the next moment found herself before mysterious gates in a world ruled by complete darkness. As soon as Chigusa Ayano opened her eyelids, she was immediately covered by the dark shadow of an unfamiliar forest. The realization hit instantly. She found herself in another world, and from that moment began her new life far from the world she had known before. The first days turned into a complete fog of confusion and fear. Part of her memories vanished without a trace. She remembered sobbing in panic when a pack of goblins cornered her, but she was suddenly saved by instinct. A burst of magic erupted from within. A spell which she herself did not suspect escaped from her lips, pushed the monsters away, and left her alive. Eventually, she came across a noisy town, but as soon as she crossed the threshold, she was immediately met with purely practical problems. Her gaze fell on a handful of coins in her palm, and she realized that all her backup amounted to a miserable 2,900 yen. As soon as she tried to enter, Agar immediately demanded a toll. To cross the gate, she had to give all the money she had without exception. Left penniless as a beggar, she sought advice at the local counter, where a sharp-eyed administrator immediately informed her. Traveling mages must register with the Adventurers Guild. The woman laid out the harsh truth of the new job. Only proof of kills was accepted as a reward, for example, a goblin's right ear. Additionally, she was clearly made to understand. Hunting just outside the city is strictly forbidden, so the choice narrowed down to one: to accept the fate of an adventurer. The prospect of a life filled with violence and fear of death scared her to trembling and forced her to make a desperate escape plan. She decided to save every earned coin for only one purpose: to collect enough sugar to cook her sweets. In this strange land, she clung to the only skill she brought from her former life: an unparalleled talent for confectionery, hoping to carve out a calmer future for herself. Her plan eventually bore fruit. As soon as her sweets took off, sales were swept away faster than she could prepare them. But this success did not divert her from the world of adventures as she had dreamed. Alongside her companions, she listened as they did not hide their amazement. They had never seen a mage weave such narrowly specialized spells. Because of this, the question arose about the true nature of the woman they knew by the name Ayano. She met their inquisitive glances with a calmly irritated expression and dryly asked if there was something wrong with her methods. Her companions immediately stepped back with words assuring that they were by no means complaining, yet the mystery of her origin and peculiar magic stubbornly hung between them, not letting go. She stands next to her companions, Ms. Tia and Sedek, and listens as they discuss the dangers of the territory they have just entered. Ms. Tia warns, if this is truly a domain of dark magic, monsters will soon be drawn to them. Ano nervously tries to justify herself. Her words pour out incessantly, as she attempts to explain her presence in these actions and fears that her deeds may have accidentally brought trouble. This lingering feeling of personal inadequacy repeatedly drags her thoughts back to the early years in this world. She remembers how she secretly watched from the darkness, a single figure who never found a way to bridge the gap between herself and the bright, successful travelers basking in the glory of their conquests. To her, they seemed like beings from another dimension, easily dealing with gigantic monsters, while she remained a nameless face in the crowd. She nurtured a quiet hope: once she became stronger, she would finally deserve a place among them. In her dreams, her skill appeared so indisputable that others would simply reach out to her, invite her into their ranks, and forever end her loneliness. Her desire for power ultimately led to a fateful meeting with a cloaked figure completely hidden and shrouded in mystery. The stranger handed her a dark grimoire and spoke in riddles about a father who lives beyond the stars and a gate that must be opened. Although his words sounded vague, the promise of power hidden in this book was undeniable. Turning the pages, she felt the text in her hands blur and dissolve. The spells clung to the words and defied her understanding. Yet somewhere inside, something still stirred. Dark magic echoed, almost a memory of the power she once wielded. Suddenly, she wanted a spellone that was formidable, or at least somehow evoked warmth, one she could speak and feel it belonged to her. With gathered strength, she unleashed the hidden magic from Tom, and a shadow serpent, many-headed and colossal, emerged from the darkness. When the monster loomed over the landscape, she lightly, with irony, thought that the harsh laws of her former world did not apply here, so she could control this terrible power without any chains. Instead of the worship she sought, the display of power sowed fear among the spectators. Rumors about the monster followed her closely as people recoiled from the dark sorceress who seemed to have surpassed the usual limits of skill. Her attempts to fit in only pushed her further away. Now she was branded as something to be feared. Meanwhile, Mrs. Tia and Sedek stand amid the ruins after a fierce commotion, surveying the charred clearing. They came to find the source of rumors about a suspicious cultist summoning monsters, but had no idea the path they stubbornly followed led directly to the companion standing beside them. She fixes her sharp gaze on the young mage and inquisitively presses with a question. Was it really the girl who was behind that recent quarrel? Ayano falters, mixes up words, tries to justify herself. Monsters had already attacked her too, and she had long felt that the danger was only growing. Her delay gives the tall man a reason to cut off the conversation. He reminds his companion that it was Ayano who took on the request to clear the forest of threats. Then he insists that calling her the most suspicious of all those nearby is an exaggeration, as her actions do not warrant such conclusions. After this, he returns to Yona, speaks a gentle hint, and asks if she wants to move alongside them. He adds that although she might like solitude in these times, hiding alone only fuels others' suspicions about her intentions. The warrior does not abandon the request. He scatters a friendly smile and admits that the monsters they have encountered are no longer something they can handle alone. He asks her to support him, hoping they will combine their strength as the beasts approach ever more fiercely. After a brief silence for reflection, a barely noticeable smile flashes on her lips and she nods, agreeing to help them with the request. Later, when the circle gathers around the campfire, she feels deep gratitude toward the mysterious figure who handed her the grimoire. She suddenly realizes the dark magic she once feared would forever separate her from everyone else has unexpectedly brought her friends the very ones she longed for so much. But just as they exhale with relief, the next day the peace shatters under pressure. A cultist of an evil god approaches them. His hooded figure stands among a pack of monsters, then leads them all into a brutal confrontation. Facing danger head-on, she prepares a counter-strike. Her eyes narrow with concentration, and she begins a continuous spell to summon the power of the gates. She holds her ground firmly as the summoned tentacles press the cultist into resistance that crumbles under the blows. The hooded figure emits a piercing scream of shock. She cannot comprehend what kind of curse this is or why it allows her to wield such power. Ayano simply states affirmatively. Her magic proved stronger than the one opposing her. After the flare of battle, she returns to her companions and the tension on her face melts, changing into restrained, slightly embarrassed confusion. She admits, even she did not fully grasp how vast the events that just unfolded were. As the dust settles, the entire company surveys the remains of their enemy. Although the cultist's presence was deadly, Sedek and Mischa cannot hold back whispers. Ayano's power in her own style turned out to be even more terrifying. Sensing her tension, the two travelers immediately apologize sincerely. Lady Tia admits, at first she seemed reserved and frighteningly cold, but now Tia understands Ayano is just a young girl caught in extraordinary circumstances. Ayano, confused by the straightforwardness of their words, can only respond embarrassedly, stumbling over her words. Warmth washes over her like a wave from their acceptance. She is grateful to be considered a true comrade. Miss Tia takes a dark, exquisite mask from the scene and holds it visibly, asking what she thinks about this artifact. She slowly gazes at the mask and casts a glance at the tome lying nearby, and a chilling realization overwhelms her. Her grimoire, her very source of power, could not have appeared by chance. It obviously came from someone connected to this dark sect. This connection suddenly pierces her with sharp fear to the bone. She swallows and looks at her new companions. Her voice trembles as she asks if they will now consider her just as much a cultist as those they just fought. They quickly brush off her fears with simple smiles and light teasing. Sedek throws jokes. If she really is a cultist, then it turns out they are her comrades too. Thus, they seem to immediately bind their fates to one another, and Ayano both breathes out with relief and at the same time feels slight irritation at their carefree devotion. She stands in the circle of her comrades Sedeka and Miss T and feels their warm smiles and clear promise of protection upon her. After the recent trial, their bond has noticeably strengthened. Amid the shadows of the conflict not yet dispersed, a moment of true closeness finally emerges. A moment of silence puts a full stop to their current struggle, and she briefly plunges into memories of the little things they didn't get to touch upon, even buying sugar in the neighboring town to bake sweets. It is on this calm, contemplative note that the chapter of their journey through the otherworldly space ends. And the shadows of her past trials still cling to memory. She warns that those who scatter empty sweet promises without any deeds are most often the most deceitful, just like the cultists they had to face. While they rest under the open sky, her companions catch every word. It hangs in the air, not letting go. Confronted with her tense gaze, the giant man feels a sharp, painful echo of sympathy. He suddenly understands how much she has had to endure and how far it is from his own life. Nearby, an elf immediately pulls her into tight, protective embraces and gives a vow not to step away and never again allow her to be in such grief. She accepts his care and feels a warm fullness and calm inside. She hasn't felt this sensation for a long time. He gently strokes her head. Seeing how sincerely they hold each other and how the elf unhesitatingly offers his shoulder, the big man cannot hold back tears. When they gathered before what was about to happen, the conversation sharply shifted to the future to talks about the chance to get into the royal palace. She silently watches, her gaze both curious and tiredly wary, as if already sensing that new quarrels and political intrigues await them again in the corridors of power. The conversation shifts to Elden lore, and she asks whether elves are really born from trees or from pollen. This version seems too fantastical to bear a sharp contrast to the grim, grounded realities she constantly encounters during her travels. She immediately bursts out laughing, then starts explaining, these stories are just fanciful excuses to brush people off. She explains that elves are born in the forest just as people are born at home, and they have no reason to trade their forest way of life for the cramped human palace. She She continues the explanation and emphasizes, ancient people probably took elvish metaphors too literally, which is why strange myths appeared and continued to persist here. Hearing this, the young man ponders the details. Could magic be involved in their reproduction if trees are not the source? And he voices his doubts aloud. This question causes the elf woman to burst into laughter. Both the very idea of such mystical origins and the puns with her companion's name seem laughable to tears. She leans back and laughs heartily, then suggests that she and the mage would make a wonderful couple, to which the mage trembles in voice and stammers, sincerely offended and embarrassed. When laughter subsides and turns into quiet, muffled chuckles, the sorceress still irritably snaps at them. She warns both that she will curse them if even one word from this shameful exchange escapes their circle. He easily lifts her into his arms and involuntarily freezes in surprise. In his embrace, she seems completely light. Miss Tia does not move. Her gaze is closed with shut eyes as he carries her through quiet, peaceful spaces. Inside his reliable embrace, she suddenly realizes how unnoticed she has drifted away. Earlier she felt him nearby, but that calm was too strong. The very thought of waking seemed an unnecessary burden. While he keeps a steady pace, she decides not to break the game and continue to behave as if everything is going as planned. She reasons, since he is most likely leading her back to the room anyway, there is no point in refusing this moment of luxury, especially since she does not want to walk at all right now. But the closeness begins to press, his grip becomes too tight and her heart loses its rhythm. Warmth spreads through her body, but she frantically searches for any explanation for him other than that it is his touch. The creak of the opening door lets them know of their arrival, and he carefully lowers her onto the soft bed. She's about to wake up on her own in a moment to thank him, but somewhere inside fear gnaws at her. What if suspicion stirs in him that she was already conscious, and then nervous laughter will give her away completely? Near the small hut hidden from prying eyes, the fairy's fuchsia hangs its ashen trail, and those frankly suggestive phrases she had already thrown about this room continue to ring in Misha's head. The realization grows with every moment. The elven call follows the thought, and internal panic grips her on the edge when it becomes clear that their current solitude has serious consequences. He sits on the edge of the bed next to her. The mattress sinks under his weight. She does not move, only freezes, and in her head rages the realization that she has completely missed the moment to wake up beautifully, and her lack of experience in such intimate moments paralyses her utterly. Reaching forward, he gently removes the stray strand from her face, and his gaze lingers on her features. He whispers a quiet acknowledgement of her beauty, unaware that every word and every touch awakens a tremor in the woman who only pretends to be asleep. She does not move while Gyro stands over her. His heavy gaze has already made a decision. He quietly says it is time to go, and this immediately provokes a sharp, worried question from the little fairy hanging nearby. Is he really ready to leave? When the echo of his footsteps fades and the door clicks shut, her internal panic flares to the limit. She agonizes over how exactly to act next, running through a dozen possible options in her head until she finally dares to slowly open one eye to make sure. The room is silent and no one is nearby. She exhales with relief and rises on her back. A self-satisfied, slightly cheeky smile appears on her face as if to say, everything worked. She concludes, he probably just intended to let her rest peacefully, unaware of the whirlpool he himself stirred within her. Then she shifts her gaze to the other occupant of the room, the fairy sprawled on the soft sofa, leisurely sipping something from a cup. She calls the spirit, and her voice carries both lively curiosity and a not yet fully dissipated embarrassment. She demands an answer, whether the fairy had been watching her actions all this time. Her face flushes a deep crimson shade as she suddenly realizes how vulnerable she has become. The spirit does not lose composure at all. In a cold tone, he asks again if she wants to hear a detailed step-by-step analysis of that wonderful performance she just witnessed, and by doing so, he only fuels the fire of shame in the elf even more. Having grasped that her secret shame has already been noticed, she flops onto the bed and twists on it in a fit of painful humiliation. The fairy only sighs deeply, watching this theatrical collapse, while the image of his focused face remains engraved in the elf's mind for a long time. Trembling from her own shame, she breaks away from her thoughts and heads to the neighboring bed where a young mage lies. She quietly asks if the girl has already woken up, and in response hears a sleepy, hoarse apology. The exhausted youth stirs under the blanket, as if roused only half asleep. She silently gazes at the sleeping girl and with a hint of gentle longing notices, the mage was brought to this refuge before her. A quiet truth settles in her mind. Now both she and this girl are safe, hidden here, while the man who brought them returns to where the unknown begins. Under the watchful gaze of the fairy, she finally admits the truth. Her cheeks burn with shame as she confesses that all this time she had been faking sleep. Nearby, Shagosa stands motionless and silently stares at the ceiling. Her voice drowns in heavy, restrained despair as she admits she is completely lost and does not know what to do next. Senarari's sharp reprimand brings her no relief. The fairy immediately and without ceremony declares that all the blame for what is happening now lies entirely with Sayuru. But Lady Tia is too mired in battling her own inner chaos to waste time on reproaches. She feverishly explains that in her 2 centuries of life she has never felt such anxiety, although she insists that it is definitely not love. The tiny fairies corner her with their mischievous questions whether the relationship is truly doomed to be impossible, and she suddenly bares her teeth, jumping to her feet, trying desperately to explain her own vague feelings. Tracking how the elf flusters in despair, Shagusa quietly asks, "Who was Saju really? What kind of man?" A brief silence falls in the room and everyone holds their breath as if each momentarily plunges into reflection. Outside the cabin walls, Gyro sits alone, staring up at the starry sky, and with bitter contemplation weighs how young and full of strength the girls look compared to his own weary soul. He continues to silently keep his vigilant post, concluding, "Those days with them passed not as a shared journey, but as a quiet gratitude for a beautiful, fleeting masterpiece." He listens as the fairy gives orders and sums up his recent attempts, noting that he managed to reconcile with Chugosa. Although he hears praise, inside there is still a click of anxiety. She just said that now she holds him in her hands because she already knows his weak spots. What happened earlier comes to his mind, how the elf and the mage exchanged remarks. He again recalls how Tia Miz turned away with her gaze, her face flushed with some wave of feelings he could not name. Meanwhile, Chagusa continued to watch, as always, with the same restrained, focused intensity. He repeatedly returns in thought to the events of this morning and tries to understand whether Misha's strange behavior was a consequence of what he himself did while drunk. But the fairy, on the contrary, looks quite satisfied. She even gives him a rating as an excellent companion and awards a high 80 points. He tries to snatch a moment of silence and settles in the grass next to the wolf cub and the spirit-equipped one. The garden is calm, a sharp contrast to what is tearing inside as he watches the crops grow under the soft light. His thoughts again turn to Lady Tia, and he immediately worries whether it was wise to let her go hunting one-on-one in such a distracted and frantic state. But his anxiety is torn apart. The wolf pup starts loud growling and fiercely barking at something that remains out of sight in the distance. He quickly gets to his feet and immediately asks the little dog if Miss Tia is really not with him as he had hoped. The small beast does not answer. Instead, it rushes to the fence and instincts scream within him. Something bad is happening in the direction Tia went. A sudden, chilling suspicion overwhelms him as he watches the animal's frantic fuss. The likelihood that danger is hiding nearby suddenly becomes too tangible, and his eyes widen with anxiety as he runs through in his mind what could have happened to the elf. Without hesitation, he dashes toward the dense strip of trees following his companions. A moment and the farmer's silence disappears. Now the main thing is to quickly find Lady Tia before what the animals sensed reaches her. He breaks through the thickets and his shout breaks into a hoarse cry as he wildly calls her name. Behind him, a small spirit beast tries not to fall behind. It struggles, slips out of the thicket, but holds on. When he finally reaches her, his heart freezes for a moment. She stands right before him, her clothes and skin splattered with dark blood. She turns back, and in her gaze mixes relief and exhaustion as she whispers his name. The wounds seen shock him like an electric current. Wide-open eyes reflect the full horror of what he has just found. The elf woman froze in place, her clothes stained crimson, and this immediately tore a sharp cry of alarm from her companion. He rushed to her, eyes wide with fear, asking if she was hurt, but she quickly waved it off and explained the blood was not hers. With a gesture, she pointed to the ground. There, curled up, was a small creature with emerald scales, writhing in pain, and deep wounds darkened its body. Having led the creature back to a safe place, she bowed her head and quietly apologized, clutching guilt in her chest for the fact that her decision sharply added trouble. The dragon ended up among them. But her friends immediately rushed to support her, assuring her that everything was fine and that in her place they probably would have done the same. The small creature was quickly settled inside her little house under protection. As much as the circumstances allowed, she settled in and fell silent. The silence in the room sharply contrasted with those feverish seconds when she was being saved. Then it became clear, this creature was not an ordinary beast. Before them stood a representative of the Huryu species, a flying dragon long believed to be extinct. When their eyes fell on its mangled form covered in dirt layers and old wounds, the weight of a broken history suddenly overwhelmed reality. Looking down from above at the dragon, she paused in thought on the painful choice gnawing at her from within, between the harsh laws of nature that forced abandoning the defenseless to their fate and her own desire to come to their aid. But in the end, mercy prevailed, firmly decided to protect the rare creature. Beside her, her little wolf simply watched, silently understanding her decision. She explained the blood that stained her was the result of the dragon's desperate struggle. In pain and fear, he thrashed and broke free when she tried to bind his wounds with cloth to keep him still somehow. Her attempt to save his life turned into complete chaos. The world had long since forgotten him. She stands still, soaked in dragon blood, and he quietly nudges her. Let her go wash up. He immediately understood he was called precisely to hold back the predators that the metallic scent of blood would inevitably attract to their location. Listening to his advice, she rushes off to find water, leaving him alone with the little wolf cub and the silent mage. He watches her figure go, and a measured weight of what is happening falls heavily on the silence of the glade. He is caught off guard by how she returns almost immediately, and it is clear her tension is exhausted, breaks down and collapses to the floor. He is amazed by her pace. She barely manages to catch her breath, barely pausing her breathing before rushing again to the creature. As she gradually regains her strength, they begin to talk about the dragon's condition. She anxiously notes that it is too restless and can only worsen the wounds. He proposes a plan to make simple splints for the injuries and monitor the creature, acknowledging that his magic can indeed support but is not a treatment focused specifically on such ailments. Ultimately, they have to rely on the dragon's natural resilience. Wanting the creature to feel comfortable, she asks if she can gather leaves and branches to make a proper bed right inside the shelter. He agrees and gestures toward the workshop where supplies are kept, and she immediately rushes there again. He silently watches her with his eyes, stunned by how unusually confused and flustered she has become because of the dragon's well-being. It is very rare to see an elf, who usually keeps herself composed, so deeply moved and hurried because of the fate of a single creature. The next morning he gets up after a restless sleep as if he hasn't fully woken yet. His eyelids are heavy with fatigue, and the first rays of dawn are slowly creeping into the room. Nearby, his faithful wolf cub has long since awakened. It stared at him with a focused, patient gaze as if waiting for his actions. Stepping outside into the pre-dawn chill, he notices a faint, warm glow stretching from the neighbor's shed. Cautiously approaching, he finds her there. She is already at work, tending to the dragon while holding a radiant object in her hands. She recalls her long life and voices a thought aloud. Although she has lived in this forest for 20 years and is over 200, she has never encountered this monster before. Gyro stands nearby, silently absorbing every word as the pre-dawn darkness stretches around them. Having stopped and thrown her head back to the night sky, she confesses, she long believed that they were doomed to extinction. A stern focus flashes in her gaze as she utters the words. She cannot silently stand aside and watch as disappearance happens right before her eyes. Watching her with his gaze, he nods without unnecessary words and gives silent consent. Two of them catch silent understanding in the cool night air. With each day she approaches him with a request. She says she needs to go outside and hunt for magical stones to help the dragon recover. On another day, Ayano immerses himself in his own affairs, preparing a mila, simultaneously figuring out which meat can be eaten and which cannot, and constantly trying to understand where the elf disappeared. With the sunrise over the new morning, the fairy tale scenario is already in place. It tells that the elf has gone again in search of more stones. She tells him that the elder fairy advised checking the dragon's condition and ordered to bring certain, truly beautiful stones, while leaving him to wonder whether his very appearance triggered the whole event. He lowers his gaze to the small black wolf cub and notices it is too weak, as if it lacks strength. Sternly but without pressure, he addresses it and asks if it can at least give a hint where the elf has gone. Then he quickly adds that he is not blaming anyone. Lonely, he sits outside near a small wooden shelter and reflects. The elf pushes himself forward so fiercely that even a lively dog cannot keep up. His gaze slowly slides to the shed, and his thoughts are increasingly consumed by the dragon resting inside. Suddenly, the elf herself appears and he startles from surprise while she apologizes for being late. He tries to reassure her, saying it's no problem, he was just about to leave, but she persists, looking inquisitively up, whether he has urgent matters or if he would take the chance to rest. He falls silent for a moment, and doubt crosses his face as he tries to squeeze out the necessary words. Noticing his uncertainty, she moves closer. Her face is full of concern as she asks if her recent behavior has caused any trouble. He does not answer. He only clutches the wooden box to his chest and remains silent. She does not back down and presses him further, promising to find something specific to eat, and even throws out the idea of organizing a hunt. He sharply interrupts, trying to explain that his distraction is not because he supposedly abandoned his duties for the dragon. He clarifies that his hesitation does not stem from irritation, he just has not yet dared to voice one simple question. Seeing how willingly and openly she responds, he again turns his gaze to the small building where the creature is kept. Finally, he asks if he can actually see the dragon and even touch it. His request throws her off balance. For a moment, she is speechless as she processes his interest. He barely restrains his excitement, his eyes burn as all those legendary treasures with dragon motifs he once saw form in his imagination. When she asks if his fascination with these creatures is genuine, he nods fervently. He has always dreamed of actually petting one, and the very thought makes his face light up with joy. Catching his response, she bursts into a smile and firmly squeezes his palms, her cheeks quickly flush with happiness. She reassures him that the dragon is gentle, so it will surely respond kindly to him and allows him to touch it as he wishes. And by the end, with a cheerful invitation, she suggests they set off right now to go see the creature. He immediately agrees, letting out a joyful shout. The little dragon emits a low, muffled growl, and its red eyes are fixed on the floor. Suju watches anxiously and torments himself with doubt whether the beast really feels okay despite those angry sounds, but Lady Tia is unconcerned. She calmly dismisses his worries and assures him there is no cause for alarm. Jokingly, she grabs his hand and her face lights up with a light, carefree smile as she nudges him to find common ground with the creature. For a moment, he seems thrown off by such sudden closeness, but then he quietly nods, accepting her words and deciding to trust her intuition. With calm confidence, he extends his hand and gently runs his palm over the dragon's head, feeling the smooth surface of its emerald scales. As he continues to stroke the dragon's neck, his thoughts return again to how far they have come. Now he can approach without any hesitation. He is immediately warmed by the heat coming from her body, a tangible reminder of the life force pulsing in the little creature with the wound. He freezes for a moment, catching a barely noticeable change in the dragon's behavior as it emits a quiet, rhythmically steady sound. Surveying the cramped wooden shed with his eyes, he immediately understood. For a growing dragon, there is not a single centimeter of space here. He calculated how to survive in this situation and concluded that the ceiling would have to be completely removed so the beast would have enough room to recover. While he continues to immerse himself in contact with the monster, Mrs. Tia watches attentively and asks with interest whether he is really speaking with it, but he can only nod doubtfully in response. Then she sharply warns, the creature must remain still because any attempt to fly with its broken wing will only worsen the injury. Then he gently nudges the dragon to calm down and be patient. While they are talking, the dragon seems to respond to someone's approach. It recognizes the presence and senses a familiar aura of equipment belonging to Seur. Its reaction looks surprisingly similar to the behavior of a spirit beast, as if instinct draws it to the power it carries. He sprang up instinctively, reaching for his own hand as if he felt hidden power there, just as had already happened with Musubai and Yakatama. The entities stared into the air as if feeling it, drawn by the invisible echo of that crafted equipment, which was not in his palms but sewn deep inside himself. Noticing this strange coincidence, she could not contain her excitement and watched in fascination how quickly the beast caught on to him, even though this was their first contact. She aloud suggested that maybe this was a divine blessing granted by the goddess herself. Smiling lightly, she said that the goddess also seems to have a warm attitude toward living beings. Then she pondered, if such things really matter to the priestess herself, then perhaps it would become clear why she did not gain greater popularity among the common folk. He silently gazed at her and a calm clarity grew in his mind. He wanted to find out whether the word elf in this world was simply another name for an avid fan, one whose passion for nature bordered on obsession, just like those collectors he remembered from his past life. In the days that followed, the dragon showed no desire to escape. Its strength returned step by step until it could once again race through open fields. During this period, the wild tension from the first moment settled into a daily, peaceful order, and even her intense agitation began to subside. She recounted some of the lore she had heard and said that these dragons are supposedly known for sleeping while standing upright. Although she honestly admitted that she had never seen this with her own eyes, he still took what he heard seriously and made a sturdy wooden pole so the creature could sleep considering its special needs. He fixed his gaze on the calm beast, comforted by its resting place, yet still felt a subtle, lingering anxiety. His thoughts turned to the everyday questions of their existence, primarily that the house lacked proper sleeping equipment needed for a growing family. When supplies began to dwindle, he went to the mage and started a conversation. The mage had already returned, bringing gifts from the fairies. Together, they carefully examined the replacements for rice and sake that she had obtained, a small but crucial step to ensure daily life would not break down as the household continued to grow. He listens while Ayano suggests who might become their allies and asks, instead of Marigold, he will give her something truly interesting. She leans back, her face frozen in a mixture of fatigue and playful anticipation. He bursts into thoughts, what exactly their little house for rest can offer, like placing a bet that it will suit him personally and if necessary will also go into merchant hands, even to Dorero. He imagines a room where he can finally truly relax as if lying in his own bed. When she grumbles that the chairs in this world are too hard and unbearable to the taste, he immediately understands what is missing and gets to work to assemble the sofa. The idea flashes in his mind with sharp clarity, and he eagerly accepts her help to bring the plan to reality. His work gave birth to a huge, fluffy white pillow proudly towering in the very heart of their home. Everyone around is rustic and rough, but it stands out with pure brightness and soft shine, sharply contrasting with the rustic setting. Miss Tia is the first to try, her eyes widen with delight as she sinks into the soft surface, and she watches in amazement as the material perfectly contours to her shape and adjusts to every movement of her body. Noticing how much she likes it, Ayano dives headfirst straight into the pillow and loudly proclaims it a legendary object capable of mercilessly breaking work capacity with just its narcotic comfort. As soon as she feels this, she instantly becomes captivated by the pleasant sensation of weightlessness. They all collapse together on the giant bean chair, and he jokingly suggests calling this product the sofa that destroys even elves, because even the most diligent among them fell under its spell. Tia closely examines the pillow and savors every detail, trying to understand what is hidden inside and where this strange effect comes from. At the same time, he grows anxious about legality, whether it is allowed to reproduce such a familiar object from his old world without permission. He reveals the secret of why the sofa is so soft. Inside are microgranules glued together from cells of evil mucus. These little balls have the property of reassembling no matter how many times they are cut, and thanks to this provide perfect movable resistance. Running through that chaotic process in his head, he remembers how the day after the harvest Ayano was covered in a sticky substance from head to toe. Despite the struggling and the immense slime he had to deal with, he is sure the effort was not wasted even if he might have overdone the solution and made it too complicated. To complete the work, he carefully joined the fibers of the quality fabric provided by Musubai. Using a fixation technique, he laid the bond and secured each thread one by one, maintaining an intensely focused gaze. Finishing, he turned his attention to Cineraria to check if his skill met her high standards. The fairy hands her the seal of approval and declares the invention successful because it truly has a novelty. She thoughtfully reflects that for the ever-living, like herself, who have seen much of the world, novelty is the only cure for the boredom creeping through the centuries, and this yobo is definitely suitable. A sudden heavy blow pierces the room. Hiria dives straight onto the soft headboard, and beneath him a loud thud echoes. His lunge confuses everyone, so he freezes, staring in silent shock while the dragon takes the sea for itself. The dragon is already sleeping a carefree sleep, completely surrendered to the unnatural softness of the sofa. He cannot hold back and lets out a heavy sigh because he understands. Another inhabitant has once again fallen under the destructive influence of his modern creation. While he watches the creature dozing, an anxious thought flashes through his mind. Might the dragon later perceive him as a tasty morsel if he relaxes too much? To give it a more decent place to rest, he fills a small shed with a thick layer of sawdust and arranges a soft pit from it where the beast will be comfortable to settle. By morning, the plan works. The dragon is deeply immersed in the sawdust, sleeping soundly and breathing evenly. He and Lady Tia stand in the doorway and watch him, pleased that the mighty creature has settled in a cozy place and has not dragged the living room onto itself. He stands straight and calm while the elf woman hides her face in her palms and chokes on the feeling of her own supposed ignorance. He utters a few words of support, saying that dragon behavior is mostly just legends, so her mistake about how they sleep was quite natural and not at all a reason to be ashamed. Hearing his reassuring words, she again directs her attention to the little dragon and touches him lightly, without haste. She admits that the creature's previous tension scared her greatly, and when she finally sees that he has calmed down, a sincere wave of relief spreads across her face. By the next day, they enter a completely new routine, and everything passes as if by habit. While he works in the forest and Iona rests by the water, the elven woman suddenly begins to behave strangely. There is a sense of distraction in her movements and gaze that does not give peace. He fixes his gaze on her until he realizes her condition is not stable at all. Although the morning quiets down, he feels his heart tighten because her behavior again becomes absurdly strange, and this throws him off balance. While he shares a quiet lunch with Iona and Yukitama, Gyro cannot hold back. His anxiety breaks through, and he begins to reproach again because Mrs. Tia has been acting strangely lately. He leans his elbows on his knees and bends forward, his chin resting on his hands, pondering the fact that even he has already noticed a change in her behavior. In response, the young mage throws him a confident, slightly playful smile and asks if he has finally awakened an understanding of how he affects others. They recount the latest strange things, how she hung underwater in the bath for too long and how she sat staring blankly at her food. Iona says this with barely noticeable pride, as if the elven girl is simply behaving as befits a love-struck maiden. He only noticed how big that man seemed, and also that she always says something before leaving. But this time she silently abandoned even her companion, Matsux, without saying goodbye. Finally, he comes face to face with the unpleasant truth that had always been kept from him, and this realization takes his breath away, forcing him to desperately grasp at any memory of what exactly he might have done and because of which such a risk appeared. He, doomed to seek a way out, asks for advice on how to understand each other when the cause remains unknown. And although Iona acknowledges her own experience of solitary life, because of this she becomes a weak guide in the subtleties of communication. She wanders through the quiet forest, and in her mind weighs the realization. The distance she tried to keep seemed too noticeable. Someone still had to notice it. It was inevitable that he would react to her strange behavior, and one single thought further spins her inner conflict. She tries to distract herself with a skillful demonstration of agility. She jumps, firmly holding onto the thought, but something falls apart and the whole picture tension breaks. Her leg betrays her and she is dragged along the ground, so she lands on the forest floor without any grace with a dull thud. Supporting herself with her hands, she gets up and lets out a tired sigh, restraining her breath so as not to stand out too much against her usual self. His words seem to unfold in her head. She freezes and her gaze softens while the echo of his voice spreads in the silence between the trees. The feeling he left behind still lingers in the air and falls on her face as a shadow of sadness. Inside the safe silence of the cabin, she falls onto the bed and, pressing her cheek to the pillow, hides her face. Thoughts about the trouble she caused overwhelm her, and guilt tightens in her chest. He did not get angry but spent his energy helping her with the dragon. At the first meeting, he looked so exhausted and she truly wanted to lend a shoulder in his lonely struggle. But now she feels her heart sinking. Lately, she has not shown him her best side at all. She lies motionless on the bed, and the silence in the room inflates her doubts. The thought that he might hate her over time gnaws from within, and she honestly admits, confidence is melting right before her eyes. There were real moments of closeness between them, especially when he showed genuine interest in how the dragon was feeling. She recalls her own clumsy mistakes, like when she confused the creature, and a wave of shame covers her. In his eyes, she probably looked not cool at all. Suddenly, the feeling of their physical closeness flashes in her memory, and she clearly understands again how close they were. And from this moment of soulful unity, everything swims for her. Her heart beats wildly, just realizing how accidentally they ended up so close. She suddenly sat up in bed, inhaled the silence with a tired face, and spoke into the empty room. She felt that the same fairy script was already stirring nearby. She watched as the ghostly creature materialized right before her, and with a steady gaze calmly confirmed, "She is here, nearby." She silently watched as the elf took a breath and asked her a question about Shigusa's earlier words, whether it was true that the Japanese considered elves to be connected with a certain kind of life. While she convulsively searched for the right words, her cheeks flared with shame, and the fairy watched her intently with a slight touch of curiosity, trying to understand what made her suddenly ask such a question. Searching for any support, she pressed a large pillow bolster to her chest and squeezed it tightly, while her thoughts raced wildly, sorting out the consequences of the bond between a human and an elf. She was thrown off when the silence was cut by the fairy's sharp question about regalia. Her heart twitched because she suddenly realized she had never truly looked at it from that perspective before. When the fairy's words hung in the air, the elven thoughts involuntarily returned to Gyro. She remembered his gentleness and how quickly the young wolf pup had grown attached to him, yet she still tried to dismiss these hints, fearing she was just overthinking. Finally, she looked away, sinking into thoughts about the boundless chasm between their lifespans and cultures, and noted, humans often showed a cold, harsh exterior unlike the sincere openness she was only beginning to feel. She curls into herself and sits hunched. Her voice barely breaks the silence as she asks the fairy if Suijuru ever remembered her as a burden. Her own insecurities pull her down, creeping into the room's silence and clouding how she sees their bond. In response, the ghostly spirit descends closer. Her face reveals nothing as she begins to recount everything she has gathered. She says that, according to what such an observant fairy as herself notices, the truth looks completely different from the elf's fears. She leans closer and her voice sounds quiet but without doubt, recalling the moment when the man's true feelings were revealed without detours. Even when he pushed others away with coldness or walked on the edge of anxiety, his thoughts still clung to one single person. The revelation hangs in the air like a solemn vow. He admitted, his own being beside the trickster is more valuable than all the riches and luxuries the world can offer. When the fairy confirms once again that these were indeed his words, a memory of his warm, sincere smile flashes before the elf's eyes for a moment. She freezes motionless, and the silence stretches and stretches until he himself, his feelings begin to fully reach her. Her face flushes with a deep, passionate crimson, her eyes open wide, shock and at the same time an explosion of excessive joy in her gaze. She suddenly realizes that she is truly valued so much it takes her breath away. She is completely confused and embarrassed, and her heart races wildly at the very thought of his devotion. In the dark silence of the forest, the elf stood all alone. Her cheeks burned a deep crimson and she bit her lip tightly, as if plunging into lonely, distracting worries. She jerked her head sharply as if thrown by a mad impulse, and began scolding herself for letting her thoughts run wild while there was still so much work left. A heavy package flew through the air and landed with a dull thud, while she, hurrying, tried to finish all her tasks before the daylight completely faded. Deep in the forest, Sudru froze in waiting, and his gaze continuously slid over the dense greenery, while anxiety grew along with the oppressive silence. He looked at the clock. Her usual return time had long passed, and a brief thought flashed through his mind: maybe she decided to leave them behind. But he immediately dismissed the idea because he knew she would never abandon either the young wolf cub or the dragon. His thoughts stubbornly drifted to the memory of her face, and he tried to understand what their next steps would be if she did not return in time to guide them. When the tension reached its limit, she stepped out from behind the sturdy tree trunk, and he was completely confused, because at that very moment he called her name out of surprise. She gave him a radiant, apologetic smile and quickly explained that she was delayed, then slyly asked if he was worried about her absence. She shows a selection of fleas, torn fragments, and briefly explains, this is why she went for a walk. Sudger, noticing that she has no hunting gear on, has long been trying to figure out where she disappears to, but she only shyly raises the catch and answers just as quietly. When she lays out the pile, he asks if these are just rock fragments, but she immediately cuts him off, calling them eggshells. He still cannot understand why this particular item was chosen, so she explains, nearby there is a place where large birds build nests and abandoned shells are abundant there, and after the chicks appear they are easy to collect. She continues and says that Chugas himself told her about his need for these materials, and admits she used magic to return from distant places as quickly as possible to bring everything directly into his hands. With a gentle, expectant look, she shows that she hopes these things will really come in handy for him. Her eyes clung to him, searching for the slightest sign of approval. Her selflessness throws him off balance. He freezes and deeply contemplates how much effort she spent running through the forest so late, just to fulfill a request he never even voiced to her directly. As soon as he removes the heavy burden from her shoulders, she enthusiastically offers to gather even more in case what they have is suddenly not enough. With his consent, her energy seems to flare up again. She accepts the sincere words of thanks and warm welcome back, and a soft, satisfied smile glides across her lips. Finally, after a long journey, she feels calm and free. She shines with a radiant smile, and solemnly joyful voice proclaims that she has finally reached home. Next to her, Suaru again shows a warm smile. Their gazes meet, and in the moment of silence between them, a calm, bright connection cuts through as her face softens. Suddenly, the air seems to thicken. A wave of embarrassment covers her, her cheeks flush a deep red, and a muffled moan escapes from her chest. Sugu freezes in surprise as she begins to writhe in place and presses her face against him, hiding because she cannot bear the weight of her own frankness. In a panic rush, she starts spinning around him, her jerky movements revealing how hard it is for her to cope with shyness. Suaru stands and looks confused, as if he does not understand what happened. He asks what is wrong with her, and she, exhausted, orders herself to stop and tries to understand why she is behaving so strangely. After the emotional outburst, she quiets down and sinks into a more restrained, gloomy silence. She lowers her gaze and walks beside him, lost in her thoughts. As they pass through the forest, she honestly admits to herself that the whole story looked pathetic and humiliating to her. Not a trace remains of the confidence she had before. Then she clings to his back and insists that he said something awkward, although he denies everything. She states her conclusion with a confident intonation, albeit muted, and turns away from him, leaving him embarrassed by the unfairness of her logic and the sharp change in her behavior. They stay close, so he lowers his gaze to his own palm, focusing on her efforts. Despite not being able to fully understand her sudden mood swings, he clearly feels that she really strained herself to help him. He reflects, since the moment they met, even the simplest task, gathering materials, always required a lot of ingenuity, yet she always approaches him and joins with an expression of genuine joy on her face. He listens attentively as Lady Tia recalls their first days. A radiant smile lights up her face. She reminds that it was he who suggested they set out together to meet new wonders, and this thought still resonates deeply within her. While she speaks, he closes his eyelids. A quiet stubbornness is born within him. Suddenly, he feels compelled to change the course of events, to do everything persistently so that next time he is the one to prepare surprises for her. Her enthusiasm does not fade for a moment. She leans forward and eagerly asks what her next project or creation should be. In response, he can only emit a restrained, thoughtful humming in it, the pressure of her expectations and his newly defined goal mixed together. As the day smoothly transitions into a new phase, the camera captures the simple joys they share. The question hangs between them: will they move on to the next task for the sheer pleasure of it, or for something entirely different that satisfies another craving? A sharp silence is cut by a loud, rhythmic growl from Ayano's stomach, so expressive that she looks on the verge of exhaustion. The young sorceress admits she is hungry and immediately gets up with a brief apology to Lady Tia, who promised she would promptly prepare something tasty. As soon as the tension subsides, Lady Tia unfolds her usual smile and light mood again, while the rest remain alone with that strange feeling that had hung in the air earlier. When Ayano asks what exactly caused Misha's strange behavior, he just shrugs, admitting that the real reason still eludes him like a mystery. She casts a cold, flat look at him without any emotion, as if checking whether he simply notices nothing by nature. Her remark sounds sharp and merciless. These harsh words of the young mage painfully strike him, disrupting his composure like a tangible blow. She shifts her gaze back to the elf and sharply asks why Lady Tia had to avoid him altogether. His words hit without warning. Lady Tia is struck as if by electricity, and her face flushes crimson while she struggles to find an answer to this sudden test. Behind her, she still could not calm down until Ayano sharply turned around and brushed off her previous interrogation, calling it nothing but an exaggerated reaction. Ayano pressed further with a theatrical tone. She declared that her outburst could jeopardize further access to food and shelter, and that this was a matter of life and death. When she was assured that the place was guaranteed, attention immediately shifted to the meal. Anna sprawled out comfortably inside with annoyance, no wine to pair with those snacks. Sudru, while moving near the cauldron, caught the same thought, and his own thoughts increasingly drifted toward the taste of wine and the desire for fresh fruit. Under the burning sun, a cluster of round orange fruits hangs heavily on the branches. Gyro instantly recognizes them. They are oranges, and Ayano looks on cautiously with interest. Musubai settled on Gyro's head while they discussed the seedlings they brought to plant in the field. She picks up one specimen, and admiration flashes in her eyes as she declares that it is truly a high-quality specimen. Gyro watches her reaction, holding his breath at how highly she values what he considers an ordinary fruit. In this land, grapes and apples are extremely rare. Their prices soar to unreal heights, so even wild berries seem like significant expenses. Standing among the greenery, Gyro admits, for someone from his homeland, these oranges might seem a bit sour, but for him, they are still real luck. He says that if they are not sweet enough to eat as is, they will make excellent jam. Next, he tells how he crushes small berries and mixes them with honey and spices, then simmers the mixture until it thickens, turning into a sweet paste. According to him, this is how even the sourest fruits could be made pleasant to taste. She fixates her gaze on the freshly cut piece. Her facial features soften as soon as she realizes the ability to eat fresh fruits raw is a rare gift, no matter how sour it may be. He hands her the piece and nudges her, let her taste it and see for herself. As soon as she bites, her face lights up with an explosion of pure joy. The flavor surpasses all she could have hoped for. She freezes, admiring the rare fruit, and notes, even royal persons would not be given such an exquisite dish, picked in the sacred forest. Is this a treasure unheard of outside? He takes a bite himself and immediately catches an explosion of flavor, noting how much incredible juice it contains. Nearby, she giggles with a hint of disdain, enjoying the thought of palace officials who never served her anything so tasty. The fruit balances the taste to perfection. The acidity holds steady, followed by sweetness that gently lingers on the tongue and makes one reach for the next piece. He turns to the little spirits gathered around and sincerely thanks them for the generous gift. The fresh aroma of the fruit spreads in the air as he thoughtfully recalls the miracle of being able to eat something so wonderful. He offers her pieces and encourages, let her eat until she is fully satisfied. She responds with a contented purr, and it is visible how her former gloom disappears without a trace, giving way to simple joy from the food. A quiet moment is broken by the elf's return. She looks tired and honestly admits that the day turned out much harder than she expected. Despite disheveled hair and a tousled appearance, the elf shines and enthusiastically tells the group that she managed to find a truly incredible thing fending off a beast that roamed the forest. He stares at her with a look full of genuine concern, as if telling himself he must intervene if her tasks have become so dangerous. She freezes for a moment at his worry, and her cheeks quietly blush as she tries to downplay the threat. With a triumphant gesture, she raises her prize, a large, bright, juicy plant fruit. She beams with pride and declares that all efforts were fully justified for such a wonderful reward. She presents Divine Tree Forest Orange with incredible enthusiasm and asks everyone to taste it together. Her smile shines with pride for the rare find, while Gyro meanwhile freezes with an indifferent, flat gaze at the fruit. His reaction is much more restrained than she probably expected. Continuing her story, she emphasizes, even the highest nobility cannot hope to ever redeem such a treasure, no matter how much gold they pour onto the table. At some point, she seems to come to the thought that the man may not fully understand how incredibly impossible everything she just did is. He responds with a quiet, restrained smile and admits he may not understand the market price, but he is sincerely grateful that she made the effort and brought it back. His sincere words make her freeze. A softness warms in her gaze and features as the words sink in. Next to her appears a chance to celebrate loudly. She suggests dividing the loot equally among everyone, but her plan is immediately derailed. She notices that Ayano is standing nearby. While the group sharply changes tone, Gyro freezes for a moment and a clear thought clicks in his head. One wrong phrase can destroy the fragile balance they just put together. While they are still just coming to the main conversation, she asks with a note of distrust whether they are really going to gather again now to eat another orange. Tia, holding the fruit tightly to herself, can only shyly meet the gaze in response silently with a single guilty expression. Despite the short pause, she still stuffs a piece in and allows herself to enjoy the incredible taste. She thinks that thanks to the spirit beasts, obtaining such rare delicacies has become surprisingly easy. While Yukatama digs the necessary hollows, Musubai knocks the fruit down from the high branches so skillfully that no nearby monster manages to react. When the sun is already setting, he happily recalls how delicious dinner was and eagerly awaits how they will finish the new pasture tomorrow. She nods. The spark in her eyes reveals her excitement because she imagines how everyone will rejoice seeing what they have managed to achieve at their new home. Nearby stand the newly built dragon stables and a small hut for the growing wolf cub. These buildings open the next stage of their journey. They provide permanent shelter for their companions, while the whole group prepares for the trials that await ahead on this strange land. The man admits bitterness over the monotonous work. He cleans the land and builds farm outbuildings and now feels that he himself has doomed them to endless repetition in these everyday tasks. She interrupts his apology with cold precision. Every time she practices her multi-armed summons, control over them becomes sharper. The practice is noticeably already yielding results. He accepts her words and understands there is no need to rush in her movement. Continuing the conversation while they gaze into the horizon, she explains, her efforts are not some boring duties but true pleasure. He notices the cleverness of the spirit beasts that help them and notes how skillfully they adapt to the surrounding environment. She abruptly changes the subject, as if energized, asks if he noticed how she rehearses the octopus dance, and explains the exhaustion the brain experiences from synchronous work with all 8 limbs. Silently in his head, he supposes, maybe during this she simply doesn't think about anything at all. Later, he catches himself thinking about his own growth when looking at an ordinary blade and reflects that it contains repetition. Even the most mundane task always seems different each moment, more distinct as he hones his skill. His thoughts again and again return to the gifts that the goddess placed in him, and he suddenly realizes, these tools do not pave his way. He understands that it is his intention that decides how this power will take shape and where it will lead him in this new world. Having embraced this philosophy, he decides to move forward steadily and without haste. Nearby, the script rustles in the air, marveling excitedly at how far the boundaries have expanded under their diligent work. Then the little fairy shifts her curious gaze to him and asks what this mysterious white, viscous substance is that he has recently been applying right by the windows, instantly breaking his quiet thoughts. She watches motionless as he lays out step by step the mixture of flour, water, and seeds that he uses. His tone is calm. The same simplicity of ingredients makes her doubt why he is really doing all this. She immediately notices he is far from calm. A wave of anxiety overwhelms him as soon as he looks into the future. While everyone is being encouraged and urged to wait for the coming days, she still feels the fear continuing to press within him. The morning sun breaks through the curtains as he rises from drowsiness, and then he is met by an unexpected radiance. Before him stands an overly bright figure. From its presence, he involuntarily shields his eyes and is unsure if the light is truly emanating from it. She recognizes in the glowing orbit hovering a pixia, tiny forest spirit. Barely holding in the air, the fairy explains who these tiny creatures are that have begun to appear near him. Continuing the explanation, she says, let her be an archfey of high birth, but these lower spirits still reach for simple gifts like milk or grain juice left on windowsills. She sighs wearily and admits that her children have started to appear more often. They are drawn by some invisible force. He clutches his head and freezes in shocked disbelief, unable to recover from the sudden influx of mystical guests in his home, and aloud wonders why these ghostly creatures are drawn precisely here, where he is merely trying to knead ordinary bread dough. The fairy calms him down, explaining, as long as pixies are not treated cruelly, they are completely harmless and will just wander around. His curiosity gets the better of him. He extends a finger and gently touches the glowing sphere, testing the truth of the words. She says that from time to time it's worth throwing them a tiny treat on the windowsill supposedly, then they will calm down and be full. He lowers his gaze to his bowl of dough and weighs the thought, isn't his ordinary, everyday baking exactly what attracts them? She solemnly announces that she will take the reins of the situation into her own hands as the senior fairy, and watches as suddenly the dive plummets down, diving straight into the bowl. Before his eyes is horror. Bread dough begins to noticeably fall, as if the very light is devouring it. In a panic attack, he bursts into a scream as soon as the dough disappears right before his eyes and accuses the fairy of lying. She supposedly assured him that all this was innocent. The kitchen explodes with his desperate cries as he realizes she's hard work is simply consumed by what blinks inside. He listens attentively while Cineraria arranges everything in place. The sourdough starter he had set aside turned out to be exactly what the spirits flocked to. She assures him that as soon as they appeared, the fermentation will continue uninterrupted. He freezes in shock when he finally realizes those tiny spirits were the yeasts he relied on. Doubt overwhelms him whether he will really have to restart the entire process from scratch after the previous batch disappeared. While he contemplates this, baking requires a precise sequence. Yeast is added to the dough, after which it is allowed to rest so that it takes shape and firms up. This crucial stage draws out the depth of flavor and forms the dense, rich structure of the future bread. To make a proper sourdough starter, you need to carefully mix flour and water in equal parts and keep the mixture for several days at a stable 30 C. Such conditions trigger the active reproduction of natural yeast components. After the initial shock of Pixie Gyro's appearance, he still breathes out with relief. Finally, a truly viable start has appeared. He puts on the apron again and decides to start baking seriously. He starts by mixing freshly prepared sourdough starter with flour, salt, and sugar in a large bowl. Adding warm water to the mixture, he begins kneading the ingredients by hand until the dough becomes smooth and elastic. Then he lowers the dough into the pot, covers it with a lid, and leaves it to warm up and undergo the first fermentation. This quiet pause of transformations shapes the future structure of the bread. As soon as the dough doubles in size, he gently presses the surface to release the accumulated gases. The movements are precise to the point of automation. He reshapes the dough into a round form, preparing it for the next stage. He first divides the dough into equal pieces, rolls each into smooth rounds, returns them to the pan, lets them rest and rise again, allowing the yeast to do its work. After the dough has risen, he places the pot on a low, even heat. To ensure the bread bakes evenly, he carefully arranges glowing embers on the stone lidas, if building a temporary oven that toasts the loaf from both sides at once. Finally, everything in the gaze stops on a golden brown loaf that can be broken into pieces, and soft warmth flows from it. Nearby stands a small jar of orange jam specially prepared for this wash to emphasize the fresh bake. He tears off a piece and breaks it until a tender, fluffy center open steam escapes from there in a little cloud. At first, he decides to taste it plain. With every moment as he brings this airy crumb to his mouth, his impatience only grows. When he already reaches out his hand for the first piece, he notices two pairs of eyes fixed on him without blinking. Yono and the little wolf pup watch his every move. Silent hunger presses in the air, both freeze, waiting to see how he will react. They lean closer, their gazes fixed and burning with anticipation. The air thickens with a silent Pleto taste that fragrant bread. From a high position on the elevation, Cinerario surveys the scene and restrains a barely noticeable, knowing smile. He tries to maintain a professional tone, insisting that this is merely a forced tasting to check quality, but his nervous smile gives him away completely. Under their silent pressure, he finally gives in and agrees. Everyone must sit together for a meal. Then, jokingly, he warns that he cannot promise the taste. His phrase immediately bursts with joy. Ayano and Saipesaki celebrate a successfully arranged banquet. He closely watches as Ms. Tia and Ayano examine the bread. Ms. Tia claims that this is the same variety used for dipping in soup. Meanwhile, Ayano notices a darker shade appearing on the wheat after ba. He laughs quietly and gently in response and says that this loaf is so soft that it can be eaten alone, without any additives. Then he notes, Misha's previous attempts were probably with much harder varieties, and she immediately agrees. After this, they say the traditional word of thanks and, without restraint, eagerly bite into the freshly baked bread. Their reaction flares up instantly and overwhelms completely. Ayano moves to tears with tenderness, and Mrs. Tia is already intently calculating how much it might cost on the market, confident that the item will be a huge success. The little wolf cub also joins the feast and shines with joy because of it. In the midst of the merriment appears the fairy Centauria, extending some mysterious warningas, a sign of gratitude for having earlier summoned the spirits of yeast. She unfolds the idea and praises bread as the best instrument of hospitality, a thing that will surely please everyone to whom it is served. When he asks who exactly she is hinting at, she only smiles quietly and confidently, then promises the answer will be revealed a little later. Finally, she prophesies an important guest will arrive very soon, and only later does he realize how prophetic her words were. Barely managing to process the warning, a giant tail swipe pierces the clearing, and a drawn-out, ringing yawn vibrating in the air spreads as an echo throughout the space. The baker freezes in place, his wide-open eyes show shock as he stares at the place from which the sound comes. And behind him, the fairy calmly hovers, no confusion, as if her sudden appearance does not surprise her at all. Before them towers a majestic celestial dragon, its white scales shimmer in the rays of light. Even when looking at its terrifying size, there is a remarkable lightness, and in this legendary creature, one can almost sense charm. When the creature fixes its vigilant golden eye on them, Zeneraria solemnly introduces the guest as the celestial dragon, admitting, even she finds it strange how quickly he reacted to the smell of his baking. While the fairy remains unshaken in the face of this thunderous giant figure, the young man can only sigh heavily. He already feels such a loud guest has just broken into his peace, and now life will become much more complicated. The giant white dragon towers in place, pressing with its power from the first second, and introduces itself, Ares from the celestial dragon clan. This revelation looms over the young man. He is clearly stunned and, barely catching his breath, whispers the name of the legendary tribe. Nearby, Seneraria explains that these creatures trace their lineage back to the times of myths. Their origin is as ancient and noble as that of the High Elves' ancestors. He listens as the dragon continues the explanation, recalling that he heard about the primal winged dragon from the fairy and that it lives here. With a slight nostalgia, he notes nowadays such creatures are extremely rare. The great dragon looks down at the small green dragonling, who involuntarily shrinks from the palpable pressure of the gaze of his mighty kin. And despite the size difference, the cloud dragon sky communicates warmly and kindly, expressing sincere joy at meeting such a lovely beauty. The dragon's attempts to look terrifying come off as rather funny. The viewer perceives them with warmth. He only amuses. Despite his formidable grandeur, this creature has neither true malice nor real threat. Suddenly, the giant creature leans over, its huge snout moving a few inches closer to his face. He flinches from the unexpected closeness and the sharp force of the ancient creature's golden gaze. He will not move until the creature's gaze jumps to the liquid in his hands and it asks if this is truly the legendary holy siaka. He nods, confirming. Then the dragon solemnly admits, in centuries of life, he has never seen such a potion, and holding his breath, aloud asks how long ago it appeared in the world. The appearance of the elf woman breaks the moment. She freezes and, filled with delight, fixes her gaze on the gathering of dragons. She utters a phrase about an incredible turn of events, saying that even legendary breeds she has never encountered are now unfolding right before her eyes. She warmly welcomes the little dragon and immediately notices how spoiled he is, while Sudru introduces the majestic sky dragon Ares to the group. The ancient dragon fixes his gaze on the young man. Displeasure is cramped in his expression, and he asks if it is at least somehow possible to change the current state of affairs. He continues to complain, lamenting that although he flew all the way to still play, the little dragon is completely taken over by H-Gel. The giant pressure of the creature creeps closer, and its presence takes your breath away. It evokes a feeling that in an ordinary situation people would lie face down on the ground seeking its blessing, rather than holding themselves so freely and casually. Feeling pressure on her companion, she decisively steps forward, raises a finger at the legendary beast and sharply scolds it for bothering Sadru, reminding that it was he who came down to them. The celestial dragon responds with a glancing silence, explodes with shock, as if he himself choked on the audacious boldness of the mortal who stands her ground and endures the blow so stubbornly. At the edge of the field of vision, the royal mage holds everything within himself, drinking in the spectacle unfolding before him, while simultaneously catching a deviation of such power that it is simply unbelievable. When the tension reaches its limit, the dragon bursts into a dazzling glow, and the spectators involuntarily become anxious, wondering what will happen next. The scale of the celestial serpent begins to shimmer with a terrifying force, instantly catching the mage's eye nearby as she senses something sharply changing in the air. She lets out a sharp scream and gives a simple call above the dragon's head. A dazzling pillar of light crashes down from the sky, striking the ground. When the light fades away, she shudders for a moment. From the ground bursts a cluster of dark, multi-jointed tentacles, which immediately unfold 1,000 shadowy manipulations to cover her. The dragon fails to react to the sudden attack. Its gigantic body is pinned to the ground by a merciless shadow with countless limbs. It whines, hisses, and claws out of helplessness and anger, but the dark energy does not weaken, it only tightens its grip as she casts a true cocoon spell, wrapping the beast even more tightly. The golden eye reflects the growing confusion. The creature's strength begins to melt away as if being switched off from within. The dragon tries to understand why its own power suddenly fails. She freezes in place inside the dark mass of shadows, pressed to its core, and watches the clash with a predatory gaze, noting how the captured life sediment looks like a lasso. Her hand reaches out to secure the connection. The dark ritual is almost complete. She shifts her gaze to Sudhuru, and the bold gleam in her eyes changes to a playful smile as he implores her not to shorten their guest's stay. He addresses her by name Shagusa, and his voice carries both irritated annoyance and sincere, unconditional concern. Because of his intervention, the tension momentarily breaks, and he catches himself thinking about the sudden appearance of the dragon. It seemed to have fallen from the sky without warning anyone. She, however, watches the creature intently. Now it looks much less frightening, while they ponder whether the dragon came on a serious matter or just to play. Yet he stubbornly feels that in that clash, the dragon was actually the most scared. Immediately after, she beams with a confident smile and dives into memories of when she was a first-class adventurer, while he keeps a safe distance and silently watches her. He senses that when she fully immerses herself in battle, her power becomes truly devastating. And knowing that it was not him nearby, that he did not get caught in the line of her shadow magic, brings him a wave of relief. As the conversation continues, the gigantic body of the celestial dragon begins to shimmer and dissolve into a cloud of ghostly mist. He silently watches as the creature's overwhelming presence vanishes, while a lingering sense of trembling awe remains in the air. When the mist clears, a young girl with small horns and a bright kimono emerges from it. Her playful gaze fixes on them. She asks if this appearance means she now feels less desire to satisfy her appetite, while he remains completely stunned by the transformation, and she, as always, the analyst, tries to frame and name what just happened. Gyro, Ayano, and the dragon Arizalready in her human form are having a conversation about who she is and how she exists. Ayano thoughtfully wonders if Aries truly lives beyond gender or if she can be both at once, since she can carry and give birth to children, while Gyro listens very attentively, considering what such unusual biology means. The dragon waves its hand in a playful gesture as if brushing off worries and declares that she is fine, despite being considered too weak in this form. Ayano does not take her word for it. She cautiously warns her not to say too much, and Gyro remains embarrassedly silent, only giving an awkward, unforced response to her frivolity. He had prepared fresh bread for her early eras, an apology for the expenses incurred on Friday. As Scenaria had predicted, this move worked perfectly. The gesture turned out to be a true triumph. The dragon was completely delighted by such a simple treat, and her eyes shone, drinking in everyone. She sincerely thanks for the meal. Genuine joy flashes across her face. Outside of her, Ayano seems to feel the weight of everything that happened during the day, looking exhausted next to that dragon-like energy overflowing. She decides for now not to change her human form and comfortably sprawls on the chair. Right now, she seems to choose silence and relaxed calm, and this greatly pleases Gyro, who watches her settle in. Savoring bread covered with jam, she lingers on the generous sweetness and enjoys its sinful taste. She reflects on how people constantly complicate simple things and hints that it is worth learning this easy but extraordinarily tasty method of preparation, instead of just mashing fruits and lambs. Gyro notes that the taste of the jam relies on impeccable basic ingredients. He adds, for Sky Dragon, the most attractive thing is precisely the presence of divine energy, and at that moment, the young man, interested, stubbornly glances at him and asks what exactly this term means. She explains, divine energy is the very afterworld, the aura that remains on things after the touch of the divine. She takes another bite and confirms that it is this very essence that endows the food with its incredible quality. She says that for her kind, the presence of divinity cannot be confused with anything. It is tangible, like a material aura that immediately separates this from everything else. Jiro listens silently, trying to grasp how heavy her words sound when she explains that this energy is obvious to the Sky Dragon at first sight. Expressing her thought, she compares the sensation to swallowing murky, stagnant water and to drinking perfectly filtered, glass-clear water that is easy to swallow without any effort. The purity of divine energy makes the very process of its consumption truly. She leans forward slightly and her face becomes sterner as she explains. As soon as a being grows to the level where it can consciously control this divine essence, everything begins to change even more profoundly. This is no longer just about how it is perceived, it is about the power it gives her. At this moment, it is precisely the appeal to the divine that makes it possible to achieve results that can never be attained by one's own efforts, as if they settle into a source of power that goes beyond earthly, mortal bounds. As if a person suddenly becomes a favorite of the gods or takes on the likeness of a deity, and then everything they do obeys a strange, unnatural precision. Step by step, they are accompanied by continuous, fortunate favor that seems to settle on every movement. Jiro nods, and only now does she grasp the depth of what she is saying. She explains, for those who sensitively perceive these energies, such food is like a sip of the very essence of future success and abundance. With an expression of complete satisfaction, she takes another big, tasty bite of bread, her eyes closing in pleasure. Jiro watches her and quietly admits to himself that he is a little envious how easily she finds such deep joy in ordinary food. Next to Ayano is already sharply dealing with her portion, so Jiro throws a remark about her healthy appetite just as strong as the day before. As soon as they finish breakfast, the whole group prepares to go to work. The morning air is filled with silence and focused determination. He worked steadily and without breaks, but as soon as it got dark outside, those mysterious sections disappeared completely, leaving behind only an empty chair. The next morning, he had just woken up when her sudden appearance immediately greeted him. She leaned closer with a cheerful greeting and asked if he had slept well. She explained, although she returned home briefly, she quickly realized if she came to Svetnok, she might be lucky enough to see flying dragons sleeping through a dream. He was met with her questioned skepticism. Did she really cover such a distance just for this one thing? She only nodded in response, confirming she flew as a super being in spiritual form and now felt hunger to the point of exhaustion. She silently watched as a playful spark flashed in her eyes while she confessed that she wanted to eat. Her filled hunger stubbornly took its toll. While she was blankly dealing with her appetite, the rest of the company gathered to head to the river for their morning wash, and he decided to join them. He pressed her again, and it was hard for him to believe that the only reason was those dragons, but she stubbornly insisted. They are cute, and she wants to see her pets every day. They entered the morning light together, and he could not tear himself away from the strange duality of this figure. A mighty god behaved as if he were a devoted fan. He relaxes in the cool river water. The morning sun warms his shoulders as he discusses how to make a water wheel, emphasizing that with his craft equipment processing most materials is easy, so he works many times more productively than any ordinary person. Glancing at his companion, he involuntarily freezes in amazement. Sky dragons really know much more than he expected. She floats in the water, her face calm and serene, while attentively listening to his conversation about the future settlement. He continues to reason. Having lived for several centuries, this knowledge simply cannot fail to become as necessary as air. For without it, anyone will get stuck in an endless loop, repeatedly performing the same actions over and over again. He stares at her intently and aloud wonders if it is painful to live for hundreds of years when you are driven forward only by a raw instinct. Her eyes reflect such a depth of experience that it cancels out her frivolous, playful appearance. She suddenly splashes water, raises her tail above the surface while explaining that because of all this her father became sluggish. It turns out that the huge dragon still does not dare to show itself in these lands. She noticeably comes alive, lifts her leg out of the water, and when the rocking carries her to the sides, names everything she wants to see, starting with flying dragons. You can only sigh because you feel her requests will last a long time. Later, when she settles comfortably in the room, she says that her father is considering whether to send an official messenger to convey greetings. A dark figure stands motionless by the door, silently watching the conversation. Casting a glance at the settlement growing before his eyes, he stops to think about how everything has changed. In such a short time, they have cut down the forest and even retrieved ancient treasures from the first major step in this land for many centuries. Wiping his hair with a towel, he pauses at the words about the official gift. He is not pleased by the idea of presenting a treasure. It seems too much, but he still understands how serious the moment is and feels the pressure of the expectations placed on him. Next to him, a young dragoness admits her own impulsiveness. She was driven there by the fact that her father stubbornly forbade her to go to the Wyvern Sand. Because of this refusal, she simply took off into the sky without permission and flew away. She continues to portray her father as her complete opposite, calling him unsociable and hinting that anyone who met him would immediately be surprised at how different their characters and temperaments are. This discovery settles in his chest with a growing chill of anxiety. He lingers on the thought of the incredible absurdity of his situation. Sharing water from the baptismal font with the descendants of a creature of such power and, with a potentially explosive nature, and each time weighing whether he is even suitable for the role beside them. His inner thought breaks off mid-word. A strange sensation washes over him like a wave, and he involuntarily raises his gaze to the clear sky above spring, as if sensing something nearby that is about to approach. A loud scream tears the silence through the trees, and in a moment some huge thing crashes into the water with a dull, stunning blow. A column of foam shoots high into the sky, lifted by a wave of spray, and everyone nearby is struck as if by an electric shock. The sharp impact stuns him. He freezes in place, eyes wide open, trying to comprehend the chaotic arrival of the newcomers who have just shattered their quiet spring moment. In the turbulent water and the one bursting with bubbles, the young dragoness remains submerged. Her golden eyes cling to the surface, and in a moment the calm atmosphere of the bath is shattered by this unexpected adventure. Gyro and Lady Tia intently gaze at Ares. A sharp, almost prickly energy emanates from her. She immediately senses that something is definitely wrong with her mood. The delicate figure trembles slightly, as if restraining anger she does not dare to release. She abruptly announces her departure to meet the newcomer before he has time to process the change in her behavior. He freezes in place and cannot understand who could have caused such an instant reaction. A woman with a stunning posture, crowned with majestic horns and wearing a dark, flowing cloak, introduces herself, Rizuryu of the Heavenly Dragon Tribe. She says she has come from the west solely to meet the person who governs this sacred forest. Judging by his current neat appearance, he introduces himself Men Sumiroyajiro and politely greets her, showing restrained curiosity. Noticing a striking resemblance between them, he asks whether she is truly the father or mother of Iri. She instantly bows deeply and solemnly and sincerely apologizes for her daughter's recent selfishness for any trouble she may have caused. He quickly interrupts her, trying to calm her, saying that her child is simply extraordinarily lively and full of energy. He further explains he is not a ruler or governor, just a person who, by his own will, settled among the forest thickets. She listens attentively, her gaze showing quiet respect, and it seems she genuinely appreciates his modest view of who he is in this forest. After that, she brings up rumors supposedly taken from a fairy tale script and reminds him of his attempts to cleanse the forest of the divine tree and that he supposedly gives orders to the spirits living in it. Her gaze is piercing, as if trying to measure how true these talks are. He brushes this off with feigned modesty, saying the spirits are simply favorable to him, not serving him. In the background, Eri stands next to her mother. The cold tension that hung in the air just a moment ago has completely disappeared among her relatives. Rizuryu continues speaking and explains how it all happened. The spirits chose his domain themselves, so they were not forced. Jiro remains listening and can only respond with a strained smile. He feels the weight of this mistake and the immense power of the being surrounding him pressing down on him. Due to the great fairy's inability to clearly explain everything, the dragon woman apologizes for the confusion that led to the tense introduction. Behind them, Cineraria looks away with a snort, irritated that her words were not received as she intended. After a moment, as they stand in the silence of the forest, she gently asks him to calm down and relax, acknowledging the strange circumstances of their meeting. In response, she radiates a glow and creates a shimmering, semi-transparent sphere, presenting it as an official apology offer for all the troubles her daughter Ares caused him. He freezes in shock and, without looking away, stares at the object. It turns out to be a dragon's precious gem. Realizing its value, he immediately tries to refuse such a treasure. But she does not back down, insists that it should be accepted as a preemptive gift of peace, because in the future her daughter will most likely cause even more trouble. Catching his gaze straight in the eyes, she reveals, this jewel is not just a relic, but a thing she created with her own hands. After he had already agreed to accept the gift furniture made from the silk of the four spirits, she wisely concludes, it is fair, so he must also accept her token of attention. He catches himself unable to argue with her logic. His initial restraint melts as soon as he imagines this gesture. When she extends the gift, she explains, the jewel carries the heavenly protection of water, the very force meant to keep him in the forest for a long time. He listens intently as Rizuryu reveals the true power of the jewel. Its inherent divinity will enable the artifact to summon an endless flow of pure water and protect it from any water threat. These words seem to shock him. Freezes, suddenly realizing the immense value of this gift. He is still digesting the weight of this gift, and she approaches closer and, treacherously intriguingly lowering her voice, whispers a hint that he is capable of giving even pure hot water. He reels over the heard words with distrust, and the very idea of a hot bath or tub catches him off guard. His eyes widen sharply, and shock spreads across his face. His surprise is met by her warm smile. She expresses hope for a harmonious relationship between them. He immediately and passionately supports her words just as sincerely and enthusiastically. She adds that her daughter can visit, and then carefully asks if she will be allowed to pet the little dragon who is calmly settled nearby. When she gently runs her hand over the creature's scales, he watches closely as suspicion grows. Her friendliness seems to have been a calculated move so that she herself could take a bath almost like a visitor in a cat cafe. He gazes intently at the shining jewel in his handsend. A new determination ignites in Cineraria as a creative fire flares within him. Finally, he has the means to build a proper bathhouse. He stands on the designated plot of land immediately afterward, inspects the future building, and warns the lively wolf puppy, do not dig any holes on the construction site. He begins by describing the first phase of the project. First, they need to remove all weeds and stones from the plot that are in the way and only then carefully level the soil. After that, he watches as the little armored spirit gets to work, digging a wide, shallow depression and, leaning on his own weight, firmly tamping the soil to build a strong foundation. The spirit does not stop working, preparing the plumbing, following the plan to install pipes that will control the flow of water and cooling before it reaches the river. When the excavations are finished, a thick layer of crushed gravel is poured into the basin. It expands the area and forms a strong, porous base for the next stage of construction. He nods and utters a word of thanks to his hardworking companion, noting how quickly and convincingly they have progressed. Then they proceed to compact the stone layer once more and for the last time. Next, the man oversees the preparation of a special mixture of sand, clay, and crushed eggshells, with strength further enhanced by a fine silk powder. The elven woman watches the application closely and reveals a bright smile, ready to offer magic to speed up drying and bring the project to completion. She and the others join their unique skills to the work, and the entire construction site hums with activity, turning a complex engineering challenge into a coordinated and swift collaborative effort. He stands next to Ayano and explains that their current project is not just a simple structure, it is a matter they live with passion, something more like a hobby. The result is not driven by a strict schedule. Ayano listens, and a slight confusion freezes on her face as trying to understand exactly what he is talking about. After his explanation, she leans closer and smiles slyly, as if checking whether the timeline will really be extended as he promised, and then notices, despite his modest words, that this is supposedly just a hobby. What they have already managed to achieve is moving too fast. After her jab, he doesn't say a word, and from this silence, she falters and becomes embarrassed. She quickly apologizes as if she just realized she crossed the line, and he only quietly accepts her words, leaning on her with a calm, understanding look. Then he looks inward and immerses himself in thoughts about the essence of their work. He admits, this way of surviving in the wild takes him too far, as if he is crossing a boundary that should already be sufficient. Looking down from above at the giant excavation pit they had already prepared, he wonders if such a grandiose undertaking truly suits simple hobby. The scale of the foundation impresses a silent testament to the coordinated efforts of all participants. Shaking off his own doubts, he confidently moves forward. After all, since they have already started, they must see it through to the end. With renewed enthusiasm, he declares that it's time to assemble the bathtub itself, and this idea is clearly enthusiastically embraced by Ayano. To start assembling, they select thick wooden planks with a pleasant cypress aroma, carefully fitting each piece until they create a base large enough to hold 10 people, even incorporating internal steps for seating and a separate drainage hole. When the massive wooden structure has already been assembled together, the last step remains. He explains, now it is necessary to apply a special waterproof film to the outer surfaces so that the tub does not lose functionality and serves for many years. He again takes up his meticulous work, carefully reinforcing the base on which he had previously applied a waterproof film with a mixture of natural stone and earth to lay a strong foundation. The bottom of the excavation is evenly sloped towards the drainage pipe, and he tightens the wooden supports so that the structure lies perfectly flat. Just as he was about to lower the heavy tube into place, a sharp command, "Stop," cuts through the air, and his partner begins to recite a complex spell to make the wooden legs root firmly into the ground. As soon as the main structure was assembled, the master shifts his attention to the surrounding area. He builds a simple changing room with shelves, reinforces the perimeter with a sturdy stone earth wall, and ensures the drainage path remains open. His companion closely watches the progress of the work and curls up with distrust, doubting why there is a separate washing zone if they already have cleansing gems. However, he insists that getting into the bath when you are still dirty is simply dishonest to one's own conscience. Having finished the peripheral constructions, he steps back to survey the area, and in his mind the thought about the last and most important detailed water itself ripens further. He asks how exactly the bath is filled and how the desired temperature is set, and others respond. Technical methods exist, but he should focus his intention and clearly imagine the desired result. A moment Pasesh closes his eyes and concentrates silently. Quietly, without words, he utters a prayer, and in response the cleansing gem flashes with a soft glow while transparent water streams into the basin. He fixes his gaze as water flows evenly from the stone jug held by the statue of the goddess. The stream is calm, temptingly gentle. Nearby stand Ms. Tia and Ayano eyes wide open. They admire the renewed bath, openly expressing amazement at its thoughtful, exquisite design. He explains that for the water source he chose the image of the goddess, and this decision immediately elicits approving exclamations among his companions. Lady Tia admits that she herself could never have imagined such a concept, and Ayano praises his artistic taste, emphasizing how well the statue fits the room's atmosphere. The young man admits at the very beginning he thought about a dragon design, even considered naming it Heavenly Dragon Bath, but Razorio insisted on something else, the goddess motif. Mr. imagines a statue of a dragon pouring water from its mouth, and he confirms that was his original idea until he yielded to this suggestion. She points out the striking similarity and asks whether a dragon stylization wouldn't look exactly the same as a traditional cleansing fountain near a shrine. He pauses and acknowledges the truth of her words, a barely noticeable, slightly guilty nod, because he understands that his first idea might have been too ordinary for their special concept. When the mechanism is finally adjusted, he declares that now they must wait until the large cauldron is completely filled, and does not hide his excitement for the next day. For Lady Tia, this news is a disappointing delay. She wants to dive in immediately, but Ayano calmly accepts the inevitable wait as they look ahead toward the horizon. He finds himself in a captivating open bath just under the sky, hidden deep in the forest. Steam gently rises upward, mingles with the lush greenery, and spreads along with the quiet sound of a nearby stream. Here reigns true healing, a place created so carefully to bring relief from within, straight from the deepest sensations. Immersed in water up to his shoulders, he releases a long, satisfied sigh. The water here is truly perfect. It stretches his legs without any restrictions, and this luxury seems to him a genuine final reward. Nearby float his little companions, a puppy and a spirit butterfly, calmly, as if enveloped by the warm essence of spring. The team finally gathers for a moment of rest. He watches as a little wolf playfully splashes water and ripples spread around them in waves. A rare moment of silence, a shared pause on the road where there is no other purpose except to wash away the fatigue accumulated during the day. He looks back and feels how much strength it took to reach this moment. Pride only grows stronger now. The goal from the very beginning was one, to give a place where everyone can find joy together. And when he sees them all here, the thought involuntarily comes to him that all his work has fully paid off. Moving to the larger, round vat bath, he freezes, examining how the master managed to combine beauty and convenience. This room does not look accidental, it feels thoughtfully designed. It was planned with the eyes of a master so that everyone who crosses the threshold immediately feels the care invested in every detail. He weighs the practical aspects of the plan and notes. One large bathing vat works much more efficiently than keeping several smaller ones. While he ponders how to coordinate time and space, a familiar voice cuts through the steam, touching his ear and sharply pulling him out of his own thoughts. He is not surprised by loneliness itself. An elf and a mage are already standing nearby, having joined him amid the endless waters. They measure the expanse of spring aloud with their gaze, marveling that such a grand structure is a rarity even in the wealthiest lands. Their presence disrupts his quiet escape and turns solitude into a noisy company. Even the majestic dragon lady already welcomes spring. Her appearance spreads ancient, solemn grace over the water. She explains, this hot bath is a precious treasure inherited from her father. His statement Stunch freezes in shock when he suddenly realizes the true significance of the place where they are now resting. He sprawled in the warm water and watches a small wolf cub splashing its paws nearby while a butterfly spirit flutters above it. When asked if everything is ready, he admits, since others have already come in, there is no point in keeping the bath just for himself. Next to her, the dragon woman leans back and enjoys the steam. She says that as long as the heavenly dragon's protection stands over these springs, no mighty monster will dare to come here, and the weaker ones are easily repelled by the elven barrier. The elf approaches the very edge of the water, her steps barely audible tapping on the stone. With a smile, she notes, during ordinary bathing she usually stays away from the water, but the warmth of a real hot spring is a completely different thing, much more attractive. In a moment she is already fully immersed in the process, gliding through the transparent water easily and confidently. What began as a purely private moment turns into a shared refuge. The group accepts the goddess's bath as a place where anyone can come and find peace. While others bask in the water, she later moves to the shore to finish her washing, and then the air holds the silence of the spring, preserving it in the calm tranquility of the shared spring lingerie. Then the fragment from the bathhouse gives way to a domestic crisis. He stands in the kitchen wearing an apron and announces grim news. The dragon woman involuntarily widens her eyes in genuine shock when he reports that they have completely run out of flour, so bread baking must abruptly stop. And in the lively town, the sun sets on sturdy stone buildings and crowded streets. The dragon woman slowly changes her expression. A thoughtful look appears as she assesses the community's needs and faces head-on the trials that already await ahead. In one of the grandest halls, the bearded viscount leans forward, his face remaining stern and focused. He notices that matters seem to be turning in a favorable direction, his sharp gaze fixed on the interlocutor. The partner, an elderly merchant, nods in confirmation of what was said and adjusts his glasses. He immediately dismisses any talk of nonsense and declares that their current plan serves only the good of the city and all its inhabitants. He reflects on how fragile their current luck is and asks himself how much longer the abundant harvest will last. His companion at the table repeatedly shrugs, saying they just need to seize the moment, but the merchant cannot let go of his anxiety. He remembers he has no right to relax carelessly, as the city's financial state rests on his shoulders. Leaning back, the giant admits that lately he has truly been enjoying a peaceful life. He notes, "This year the forest has yielded exceptionally abundantly, and it is this that has drawn a steady stream of adventurers to their town." This wave of activity flared up due to rumors. The local leadership allegedly negotiated with the royal family about an important trade agreement, which, it was claimed, was sealed with rare and exotic delicacies. Despite good reports from the coast, the merchant still does not believe in a lasting peace agreement. His companion insists, as long as the forest is silent, they can manage without costly military campaigns and focus their efforts on protecting the peasants and expanding agricultural borders. Agreeing with this mood, the merchant at one time decides to push his son to take his duties more seriously and grumbles about laziness he supposedly sees in the young man. But his reasoning is interrupted by a sharp noise. A young man, pale from haste, bursts into the room and calls for the Lord. The messenger gasps sharply for air and fires a warning about a deadly emergency unfolding in the forest. His words pound through the room like a heavy blow and in an instant erase the soft silence of the private meeting. Outside, the source of anxiety finally reveals itself. A gigantic, serpent-like silhouette weaves through thick clouds. It glides with eerie smoothness, a dark sign erasing the sun from the sky. A gigantic shadow spreads over the space, and everyone below freezes in silent fear, drinking in the gaze of the unknown creature that suddenly took their sky. Gyro, Ayano, and Miss Tia walk to the city with brown walls to replenish supplies, going straight along the road. Suddenly, a thought comes to his mind. Does the goalkeeper he saw during the last visit still recognize him, or has he long since become just another face in the crowd? The path was smoothed for them by the agreement with Rizuru. She agreed to give them a ride towards the town, but on the condition that he would take care of the young flying dragon. He gladly accepted this request, understanding that such an arrangement worked for both of them, while she took care of their base. When they finally reach the huge city gates, they are met with an unexpected sight: a dense crowd of people. Armored soldiers and impatient adventurers crowd the sides, all lined up for their turn at the checkpoint, which promises an exhausting, lengthy procedure. And the monotony breaks a familiar face that suddenly emerges above the battlements. As soon as the guard sees them, he instantly recognizes and growls down a loud greeting, clearly remembering both this man and the elf standing next to him. His overly joyful recognition confuses the entire company. He silently watches as the giant, Sidek, greets the traveler with a loud voice and spreads a wide smile. He solemnly welcomes Eshartili in a homely manner the traveler, and this confuses the young man while the crowd around freezes in amazement. He sharply places a heavy palm on the traveler's shoulder, clearly proclaiming to the entire crowd around that the forest lord has arrived in a calm state, and this seems to relieve the main anxiety for the city. After that, he adds that Doro will be sincerely glad about this arrival. The traveler freezes at the grand title, but the burly man immediately explains. The name belongs to anyone who lives near the elf and tames the mighty beast without any weapon. He says this with deep respect, acknowledging the traveler's legendary deeds. Then he urges the whole company to enter inside and insists that Jesh must not be made to wait by the gate. He notices the companions, both the woman in the hood and the elf, and immediately greets them all with the same loud, generous hospitality. As they pass through the gates, the guard closely watches every step. The tension on their faces noticeably eases. Whispering among themselves, they say, since the forest lord himself is nearby, there is nothing to fear even if the dragon suddenly disappeared. The traveler asks if he is indeed the ruler of this place, is curious why the man holds power so confidently. The large man bursts into loud laughter and confirms, yes, he is the lord of the brown walls, which shocks the traveler. He politely apologizes for his rudeness and admits that he did not guess the high status of this man. The lord cuts off the apology with a sharp wave of his hand, acknowledging he should have first properly introduced himself before leading them to Gran. Inside, the shopkeeper carefully adjusts his glasses and asks the traveler, "Quiet, for a moment, let's talk privately." Despite the young man just about to follow his companion, he nods and acknowledges the importance of this meeting. He agrees they will talk deep inside at the back. He leans forward and through his glasses, sharp sparks burn in his gaze as he directly asks Gyro about how things are currently in the forest. Gyro momentarily loses his rhythm. Such a straightforward conversation from the merchant catches him off guard, and he wonders if it concerns recent unrest or something more specific. Noticing Gyro's hesitation, the merchant lays out his thoughts clearly. For a trader, the value of an item is determined by the story of its origin and whose hands created it. He asks Gyro to calm down and tell his version, while Sidek stands behind silent, alert witness who does not take his eyes off this conversation. The young man meets the merchant with a friendly, understanding smile and responds just as warmly. He sees that the merchant's interest is truly professional, without hidden intent. He agrees if his information can be useful, he will gladly provide it, and the conversation immediately takes on a calmer, more trusting tone. When the conversation goes deeper, the merchant starts talking about the legendary silky butterfly, claiming that the exquisite threads in elven ceremonial robes supposedly use material from the mythical creature itself. Gyro confirms the truth of the legend. He tells how Musubai, the butterfly spirit, joyfully gave the fabric for Miss Ha's dress. At this revelation, the merchant freezes, struck by the rare connection. After these words, the merchant frowns and becomes more reserved. He admits he has one more question and, possibly the most unexpected one. Dijiro freezes, carefully absorbing every word, feeling the mood shift. And Sidek tightens his gaze as if already sensing how heavy those next appeals will be. Sidek is the first to intercept the conversation and leads the story. He saw with his own eyes how the dragon rose into the sky right from the edge of the forest, even before Gyro's group approached the city gates. Then he immediately asks if Gyro is also familiar with that dragon. His thoughts are wildly racing, because such a powerful creature might be nearby. Without hesitation, Gyro confirms what he saw. The woman they just encountered, he calls Ares a member of the Sky Dragon tribe. He casually adds that she was the one who carried him on her back to the city, and at these words all his listeners lose their composure. The news crashes like a lightning strike, instantly unsettling both the merchant and the lord of the brown walls. Both are overwhelmed by complete shock. They try to comprehend the unthinkable. The Sky Dragon, a creature meant to sleep far in the west, has awakened and has already stepped into their city, appearing in human form. He listened attentively as Gyro continued his explanation, and noted that even Mrs. Tia had noticed the strange habit of the legendary creatures gathering around him. Gyro admitted that against the backdrop of the whole absurd picture, it was quite natural that no one could swallow his words without skepticism. When the burden of this news fell upon the room, the giant leaned forward and asked that this information remain only among the three of them. Gyro, despite being surprised by the sudden need for secrecy, agreed to the condition without hesitation. As the Viscount explained, it all came down to a simple fact. The news of the Sky Dragon's arrival would engulf the entire town in a wave of wild, uncontrollable commotion. But if kept quiet, everyone could maintain their usual sense of normalcy and calm. Gyro, grasping the meaning, only nodded quietly as if in full agreement. Assessing the situation, he felt a wave of relief. Ares had suggested keeping their identity secret even before they stepped into the town. And with a slight touch of irony, he realized he had already somewhat gotten used to the appearance of such mythical creatures. He had begun to see his home as a usual place where all sorts of street folk gathered. The silence cracked as the bearded man spoke again. His voice carried a firm, renewed sense of duty. His words sharply emphasized, Gyro sought only a peaceful life in the forest, while he himself was responsible for very heavy obligations. He stressed that for those behind the wheel, not a drop of effort should be wasted. Everything must go toward proper management and the city's stability. These words about duty immediately brought back to the young man that old conversation, so he inquired whether hints about a quiet retirement and a passion for painting had really been made. He watched his interlocutor closely, trying to discern what personal dreams were hidden beneath his official, composed mask. The question made Visconti laugh heartily. He stated that he was already completely satisfied with the measured, rather relaxed pace of life. When Gyro barely noticed a sense of guilt in himself as if he might have burdened this man even more, the elder simply waved it off, assuring that a little guilt in a person is even useful and necessary as part of their daily existence. He continued jokingly diverting the conversation, making it clear, whether you are truly resting or just avoiding work, the outcome is the same. No work was done at all. With a self-deprecating smile, he teased himself for lacking talent as an artist, leaving Gyro standing and watching with a light, cheerful tint and a persistent, unrelenting anxiety. He sits silently while conversations continue between the merchant and the Viscount. Sedek mocks the very idea of a secret and declares that there are no wonders in such precautions, they are quite natural under these circumstances. The great man leans back and unfolds his philosophy. A little guilt is a useful thing, it keeps a person grounded, not turning guilt into an unbearable burden. Gyro sits motionless, listening to every word and letting the weight of his thoughts pass through him. Then he bursts into a self-satisfied mocking laughter, praising his own insight, and this is exactly what earns him an even sharper slap from Doro. The merchant immediately confronts him. Retirement is a dream, especially now when they are pushing through the most dangerous crisis they have ever faced. Looking at them, Gyro feels, despite constant quarrels, there is something genuine and deep between these two. Then the trader shifts his gaze back to the young man and eagerly pushes the conversation forward, as he already wants to move on to more important matters. He asks Gyro to tell more about his journey with Anna of the Black Sea, particularly interested in where her creepy nickname came from. Gyro nods and is ready to recount everything he managed to learn about the mysterious mage. Outside the room, the city continues its usual daytime rhythm. Passers-by and residents walk about their business, unaware that right now among them, legendary figures have gathered to share astonishing secrets. Miss Tia and Ayano stand before the Travelers Guild. Miss Tia notes how long it has been since they last visited here, but Ayano trembles. If she has already been recorded as missing, her name might have been crossed out from the records. Miss Tia explains that as survivors from the Divine Forest, they will surely attract attention, and this thought only further confuses the anxious mage. She lets out a low, eerie laugh, a sound rolling from her chest, and her face is hidden in the shadow of her hood. Miss Tia watches her closely, genuine worry in her gaze. The sharp change in her companion's behavior frightens her. Ayano sinks into her own thoughts and murmurs how difficult and disadvantageous the situation has become. The sorceress sinks even deeper into the circle of her own anxieties, knowing at one thought how exactly to present herself. She imagines whether to release a dark aura or perhaps smooth and gather her hair to look like a true mysterious traveler. She is troubled by the thought that in the forest she lived peacefully, ate well, and now her too healthy appearance might reveal her true identity to anyone who once knew her. A noticeably malicious gleam flashes in Miss Tia's eyes, and observing the inner turmoil of unbearable struggle in her friend, she asks if she plans to directly attack the guild. Ayano freezes at the very idea. Confusion spreads across her face as she tries to understand why her friend could even think of such a thing. In a moment, the guild hall doors burst open with a crash and a terrible presence storms inside. A dense, swirling mass of dark energy covers Ayano, stretching a long, frightening shadow beam across the floor. Panic grips everyone inside. Adventurers scream hoarsely, urging everyone to flee from the unknown and powerful dark mage who has just appeared among them. While the crowd erupts in panic, Miss Tia stands behind and loudly encourages, fervently urging her to knock everyone down. Inside, Ayano screams in fear. She realizes her magical power is uncontrollably flowing out and already spinning a huge misunderstanding. She tries to tell her friend that she does not intend to attack, but the elf only disappointingly interprets her restraint as failure. When the commotion finally subsides, both women bow deeply before the bewildered crowd, apologizing. Yono bursts out with hurried assurances that she will not do it. Again, her face flushes with embarrassment. Nearby, Miss Tia guiltily twists her lips into a brief smile, trying to pass off what almost turned into a disaster as a simple mistake. When the couple disappears, the guild workers and guards remain standing, looking confusedly into the void after Bazrovit's departure. They exchange glances, trying to understand what could have prompted a dark mage of such caliber to come to them specifically, and whether the rumors about a powerful creature supposedly living in the Divine Forest were not just ordinary fabrications. She silently watched as the mysterious girl surveyed the crowded guild hall, completely unlike what Ayana was used to in the empty, abandoned slums. Inside her, something tightened. This atmosphere sharply differed from everything she had experienced before. Walking through the town streets, she noticed how the street passages were filled with a whole wave of travelers, a striking contrast to the silence of the forest. Nearby, Misty no longer took her eyes off the local treats. Her gaze was fixed on the freshly baked goods. The elf girl unfolded a bright, soothing smile, her friendly mood shone amid the hustle on the busy street as she waved to everyone they passed by with their eyes. While they walked, Ayano explained that she had a specific task to complete in the guild, and despite the persistent glances of the residents, she led them forward as if she had found a new purpose. Approaching the counter, she pulled out her ID and told the staff that a lot of time had passed since her last visit, after which she introduced herself, Chagas Iona. The receptionist took the card but still noted that all these ceremonies were hardly necessary for a person with such a name. She immediately recognized the mage. A whisper rolled like a wave down the corridor just as those present realized who stood before them among the travelers. The legendary Ayano of the Black Sea had returned to find herself in the very rumors that claimed she had died in the forest. Squinting, the woman noticed that Ayano looked amazingly fresh, not a hint of the wear that a journey through a dangerous forest would have brought. Her clothes and skin shone with perfect cleanliness. She does not stop the conversation with the legendary mage and, not hiding her amazement, admires the clothes enthusiastically how anyone can even create such flawless things with magic. Ayano explains, "This is Musubai, the legendary spirit beast, who made these clothes for her and since then has carefully cared for her, feeding and looking after her much better than ever before." This news throws her off balance. She freezes, dries up from incomprehension, and cannot believe that anyone could overcome all the dangers of the forest. Yono clarifies, she does not conquer, it simply lives here, staying under the protection of one specific person who made this place their home. Hearing the vague description, she mocks Ayano, teases her and asks what exactly she is doing in this mysterious house, joking as if clarifying whether they keep her here as a pet. Ayano can only give a cautious, uncertain answer and her own situation in the forest remains a mystery even to herself. The conversation breaks off as a group of experienced travelers approaches them. Their leaders step heavily, and everyone involuntarily shifts their gaze to them. He makes a statement, says he heard those rumors, and orders them to give him a moment of attention, overshadowing the table with his figure. He addresses her by her legendary title, recognizes in her Ion of the Black Sea, and, boldly squinting, notes that her progress through the forest is already beyond any expectations. A brazen smile flashes across his face, and he extends to her the power of his party, immediately listing people as if their help were guaranteed by definition. Iona stares at them with a tired gaze and notes to herself, in the royal capital in the guild, such a shade of urgent advantage was much rarer. Before the negotiations could start, a loud woman with twisted horns suddenly bursts into the conversation and throws at them, "Just gather the whole company of 6. Her sudden outburst and extremely aggressive tone immediately alarm the rest of the travelers, so they break the silence with a sharp question. Who is she, and what is her name? She brazenly snorts at their ostentatious heroism and bluntly declares, if this weak company enters the forest, they will return only with 6 fresh corpses. Her mockery stings painfully, and just as the male traveler flares up with rage, she throws down a challenge forcing them to seek someone truly powerful, not waste her time with these worthless performances. She slides forward with a speed the eye cannot catch. A light wrist movement and a shockwave tears through the space, cutting through the guild hall. Experienced adventurers, completely bewildered, fly backward like rag dolls, knocked down by the pressure of the very force of the strike. When the dust settles, the beaten leader collapses to the floor. An empty laugh escapes his lips as he suddenly realizes how colossal the gap in their strength is, while those present only stare frozen, making no sound. Looking down contemptuously at the battered men, she keeps a mocking, calm smile on her lips. Her hands are folded together as if demonstrating a tiny politeness. She throws them a hook, as if to say let them all come to her at once, so as not to waste time because she will deal with them in just one moment. Her arrogance knows no bounds. She even calls on everyone in the establishment to join, narrowing her eyes with cold, predatory contempt, as if simply having fun playing with prey. A fist with a heavy weight strikes directly on the man's jaw. The blow sprays blood into the air as he is thrown back, staggering awkwardly on his feet. A single strike ignites the powder keg. The guild hall turns into a continuous roar of thunder as adventurers clash in an uncontrollable, crowded brawl. As the slaughter unfolds around, the woman with horns throws her head back and bursts into a wild laugh, her sharp teeth bared as she savors the battle unfolding before her. She stands stubbornly in the very center of the storm, defiantly challenging human travelers. Let them throw everything they have at her, while her mangled companion remains on alert, as if waiting for the next attack. Stepping away from the scene of the clash, the guild receptionist begins to talk to the merchant. She directly explains that the appearance of the dragon shook everything and unleashed chaos, but those who lost the fight will have to answer for the defeat and property damage. Then she shifts her gaze to the dark-haired mage and explains, The wave of newcomers has broken everything into endless disputes, so she hopes that someone of her level can tame the overly unruly. The mage, with an exhausted expression on her face, refuses the request. She says that she is not suitable for such roles and has only come to announce that she will remain in the forest for some more time. When she turns to leave, the receptionist calls out to her and mentions the Black Sea. But the mage does not stop. She rushes further on her way, and behind her, as if against custom, they drag the defeated fighter across the floor. She lowers her gaze to the beaten man. He tries to say something, convulsively gulps air, and finally exhales, which for her is a Messagian official summons from the royal palace itself. The man pulls out a sealed envelope. The wax seal on it is still intact. He explains that inside lies a direct order to join the nearest expedition into the depths of the forest. She stares at the letter, and it is impossible to read what exactly she feels from her face. Only a familiar fatigue slips through her gaze. Turning away from the chaos in the guild hall, she throws down a cold challenge. If they have truly fallen into despair and come to seek her, let them deliver that letter when she reaches the very heart of the forest. To emphasize her words, she releases a fragment of true power. She calls the shadow manipulation magic from 1,000 seed sand, forces a whole swarm of writhing dark tentacles to appear. The shadow limbs lash out with terrifying precision. They grab the insolent travelers and fling them aside as if they were broken toys. When the troublemakers are tied up and placed in neat cocoons suspended in darkness, she stands amid the silence and informs the guild staff. These men are her payment for what they have done and for any damages they cause. She disappears into the white radiance of the doorway, and only then does the bloody consequence become visible. A severed head and a furry piece of rock fire bare skin. The gazes of those present freeze in silent awe until it finally dawns on them. Before them is truly the legendary Ayano of the Black Sea. She watches as the defeated travelers get back on their feet. Their confidence crumbles to dust. Scarman mutters dully that they were crushed and completely swept away, even together. Now they clearly see, Ayano truly serves the forest. And then the question bursts out of them: how can one even hope to tame such a wild, unpredictable sorceress? He lowers his gaze, and firmness grows in Ida as if the decision has just ripened now. He turns to his companions and says directly, it's time to finally take everything seriously, because they can no longer afford to joke and organize everything neatly in such a backwater guild. While they gathered in the corridor, the air changed. Each adventurer who once boasted of being the strongest in the guild silently replayed recent skirmishes in their mind. But the pride that fueled petty quarrels and competitions now gave way to the bitter truth that pressed them to the ground. This shared radiance covers them like the shadows of giant trees. Truly strong ones do not cling to the guild's protection. They live deep in the heart of the forest. Leaving the guild behind, Ayano turns to his companion Ares and quietly signals that it is time for them to return home. Yuna, the girl, pouts and grumbles that Ayano is too harsh with her, although she only did the necessary minimum, and the mage quietly notes to himself, even with Ares, she has no right to lower her guard. The tone of the human girl irritates him. The girl does not stop and continues to question, while aloud she wonders if Iona would have become a famous figure if she had truly accepted the invitation from the royal palace. Manga does not stop and goes further. Her gaze fixes on the distance while she dismisses the thought and says that such things do not concern her. Inside, however, she felt only one thing: the invitation was unnecessary. She fixed her gaze on the sealed letter, feeling how the royal message pulled her hands with the weight of a command. Her mind gnaws at the thought, whether it is worth giving in to the temptation of an easier path to enter favor at court, become a celebrated figure within the palace, and indulge in the blessings of life where there is no longer a need to struggle. While she weighs all possible benefits, a vision appears before her eyes. She kneels before the throne and receives the radiant blessings and glory that royal duties bring. This dream of protection and recognition sounds like a sharp break from the twilight in which she had to live. But her gaze slides aside to the man standing before her. His face shows softness and quiet kinship that goes beyond the shine of any titles. In the silence, when they sit close, the boundary between their worlds fades without a trace. He carefully catches every hesitation of hers as she struggles with her own decision, while his calm presence keeps her grounded amid the inner storm. Then her thoughts return to that bright fate she found among the wild thickets, to the cheerful elf Ms. Tia, to the sturdy little Yukatami, to the playful wolf cub Matsusks, and to the gentle Musubai. They are to her not just companions, they are the heart of the forest which she already calls home. She speaks quietly but with unwavering conviction. The journey here was not an attempt to beg for royal favor. She came for those she loves, for him and Lady Tia. She realizes, as soon as she gets involved in palace intrigues, she will in no way be able to protect the quiet refuge in the forest. Her companion fixed his gaze and met it with a smile, as if understanding. Her true place has always been here among the trees and spirits. She solemnly nodded in response, and the last doubts finally melted away. Clenching her palm into a firm fist, she thoughtfully weighs how much has changed. Once she stepped into the sacred forest of the world tree with a heart ready for death. But now, looking at the leaves trembling with sunlit patches, she feels a fierce, newly born desire to truly live in its embrace. She quietly and sincerely snorts, and at the same time the burden of former despair finally falls from her shoulders as she accepts her new destiny. When the road appears between the village buildings, her companion nudges her. It's time to hurry back home. But she stops him. She has a place she wants to reach. Hearing this, the friend suggests, let them ask their leader what he thinks about this matter. Aries is filled with energy. She loudly declares that she wants to visit the sea and stands before the rest. Sujuru meets her with a probing look and asks if the rumors that she caused a loud hysterics in the Adventurers Guild are really true. He listens attentively while she tries to brush it off, calling it just a minor human touch, and insists that her actions barely fit within the limits acceptable for working with other adventurers. She is quickly stopped. He warns that Hagusa may be lenient, but he will not allow her to start fights or maim the city residents. He continues his lecture and reminds her, despite all the divine power she carries, she now lives among people, so she must not allow any problems in their city. When the man utters these words, a memory of her mother Risuru flashes in her mind. Once she warned that such recklessness would end only in Sudara's disappointment and her own inevitable pangs of conscience. She tries to brush off the burden of this lecture. Supposedly, as a sky dragon, she will most likely quickly forget about it. Yet the very thought that her mother will find out everything still makes her feel an uncomfortable anxiety. The girl falls silent as soon as he announces his final ultimatum. If she doesn't come to her senses, he will deprive her of bread, and he says this with a terrifyingly serious expression. He tries to calm her turbulent emotions, promises that their path leads to the sea and hills, and if she behaves calmly, she will get as much fish as she wants. But she does not believe him. Her cheeks puff up in a stubborn, crooked pout, and she only with apparent forced consent allows him to lead her along. When they set off on the road, she lags behind and mutters to herself that her reason for going with them is by no means simple. Nearby, the mage casts a usual, tiredly focused glance around, tracking how the air changes as they approach the coast. The calm of the coastal waters is shattered by a deafening roar. A giant mutated fish bursts from the waves. The mage explains that in this part of the sea where runoff from the forest meets the saltwater, such monsters have made a spawning ground. They devour the corruption carried downstream by the flow. A beast looms over her with a huge shadow. Its fangs jut out in jagged lines, and its murky eyes blaze with primal, wild hostility, much stronger than she expected from the first reports from her position. The horned girl instantly calculates the scale of danger. The creature does not hesitate. Its intent is to hunt everything that steps within its territory. This ecological disharmony arises from the violation of the sacred waters of the heavenly dragon. They were supposed to flow from the mountain jewel and cleanse the land. When this divine radiance disappears, the natural order shifts in the wrong direction and corruption spreads, causing the local fauna to transform into evil, predatory creatures that attack all living things. He freezes with this thought, recalling how the spiritual essence of the river used to incline toward purification until the latest upheavals shook it. The realization that the power of the rod is needed to restore balance weighs on his heart as he turns over their next move in his mind. Glancing back at the mad monster, he shows what is already clear. As long as this creature prowls the shallow waters, any chances for a peaceful fishing trip are doomed. Then they agree the monster must be dealt with, otherwise the local villagers will find no relief. His gaze rests on the towering observation edge. Suddenly the mage sharply calls his attention and points to a fishing vessel already on the brink of disaster. Beyond the horizon, where the trail of monstrous calamity stretches, a small boat is visible. He confidently understands the threat and immediately descends to the fishing village to intervene and prevent casualties. He insists only he must take responsibility for the young dragon, so he reminds him that his mother, Risuru, entrusted him to his care. He sharply warns the hot-tempered beast not to do anything reckless, because the battle with the giant sea demon is meant for him alone. Alone on the shore, he meets the gaze of a gigantic mutated beast looming over the water. Even holding a divine instrument, he understands that a head-on clash will turn into an exhausting, long ordeal. He freezes in place, wrapped in the creature's shadow, stunned by its torn scales and jaw tearing the air, and weighs every step. With a few confident movements, he activates the artifact, and a wave of power crashes against the monster with a roar. The creature's huge eye twitches in shock. The cleansing pulls it in, and its life force begins to melt away. He notes that this specimen turned out to be much larger and more dangerous than the usual threats. It took a bit more effort to tame it. When the danger recedes, the elderly fisherman collapses exhausted and breaks into tears of relief, fervently whispering prayers of gratitude to the celestial dragon. The burden of the near catastrophe etches deep wrinkles on his face as he chokes on sobs subdued by salvation. Noticing the man's sharp reaction, he hurriedly raises his hands in a pleading gesture and tries to downplay his role. He insists that he is just an ordinary person and that such grand displays of worship are completely unnecessary. Later, on the beach scattered with the remains of monsters, he tries to negotiate for fresh fish, but the villagers refuse to listen. They insist, after he saved their entire community, he can take whatever he wants and will not pay a single coin. Yielding to the pressure of such incredible generosity, he finally gives in and accepts a generous reward, a huge package of fresh seafood. The mountain of fish and shellfish is impressive. It eloquently testifies to the village's gratitude, so he does not allow himself to refuse any further. Looking over the catch, he turns to one of the local men and asks if it is possible to get kelp or seaweed. The fisherman stares at him with complete bewilderment. Is he really going to eat what they consider nothing more than sea trash? He politely declines the villagers' offer to gather seaweed for him, assuring them that he will manage on his own on the way back. But the fishermen do not give up. They passionately want to thank their savior, so their gratitude overflows. They shout, thank him right on the spot, and swear that everything will be ready. Replaying the events in his mind, he concludes, without the involvement of CDEC, nothing would have moved. When a trusted intermediary Viscount Act stands between him and the people, the fishermen are more willing to accept his help and immediately ready to respond with their own contribution, so everything works out so that everyone wins. Sitting at the table and reviewing his own plans, he notes, there must be a person nearby who will smooth over diplomatic frictions. That is exactly how everything works. Then integration and cooperation go much more smoothly than if he tried to act alone. The memory of the loud, festive revelry in the village still lingers. The residents greet him as a divine messenger and are already making plans for a celebration in his honor. The enormous scale of their enthusiasm and the weight of the expectations placed on him almost press down. Refocusing on the present, he prepares to set off with Ayano, deciding that first they need to gather with Ms. Tia, and only then continue their journey deeper into the country. As they make their way through the dense forest, his companion asks if they will have to stop for the night. He reassures her and insists that if he pushes hard, they will reach the place before the sun sets below the horizon. She leans closer, smiles boldly, calls him by a familiar, affectionate nickname. Her closeness throws him off balance as they make their way through the trees. When they reach the clearing, the elven adventurer is already waiting for them. The mage greets her first as an old acquaintance, recalls how much time has passed since their last meeting, and feels relief that they are together again. After finishing their business on the shore, the company reunites with the elf deep in the forest. The young dragon moves closer to his companion, his sparkling gaze revealing impatient anticipation as she asks what has been prepared for today. He calmly replies, they already have fish obtained earlier and rice balls prepared in advance. Watching the couple, the elf nods at how much the entire mood between them has shifted. He himself can only nod in agreement, acknowledging that their relationship has changed. As they settle around the crackling campfire, the conversation shifts to the very nature of their journey. The elven woman noticeably grimaces at the hint that her people could disdain such a wild, harsh simplicity of life, and stubbornly declares that she feels not the least uncomfortable in nature. The mage responds clearly, emphasizing her own resilience. She reminds that she has spent her whole life among the four steps. She insists that her recent trials have only hardened this determination, but her companion still looks at her statement with a hint of doubt. Resolutely proving her usefulness, she suddenly darts into the underbrush. A cry echoes as she swears to search for edible herbs. Her sudden burst of energy momentarily throws him off balance and he freezes stunned. Without wasting time worrying about her safety, he orders the elf to stay close and watch her carefully. The archer simply nods confidently and sets off after the impulsive mage, promising to handle everything on the spot. While they wait, the mage warns, parasites found in this world bring unbearable pain. The young dragon just waves it off, seeing no problem. She casually says she destroyed them with a simple wave of energy. Then she gives him only one task to marvel at how such colossal power is spent on such an ordinary task as cooking. He listens attentively as Ares explains, among the celestial dragons, not all have the same origin and temperament. She glances into memories, admits that she once even thought of catching one, and now that thought clearly amuses her. He gently reminds that treating living beings only as tools is a move better not made. Ares, seemingly unaffected by the lecture, shifts the conversation back to food and asks why he still hasn't started eating. She carefully takes a bite, and at that very moment her face lights up with pleasant surprise. The taste of salty lemon carpaccio spreads across her tongue in wave after wave, and what happens on her palate becomes a true culinary experience, much greater than she could have expected from an ordinary field meal. She intently looks at the translucent piece of fish held between her chopsticks. Hesitation is immediately visible in her gaze. He encourages her and explains, it is this unseasoned preparation that reveals whether the taster deserves the title of gourmet, so he invites her to feel how the natural essence of each ingredient unfolds in this flavor. But still, she catches herself wanting to feel something familiar, and native air thoughts involuntarily glide to the thick depth of soy sauce. He nods to show he understands. Although salt has its advantages, it is often the sharp umami taste of soy sauce that is missing for everything to come together. When the conversation shifts to the cultural habits of the forest elves, they sit close together. He aloud wonders whether in her homeland cheese fish is considered a usual delicacy, or if this practice is as foreign to her people as it is to some others. He notices how her hand hesitates before deciding and politely clears a path for her retreat, assuring her, no pressure. If she doesn't like the sashimi, she doesn't have to eat it. He emphasizes that she should only take what she likes, prioritizing her own comfort over curiosity about the dish itself. She long ago shed all manners. Her hands grab food and she devours it without restraint, wildly, with mad pleasure. When he tries to correct her behavior, she only bares her teeth in a smile and declares that forbidding her to do something only fuels her even greater excitement. She bites and her eyes widen sharply as the taste of raw fish throws her off balance. Shujuru watches her closely, asking if she likes the dish. When the team gathers around the crackling campfire, the conversation shifts to what they are eating. Iona admits without hesitation, Rami is as familiar to her as anything, and explains that in texture it reminds her of horse sashimi, thin lean venison that appears in winter. While the others rest, a young girl in a school uniform suddenly wraps her arms around Sujuru in playful hug. She doesn't even have time to react. She recalls the recent destruction of the sea monster, and her cheerful tone sharply contrasts with the seriousness that hung after their last battles. Surprise. Peering into the dark depths of the watery element, Sujuru thoughtfully reflects on the strange turn his life has taken. Behind him, others are engaged in conversation about the spectacular fact of how he perched on the back of a flying dragon, a stunt that confounds even those who saw it with their own eyes. Watching him from the side, Ares catches how her thoughts drift aside to the very essence of the man before her. She analyzes the marvel, how an ordinary person holds in his hands a divine instrument, a power usually given only to the exceptional. Her consciousness whirls through memories of his recent bursts of power, and she understands he is much more than he seems. Behind the modest, almost fragile human form hides a fierce, all-consuming might that rivals the power of the dragon, or perhaps easily surpasses it. The girl still does not let him go, presses closer and sincerely shines with tenderness when she hides her face in his shoulder. Sujiro only exhales heavily, and in his thoughts tries to make himself understand. In this world, there really are people who are drawn to bombs, to those explosive forces capable of reshaping everything they touch. Nearby, the rest of the company catches a light, playful moment, but the conversation quickly changes tone, becoming more philosophical. They notice that their old notions about the heavenly dragon tribe are falling apart right before their eyes, and Ayano throws a joke about his own explosive reputation. She stood a little apart from the others, with a sour face, and demonstratively stuck out her tongue, showing a childish grimace on the edge of the highest point. Next to her, a man in a business suit shifted his gaze to the elf. The question that needed to be discussed had surfaced. He addressed her directly and said he wanted to clarify one specific thing, speaking evenly and calmly despite how heavily their recent discoveries weighed on them. Friendship agreement. This question hangs in the air, Under these strange circumstances, they put forward a formal proposal. He leans forward and his gaze remains steady and reassuring as he explains, "This arrangement does not have to be too complicated or frightening." The large man resumes his story and emphasizes, before the appearance of the heavenly dragon, the town was already on the brink of panic. After all, people were used to seeing only beasts from the forest that scared them to trembling, not a creature capable of bringing potential profit. Gyro listens without distraction, and his face warms as he considers how their presence affected the locals. He suggests arranging a public gesture to cement this connection. Let them exchange gifts and display them openly so everyone can see, turning the one-on-one agreement into a loud alliance. He asserts formal documents are inevitable, but for people, the visible sign of their agreement is much more important so that they understand and accept the new reality. Off-screen, their allies watch as the negotiation agreement weighs heavily on their shoulders. When the younger man asks if such measures are exaggerated, the nobleman meets him with a heavy gaze and firmly reminds him, despite appearances, there are traditions and rituals that must be maintained to preserve his position and not break the agreement. As he surveys the city stretched out below, he lays out his far-sighted strategy. Agreements like a simple arrangement will suffice for at least decades, but the most reliable path to lasting ties for many generations is to rely on the authority of traditions. Left stunned by the depth of his foresight, the traveler can only freeze and watch in admiration how far ahead his companion's actions are planned, especially when it finally becomes clear why this tax-free passage through the city walls is needed. He raised his eyes upward, and his gaze was sincere as he began to inquire about the terms of this agreement. It was important for him to find out exactly what demands they expected to fulfill in return for such a favorable exchange. Responding, the giant man raised a finger and boiled everything down to the most important point. He explained, "The main thing is to maintain friendliness with the city and build relationships based on mutual respect and peaceful coexistence." The young man sharply averted his gaze, diving into his own thoughts. He was enveloped by an amazingly generous intention in which he saw no noticeable drawbacks either for himself or for his companions. But the doubt that would not let go forced him to ask one last question. He asked what might await them if they refused this offer. While the Viscounts aimed their gazes, the air seemed to tense. He admitted he would probably be able to convince the mayor to accept the refusal, but then next time when the group comes again, they would have to calculate every step in their business twice as carefully. Suddenly the tension vanished. The man fell backward with a dull thud onto a soft, overly large pillow, and his face immediately changed to a picture of comedic selfishness. He joked that he actually only wanted one thing to prevent the royal family from taking his furry fur pillow as a gift by tradition. The blatant greed so stunned the guests that they froze in amazement and did not hide their irritation. Joining the conversation, the elderly merchant adjusted his glasses and loudly confirmed that the plan suited him. He emphasized the real benefit of tax exemption, and the young man, finally giving in, agreed to the terms of the agreement. As the conversation began to fade and the meeting was coming to an end, the Viscount paused. His face became stern again. He noted that there was still one question left that they needed to discuss before concluding matters. He continues with an official oath, speaking not only for himself but on behalf of the Brown Wall family and their entire land. He emphasizes, these are not empty words but a solemn obligation that lays a heavy burden on his kin. Instead, he puts forward a counter-demand. Sayuru must give a similar promise not as an ordinary private person, but as an authorized representative of the first settlers who have already settled on the new lands. Stepping forward one step, the nobleman lays out his logic. He feels a chilling premonition that the number of people following Sadru will only grow in the future, so an official agreement is indispensable. Sudger studies this proposal as if feeling its weight on his shoulders and quickly realizes he did not fully consider such a path. The Viscount notes that without the intention to fulfill the promise to the people, this contract simply cannot be concluded. Yet such an agreement can become a shield from any interference by other influential lords. Meanwhile, the mage reflects on why such rules are needed at all. Dragons and her relatives are prudent, yet they lack human common sense. When there are clearly defined, shared foundational agreements for everyone, managing their contacts becomes much easier. Turning to the present, the giant demands a final decision and presents the contract as if it were equally beneficial for both their parties. Sudzaru agrees to take the offer and consider it, hopeful for the better, so a satisfied, grateful smile lights up the nobleman's face. Suddenly, the solemn tension snaps. The noble nobleman falls exhausted onto the soft, mossy bedding, and the mage immediately sharply scolds him for lack of decency. Watching them, the young leader feels, if this agreement can help the townspeople relax and feel peace, then he is ready to take on the responsibility it entails. He listens attentively while the elf woman lays out the burden of the promise he has already taken on. She speaks of an ancient elven blessing granted to those who keep their word, especially when a hero forms an alliance with a royal personage. And throwing a confident wink, she declares that she will accompany him on the next journey so that her people's reputation is not tarnished. She continues her thought and cuts in. From this moment on, his path will only become harder and more thorny. The man freezes with a mug in his hand and finished, stopping the drink halfway to his lips and stares at her, trying to understand what exactly she considers such an inexorable prophecy. She only smiles broadly and says she places her trust in his hands, sending him off alone with the burden of her expectations. The conversation sharpens on the need to prove friendship so that the new alliance is finally cemented. He admits to himself, this idea still lingers somewhere on the edge. It is hard to imagine what exactly could symbolize such a significant political and personal superiority that everyone would recognize unquestionably. Seeking a way out, the company begins to invent what exactly could lure allies. The mage proposes. The best fit would be a work of art, a delicate piece deserving admiration. She insists that an object of incredible beauty naturally attracts the eye, creating the perfect start to immediately explain one's intentions and interest new allies. Now their gaze rests on a magnificent artifact, the innate chalice, a true masterpiece of craftsmanship that undeniably testifies to the skill of its unknown creator. It is a first-class item, a rare treasure that holds so much prestige it fully deserves a royal exchange. Despite the sophistication of the proposed gift, he still noticeably hesitates. Doubt swirls on his face. Seeing his indecision, the elf asks if the plan does not inspire his trust. He answers honestly and admits the scale of what is happening is already beginning to press and frighten him. To calm him, she offers another option. If they cannot find the needed treasury in the forest thickets, they can simply create it anew. She insists on quality magical stones and rare monster components, and these words make him recall the magical stones he took during their past journeys from the sea demon. As soon as he pulls out one of the stones, it suddenly comes to life and cracks, releasing a dazzling flash of light and energy. The unexpected surge of power throws him off balance. Involuntarily lets out a frightened scream as the room momentarily drowns in blinding radiance. He says he managed to snatch the magical stone from the sea demon before the creatures dived with the bodies into the abyss. Lady Tia notices his words and is impressed. A specimen of a beast over 300 years old has insanely high value. She suggests giving part of the loot to the settlement, then the story will become a legend, especially since it will help Seedek explain everything to the authorities. When they make their way through the forest, the conversation changes direction. It all comes down to the very gift. He prolongs the moment with doubt and wonders if it would seem rude to give a raw magical stone from Slay Monster. But Lady Tia quickly rebuffs. As a sign of friendship after they defeated the legendary threat, it is quite appropriate. Then he decides to use his unique ability with crafting equipment and create something truly significant from an ordinary stone. Miss Tia nods in agreement. She fully supports his idea not just to hand over raw material, but to make a custom piece with his own hands. He lowers his gaze to his own hands and suddenly feels an unknown wave of tension pressing on his chest. Used to crafting practical tools or simple toys for himself, he cannot calmly decide on the thought to make someone a real, formal gift. The very burden of this task throws him off his steady rhythm, and he feels an unusual nervousness for himself. Sensing his hesitation, she leans closer and meets him with a gentle smile, promising everything he creates will definitely turn out incredible. Her unwavering faith in his abilities begins to release his self-doubts. She continues, explaining, even such an everyday thing as a chair or a house holds the heart of the one who created it. He attentively absorbs every word, and her phrases repeatedly reshape his view of the creative process itself and the purpose behind everything being done. With a sparkle in her eyes, she squints and asks if he intended to let her take the credit for such a masterpiece. He snorts in response and decides to trust her elven intuition and his own creative momentum. Determination flashes on his face as he declares that he will put in all his efforts. She throws words of support at the end and carefully watches as his creative spark finally rises high. He stands next to his companions and talks about what happened recently. Lady Tia explains, the meeting was delayed due to subduing a sea demon, and Sujuru meets this unexpected turn with an apology, explaining how their detours came about due to circumstances. Next to him, the woman with horns makes a remark. Even for an elf, her companion is too slow. The phrase hangs in the air, emphasizing the playful but sharp tension among the participants as they gather again after the fight. She sharply moves closer, hovering dangerously close to him. A mischievous spark flashes in her gaze. She asks if he was lonely while they parted for a moment, and her voice pulls with a thread of teasing tenderness. It completely throws him off balance. The elf woman also cannot recover from what she sees. She literally loses her breath. Her eyes widen sharply in shock, and her mouth opens helplessly. She cannot digest the audacity of these advances. While she furiously whirls with anger, the quiet mage remains composed and does not look away from his work. He is preparing a huge fish they caught. Iona works with stubborn silence and cold precision, as if already accustomed to the chaotic energy of her companions and the strange magic without which they cannot manage here. Soon they are again overwhelmed by a wave of madness. The horned woman squeezes her hands around the youth's neck in suffocating tight embraces. The elfess utters a protest cry, fearing he will not survive. While the mage watches this entire absurdity unfold before his eyes, the preparation of the peaceful feast forever remains in the past.